The gate flickers, a C-rank blue spinning like a cheap carnival ride.
Han Seo-jun stands at the back of the raid party, an F-rank porter nobody wanted.
He's here to carry loot and try not to die.
The team leader doesn't even glance his way. But this trash-tier hunter has a secret that would make the entire association choke. The gate spits them out into a cavern that stinks of wet iron and old rot. Stalactites drip overhead like the cave is salivating. Yoon-ha-jun, the A-rank healer leading this mess, raises a fist to halt the team. "The mana here is unstable," she mutters, scanning the darkness. That's the last calm moment any of them get. A screech rips through the cavern, high and metallic, then another, and another, until the walls themselves seem to scream. Goblins pour from the cracks like roaches fleeing a fire. Dozens of them, green and snarling and armed. The frontline fighters brace, but the horde is too fast, too many. One tank goes down under a pile of teeth and rusted blades. The formation shatters in under 5 seconds. Seo-jun's supposed to stay back, stay safe, stay invisible. That's the F-rank deal. Don't fight, don't shine, don't get anyone killed. But a goblin shaman is chanting from a ledge, and whatever it's casting makes the air vibrate. Yoon-ha-jun shouts a warning, but she's pinned, healing 2 downed fighters at once. The shaman's spell fires, a sickly green bolt aimed straight at her skull, and Seo-jun moves. His body knows what his mind hasn't caught up with yet. Something inside him clicks, a lock turning where no lock should exist. He reaches forward, not with his hands but with something deeper, something that pulls at the threads of time itself. A future version of himself, a decade ahead, is raising a blade against a calamity. Seo-jun borrows that swing. His borrowed blade is a spear of concentrated mana, a sword made of pure killing intent. He doesn't throw it so much as he becomes it for a heartbeat. The green bolt evaporates mid-flight, and the shaman's chanting stops because the shaman no longer has a head. The goblins pause. Even the screaming stops for 1 cold second. Yoon-ha-jun stares at him like she's never seen a porter before. Because the F-rank nobody just pulled an S-rank technique out of thin air. 60 seconds. That's how long the borrowed skill lasts. And the clock is already ticking. He doesn't waste a heartbeat. The spear of mana becomes a sweeping arc, and the first rank of goblins crumples like wet paper. 5 goblins, then 10, then 15 hit the stone floor and don't get back up. The borrowed skill's muscle memory isn't his, but it obeys him perfectly. He sidesteps a rusted axe, drives the spear through the wielder's chest, pivots into a downward slash that cleaves the next one in half. The remaining goblins break and scatter, their horde instinct shattering faster than the front line did. 30 seconds left on the clock. Seo-jun chases the stragglers into the tunnel mouth, his borrowed reflexes turning every shadow into a target. A goblin assassin drops from the ceiling. He impales it before its claws reach his throat. Another bolts for a side passage. The mana spear extends, punches through stone and flesh both. When the timer hits 0, he's standing over a field of green corpses, breathing hard, the skill already bleeding out of his limbs like sand through fingers. The cooldown hits, and his knees nearly buckle. 30 seconds before he can borrow again. 30 seconds where he's an F-rank porter with a borrowed ghost in his head. He wipes goblin blood off his cheek and pretends the tremor in his hands is exhaustion. It's not. It's the echo of a future self he just erased from existence. And he feels the gap where that skill used to live. The team regroups around Yoon-ha-jun, who is already healing the wounded with steady, practiced hands. Her gaze keeps flicking towards Seo-jun, sharp and measuring. "That was not F-rank movement," she says, when the last wound is sealed and the dead are accounted for. Her voice is calm, but her eyes are hunting for a lie. Seo-jun shrugs, claims it was adrenaline, a lucky break, anything to make her stop staring. She doesn't stop staring, but she has a team to lead and a gate to clear, so she files it away for later. The party moves deeper into the cavern, stepping over goblin bodies that shouldn't be there. Seo-jun walks at the back again, but now the silence around him is a different kind of silence. It's the kind that asks questions no F-rank should ever have to answer. Back at the guild processing center, the fluorescent lights make everyone look half dead. Seo-jun's fake F-rank ID earns its usual sneers from the desk jockeys and the mid-tier hunters who think a letter defines a man. A B-rank bruiser in a tank top calls him a loot goblin and laughs at his own joke. Nobody laughs with him because the goblins Seo-jun killed are already being tallied and the numbers don't add up for an F-rank. Seo-jun ignores the bruiser, ignores the whispers, ignores everything except the monster corpses laid out for inspection. That's when he sees it. A symbol burned into the chest of a goblin shaman, charred black and still faintly glowing. It's not a tribal mark or a random scar. It's a seal, deliberate and precise, shaped like a closed eye wreathed in thorns. He's seen that symbol before, in the classified files his parents kept before the gate accident swallowed them whole. It shouldn't be here. Not on a C-rank gate. Not on a goblin shaman in a throwaway raid. He snaps a photo with his battered phone before the guild attendants haul the corpse away. Nobody notices, or nobody cares, which is worse. Bruiser shoves past him on the way out, muttering something about dead weight and stolen valor. Seo-jun lets him go because his thumb is already scrolling through the photo in the hallway light. The symbol is older than the guilds, older than the ranking system, older than anything the association officially acknowledges. And it's active again. He steps outside into the cold soul night, the phone heavy in his pocket. The city hums with neon and traffic, oblivious to the gates and the things crawling out of them. He's halfway to the subway when the air shifts, thickens, turns to syrup in his lungs. The street lights flicker once, twice, then steady as a figure steps out from behind a billboard that wasn't there a second ago. She's not solid, not ghost, not anything Seo-jun has a name for. Translucent, shimmering at the edges like heat over asphalt. And her face is a blur that almost resolves into features he nearly recognizes. Ogaul, the future echo, the ghost of a timeline that hasn't happened yet, or maybe already has. Han Seo-jun, she says, and her voice comes from everywhere at once. You used another branch. He doesn't ask how she knows. He already knows the answer, and it's the same reason his hands still tremble. Every borrowed skill erases the future you borrow from, she continues, drifting closer without moving her feet. You felt it, didn't you? The gap, the absence? Seo-jun says nothing because she's right, and denying it won't bring that future back. The more you borrow, the thinner your timeline becomes, until there's nothing left of you in any branch. You're warning me, he finally says. I'm showing you the bill before it comes due. She reaches toward him, and her translucent fingers pass through his chest without touching skin. He still feels the cold. The next time you borrow recklessly, the cost won't just be a skill. It'll be a piece of yourself you can't grow back. She fades before he can ask the obvious question, the one about how many pieces he has left. The streetlight buzzes back to life, and he's alone again, shivering in air that isn't cold. His phone buzzes too, a different kind of chill. The hospital's caller ID glows on the screen, and he answers before the first ring finishes. His sister's voice isn't on the other end. It's a nurse, professional and gentle, in the way that only means bad news. Mr. Han, your sister's condition has deteriorated. The doctor needs to speak with you immediately. The subway ride to the hospital takes 12 minutes and feels like 12 hours. Sua's room is at the end of a hallway that's too bright and too quiet. Han Seo lies in a bed that swallows her small frame, wires and monitors snaking out from under the thin blanket. Her eyes flutter open when he sits beside her, and she tries to smile, but it costs her something. The doctors say I'm being difficult, she whispers, her voice a thread. I told them it runs in the family. He holds her hand, cool and fragile, and feels the borrowed power coiled inside him like a beast that can't do a single thing to help her. Borrowed skills are for combat, for killing, for breaking things that need breaking. Sua's sickness doesn't break that way. It's in her blood, her bones. A creeping decay that no borrowed future can fight because no future version of him ever found the cure. Power has one hard limit, and his sister is it. The doctor pulls him aside after visiting hours, talking about experimental treatments and dwindling options, and words that blur into white noise. Then he says 3 words that cut through. The starlight bloom. It's theoretical, a rare dungeon material, the doctor says, handing him a printout of a half-redacted report. But if it exists, and if you can acquire it, it might reverse the cellular degradation. Might. Seo-jun has built his whole life on might and borrowed tomorrows. He leaves the hospital with the printout folded in his jacket and a new weight settling into his chest. The starlight bloom grows in gates no living hunter has returned from, behind locks that require keys he doesn't have. But he's already decided to find it, no matter how many futures he has to burn to do it. Across the city, on a rooftop that overlooks the hospital like a vulture waiting for the dying, a man watches. Ryu Min-suk, tactical genius, parasite weaver, gate manipulator, and the kind of monster that wears suits instead of scales. He lowers a pair of binoculars and smiles a smile that would freeze blood. Interesting, he says to no one, or to the shadow behind him. The F rank who isn't. The shadow doesn't answer, because the shadows around Ryu Min-suk know better than to speak. He pulls up a tablet, scrolling through data feeds. Gate activity, hunter registries, anomaly reports. Han Seo-jun's file glows on the screen, flagged and annotated in a dozen languages. An F rank who kills like an S rank, who moves like he's already fought every battle before it starts. He taps the screen. Zooming in on the goblin shaman's corpse photo, the thorn eye symbol stares back at him, and his smile widens into something hungry. That's not a coincidence, and I don't believe in luck. He sends a single encrypted message, 2 words to a contact listed only as adherent. Watch him. Below the rooftop, Seoul grinds on through the night. The gates pulse in their containment fields. The hunters sharpen their blades. And somewhere in a cramped apartment, Han Seo-jun stares at a photo of his sister and calculates the cost of miracles. The future is already counting what he owes, and the debt is about to get a lot bigger. The A-rank gate looms over the staging area like a wound in the sky, bleeding silver light. Yoon Ha-jun stands at the deployment line with a tablet in one hand and 0 patience in the other. She reads off the roster, calling each hunter by rank and specialty. When she reaches Han Seo-jun's name, her voice doesn't even change pitch. F-rank porter, assigned to logistics and corpse retrieval. A few of the B-rankers snort. One of them, a broad-shouldered tank with a scar across his jaw, mutters loud enough for everyone to hear. An F-rank in an A-rank gate is a liability with legs. Seo-jun doesn't react. He checks his equipment. Standard issue porter gear. Straps tight. Boots laced. Expression unreadable. Ha-jun's eyes linger on him a beat longer than necessary. Whatever she saw in the Goblin Cavern, she hasn't forgotten it. Gate opens in 5, she announces, and the team moves toward the shimmering portal. The transition through the gate feels like being turned inside out and put back wrong. Seo-jun has been through gates before, but A-rank is different. The dimensional pressure is thicker, heavier, like walking through water that wants to crush your lungs. The team emerges into a forest of bone-white trees under a sky the color of burnt amber. The air smells of rot and ozone. Ha-jun deploys the formation immediately. Tanks forward, damage dealers in a loose diamond, healers and support in the rear. Seo-jun stays at the back where he belongs. At least, That's what the formation chart says. What are we looking for exactly? The scarred tank asks, scanning the tree line with a heavy shield raised. Ha-jun swipes through her tablet, pulling up a botanical reference image. Starlight Bloom's precursor, a phosphorescent flower that only grows in high mana density gates. Glows blue-white. Pulsing light. Never heard of it, another hunter says. Because no one's ever extracted one alive, Ha-jun replies, and that shuts everyone up. The party moves through the bone forest for 20 minutes before the first sign of trouble shows. The ground trembles once, a single thump that shakes leaves from the pale branches. Then silence. Too much silence. No birds, no insects, no wind through the trees. Just the sound of 9 hunters breathing. Seo-jun feels it before he sees it. A pressure behind his eyes. The same kind of pressure that preceded the goblin shaman spell. Contact, he says quietly. The scarred tank turns to scoff at the F-rank porter, giving tactical warnings. He never gets the words out. The tree line explodes with movement. Corrupted beasts pour from between the bone-white trunks, their bodies twisted and wrong. Wolves that walk on too many legs, bears with too many eyes, serpents whose scales drip black ichor that hisses where it lands. The formation shatters in 3 seconds. Not because the hunters are weak. They aren't. They're A-rank and B-rank veterans, with dozens of gate clears between them. But the corrupted beasts don't fight like normal monsters. They coordinate. The wolf pack feints left while 3 bears smash through the right flank from behind a collapsed tree. The scarred tank catches 2 of them on his shield, but the third gets past him and barrels directly into the healer line. Ha-jun's barrier flares white as she intercepts the bear's charge, her free hand glowing with restorative energy. We need to regroup. Fall back to the ridge. But the serpents have already cut off the retreat path. Black ichor pooling into a sticky, smoking barrier that blocks their exit. They're boxed in. Seo-jun watches the chaos unfold and does the calculation. 60 seconds, 30-second cooldown, 1 branch erased. He reaches inside himself and pulls. The skill comes from a future where he's 40 years old, an S-rank battle mage who specialized in zone denial. It floods into him. Ancient knowledge, worn smooth by decades of combat, and his body already knows how to use it. Mana erupts from his hands, not as a spear this time, but as a ring of white fire that expands outward in a 40-meter radius. The corrupted beasts inside that ring ignite instantly. Not burning, not catching fire, just ceasing. The wolf pack vanishes in a flash of white. There are too many legs crumbling to ash before they hit the ground. The bears roar as the fire erases them from the outside in. There are too many eyes boiling away last. The serpent's ichor barrier evaporates, and the serpents themselves follow an instant later. 6 seconds have passed. 27 corrupted beasts are gone. The battlefield goes dead silent. The hunters stare. The scarred tank's shield arm drops an inch, his jaw slack. What the hell was that? Ha-jun doesn't stare. She's already moving, her healer's instincts overriding her shock, checking pulses and sealing wounds on the 2 hunters who took hits during the initial ambush. But her eyes keep flicking back to Seo-jun. The white fire fades. 40 seconds left on the borrowed skill, but there's nothing left to use it on. So Seo-jun releases it early and feels the backlash hit like a hammer to the skull. The future where he became a 40-year-old battle mage winks out of existence. A whole life unlived, a whole timeline erased. His knees buckle. He catches himself on a bone-white tree, bark cold and smooth under his palm, and doesn't fall. Barely. Ha-jun is beside him before he can straighten up, her hand already glowing with a diagnostic spell. "You're not injured," she says, and it's not a question. "I'm fine." His voice comes out steady, which surprises him. Just the mana backlash.
An F rank doesn't have enough mana to produce backlash like that. Seo-jun meets her eyes and says nothing.
Scarred tank approaches, his earlier contempt replaced by something between awe and fear. That ring of fire! He hesitates.
That was S rank output. Maybe higher. I got lucky, Seo-jun says.
That wasn't luck, and you know it. Ha-jun cuts the argument short with a raised hand, her team leader authority reasserting itself. We're still inside an A-rank gate with an unknown number of hostiles. Save the questions for the debrief. She turns away, but Seo-jun catches the look she gives him over her shoulder. It's the look of someone who's just found a puzzle she intends to solve. The team regroups at the ridge, battered but alive. 2 hunters need mana transfusions, and a third has a deep gash across his ribs that Ha-jun knits closed with practiced efficiency. The scarred tank, whose name Seo-jun finally learns is Kang Dae-ho, keeps glancing at him like he's a bomb that might go off again. Whatever you did back there, Dae-ho finally says, his voice low. You saved my squad, so thanks, I guess. Seo-jun nods once. He doesn't feel like a hero. He feels like a thief who's just stolen another piece of his own future, and isn't sure how many are left. Oh Ga-ul's warning echoes in his skull. The bill before it comes due. He pushes it down. The mission isn't over, and the flower isn't found. Grief and guilt are luxuries for after the gate closes. The precursor flower grows in a clearing that shouldn't exist. The bone forest opens into a perfect circle of black soil, and at its center, a single stalk rises from the earth. The flower is the size of a fist, its petals translucent and pulsing with a soft blue-white light. Starlight Bloom Precursor. Seo-jun's heart hammers against his ribs. This is it. This is the first step toward curing Sua, toward paying off the debt he's been accumulating since the Goblin Cavern. Ha-jun raises her hand, and the team halts at the tree line. Where's the Guardian? Dae-ho asks, his shield already up. Every high-value dungeon material has a Guardian. It's not a rule of nature, it's just the way gates work. And A-rank gates don't make exceptions. Ground answers him. The clearing's black soil erupts. What rises from beneath is 20 meters of chitin, claws, and too many eyes. A centipede the size of a freight train with segments that click and shift as it uncoils. Its head is a nightmare of mandibles and sensory frills, and a single glowing organ pulses in its thorax like a sick heart. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is the way its body shimmers, not with mana, but with adaptation. Ha-jun fires a diagnostic spell at it, and her tablet's readings come back wrong. It's learning, she says, her voice tight. Learning what? Dae-ho asks. Everything. Our positions, our mana signatures, our attack patterns. The centipede's head swivels toward the team. Its frills flare, and Seo-jun watches a sickly green light pulse along its segmented body, processing, analyzing, adapting. Then it attacks. Dae-ho meets the charge with his shield braced and his feet planted. The centipede hits like a freight train, and Dae-ho skids backward 3 meters, but he holds. The damage dealers open up. Fire, ice, lightning, a coordinated volley that would shred most A-rank bosses. The centipede's chitin absorbs the first wave, and the sickly green light pulses brighter. The second wave does nothing. The third wave, the centipede's carapace shifts color, and the fire mage's spell glances off without leaving a mark. It's adapted to elemental damage already, Ha-jun calls out, and the mages curse. Physical then, Dae-ho grunts, and a pair of blade wielders flank the centipede, their weapons flashing. They score hits, deep gouges in the chitin that drip black ichor. The centipede screams, a sound like tearing metal, and then its body shimmers again. The next blade strikes bounce off. Hard carapace, soft underbelly, regenerative tissue. It doesn't matter. Every attack works exactly once, before the centipede adapts, and the team is burning through their options at a terrifying rate. Seo-jun hangs back, watching, calculating. The centipede's adaptation has a pattern, a rhythm. Each new damage type triggers the sickly green pulse, a half-second processing delay before the carapace shifts. It's a window, tiny but there. He reaches inside himself, past the cooldown, past the exhaustion, past the cold weight of everything he's already lost today. Another future answers. This one is quieter, darker. A timeline where he's 53 and has learned that the most dangerous weapon isn't fire or steel. It's precision. The borrowed skill floods into him. Not a technique, not a spell. It's a targeting algorithm. An inhuman awareness of weak points and vulnerable angles. A combat sense honed across decades of fighting things that adapt. His vision sharpens until the centipede's body is a constellation of fracture lines and stress points. He sees exactly where to strike. Seo-jun moves before anyone can stop him. He snatches a fallen hunter's blade from the ground, a B-rank short sword with a chipped edge, and runs toward the centipede's flank. Han Seo-jun, stand down! Ha-jun's voice is sharp enough to cut. He doesn't stand down. The centipede senses him coming, its frills flaring, its segmented body coiling to strike. The sickly green pulse begins. Half a second. Seo-jun slides under the first mandible, twists past the second, and drives the short sword into the one point on the centipede's body that hasn't adapted yet. The single glowing organ in its thorax. Blade sinks into the hilt. The centipede screams, really screams this time, and its body convulses, segments slamming against the black soil. The green pulse flickers and dies. No adaptation for getting stabbed in your one weak point, huh? Daeho mutters. And then the damage dealers open up while the monster is vulnerable. The centipede dies badly, thrashing and shrieking until its chitin collapses inward and the black ichor stops flowing. Seo-jun pulls the blade free and staggers backward. The borrowed skill fades. Another future gone. And this one hurts worse than the last. You can feel the shape of what it was. A life where he was fast enough, sharp enough, good enough to find the starlight bloom in time to save Sua. A future where his sister lived. Erased. Because he needed to kill a centipede. He drops to his knees in the monster's ichor, and he doesn't even feel the cold of it. His hands are shaking, and it's not from exhaustion. Ha-jun finds him there, kneeling beside the centipede's corpse, while the rest of the team secures the precursor flower. She doesn't offer a hand up. She kneels beside him instead, her white healer's robe staining black at the hem. That's twice now, she says quietly. Twice you've pulled S-rank output from an F-rank body. Twice you've collapsed afterward. I told you, mana backlash. That's not backlash, that's a cost. He doesn't answer. She's too smart to fool, and he's too tired to try. Every time you use it, she continues, something happens to you. I can see it in your eyes, like you're losing something. The flower, he says instead of answering. Did we get it? Secured and stabilized. We'll extract as soon as the team finishes the field dressing. She pauses. Han Seo-jun, whatever you're hiding, it's going to come out. Secrets don't stay buried in this line of work. He finally looks at her, and what she sees in his face makes her flinch. It's not a secret, he says. It's a debt. And I don't know how much more I can afford to pay. Ha-jun holds his gaze for a long moment. Then she stands and offers her hand. He takes it, and she pulls him to his feet. Debrief, she says, gateside. Don't try to disappear before then. The extraction takes 20 minutes. Daeho carries the precursor flower in a containment cylinder, treating it like a live bomb. Seo-jun walks at the rear of the formation, his borrowed skills on cooldown, his body running on fumes. The gate spits them out into the staging area, and the sudden shift from amber sky to Seoul's gray daylight is jarring enough to make his head spin. The guild's medical team swarms the returning hunters, checking vitals and sealing wounds. A junior administrator approaches Seo-jun with a tablet, asking for his rank and clearance code. He gives her both without thinking, and the F rank on her screen makes her eyebrows rise. "You're the porter who survived an A rank gate?" she asks. And there's something in her voice that isn't quite admiration. "Barely," he says, and walks past her before she can ask follow-ups. Ha-jun catches him at the edge of the staging area, where the trucks are loading up and the hunters are peeling off their gear. She's still in her stained healer's robe, her hair coming loose from its tie. "You're not F rank," she says, and it's not an accusation this time, just a statement of fact. The device says I am. The device is wrong. Or you're doing something to trick it. I don't know which yet. He leans against a supply crate, too tired to stand straight. "What do you want me to say?" "I want you to tell me the truth, or at least enough of it that I don't have to write you up as an anomaly and kick this up to the association's investigation division." The threat is real. If the association investigates him, his secret won't survive a week. Ryu Min-seok already has eyes on him, and official scrutiny would just make it easier for the parasite weaver to move. "Fine," he says. "Some of it, but not here." Ha-jun studies him, then nods once. "My office, 1 hour. Don't be late, and don't think about running." She walks away, and Seo-jun watches her go with the sinking feeling that his carefully constructed wall of F-rank anonymity is about to get its first serious crack. 1 floor below the staging area, in a van that doesn't officially exist, the adherent watches the gate exit through a telephoto lens. He captures 17 images of Han Seo-jun, cross-references them with the data Ryu Min-seok provided, and composes a report. Subject survived A-rank gate. 2 anomalous energy spikes detected. Collateral casualties among corrupted beasts consistent with S-rank output. Preliminary assessment. Target's hidden capability confirmed. Recommend escalated surveillance. He attaches the images and sends the encrypted message to a contact labeled only as Weaver. The response comes back in under a minute. Maintain distance. Do not engage. The spider is still building his web. The adherent deletes the message, starts the van, and pulls out of the staging area without turning on his headlights. In the back of the van, a cage rattles. Something inside it clicks, chitters, and goes still. The adherent doesn't look back. He just drives, and Seoul's gray daylight swallows the van into its endless traffic. Seo-jun doesn't go to Ha-jun's office right away. He stops at the hospital first, because the precursor flower is secure, but Sua's condition isn't, and he needs to see her before the debrief. Her room is the same too bright, too quiet corner of the ward it's always been. She's awake when he arrives, propped up on pillows that make her look even smaller. "You smell like ozone and monster guts," she says by way of greeting, and her voice is a little weaker than it was last week. "Rough day at work. Did you win?" He sits beside her bed and takes her hand, cool and fragile, the same way he did 2 days ago and will do again tomorrow. "Yeah, we won." She squeezes his fingers with what little strength she has left. "Good. Don't lose. I'm not done being your annoying little sister yet." He doesn't tell her about the erased future. He doesn't tell her about the cost. He just holds her hand and lets the lie sit between them, a small mercy neither of them believes. The hospital discharges him at dawn. Seo-jun steps out into gray Seoul air, his body still running on fumes from the A-rank gate. His borrowed skills are on cooldown, and his sister's words sit heavy in his chest. He checks his phone and finds a notification from the guild app. Mandatory physical assessment, 8 a.m. All hunters who entered the A-rank gate must attend. That gives him 2 hours. He spends one of them at a convenience store, eating 3 rice balls and a protein drink that tastes like chalk. The second hour he spends walking toward the guild complex, watching the city wake up around him. Construction drones hum over a crater where a gate opened last spring. A billboard flashes S-rank hunter rankings, faces he doesn't recognize staring down at the morning commute. Nobody looks at the F-rank porter with dark circles under his eyes. That's how he likes it. He arrives at the assessment wing and finds the usual circus. B-rankers strutting around in expensive gear, C-rankers trying to look useful, and a handful of porters standing against the wall like furniture. Seo-jun takes his place among the furniture and keeps his head down. The physical assessment is routine. Blood draw, mana density scan, reflex test, stress interview. He passes the mana scan by letting his reserves sit exactly where an F ranks should be. The reflex test, he deliberately fumbles. The stress interview is just a bored administrator asking if he experienced any unusual phenomena inside the gate. Seo-jun says no, and the administrator stamps his form without looking up. He's halfway to the exit when the air in the corridor changes. It's subtle at first. The temperature doesn't drop. The lights don't flicker. But every hunter in the hallway stops moving. Some of them don't seem to know why. Their bodies react before their brains catch up. Seo-jun's body reacts too. His borrowed skill cooldown still has 12 minutes on the clock, but his instincts scream at him to brace. A figure steps through the far doorway and the pressure doubles. Kang Tae-young, S rank. Prodigy, 19 years old and already ranked 7th in the country. He's not tall, but he doesn't need to be. The space around him bends inward, like the world is trying to get out of his way. His hair is white at the tips, a side effect of overexposure to high-density mana in his teens. His eyes are the pale gray of a winter sky before snow. He's looking directly at Han Seo-jun. Tae-yang crosses the corridor in 4 strides and stops 2 meters away. Nobody else moves. A C-rank hunter clutching a clipboard is holding her breath. Tae-yang doesn't acknowledge any of them. His focus is a laser, and Seo-jun is the target. He says 2 words, and his voice carries no hostility and no warmth, just certainty. There it is, he says, and Seo-jun's blood goes cold. The prodigy tilts his head, studying Seo-jun like a puzzle he's almost solved. He says he felt something during the A-rank gate extraction, a spike of energy that didn't match any hunter on the registry. Monitoring station flagged it as a sensor error. But Tae-yang doesn't believe in sensor errors. He believes in hidden variables. Seo-jun keeps his face blank and asks if the S-rank hunter is accusing him of falsifying his rank. Tae-yang doesn't blink. He says he's not accusing anyone of anything. He's stating a fact. There's a hidden variable in this building, and it's standing right in front of him. The corridor is dead silent now. Even the administrators have stopped typing. Seo-jun knows this is the moment, the one where his careful F-rank mask either holds or shatters. He says he's just a porter who got lucky in a bad gate. Tae-yang's expression doesn't change. He says, luck doesn't produce energy spikes that register on S-rank monitoring equipment. He takes a step closer, and the pressure intensifies. Seo-jun feels it in his teeth. Then Tae-yang does something unexpected. He smiles. It's not a friendly smile. It's the smile of a predator who's found something interesting. He says he wants to test a theory, and the training ground on sub-level 3 is open. He turns and walks toward the elevator without waiting for an answer. Because they both know there's only one acceptable response. Seo-jun has about 30 seconds to make a decision that could end his career or save his sister's life. If he refuses, Tae-yang reports him to the association's anomaly division. If he accepts, he has to fight an S-rank prodigy in front of witnesses. And his one-shot skill limit means every move he borrows erases a future he can never get back. He follows Tae-yang into the elevator. A small crowd trails behind them, word spreading through the guild faster than any official announcement. By the time they reach sub-level 3, 40 hunters have gathered around the training ground observation deck. Yoon Ha-jun is among them, still in her assessment gown, her expression unreadable. Hang Dae-ho stands beside her, the scar on his jaw tight with tension. The training ground is a reinforced hexagonal chamber with barrier walls that can withstand S-rank combat. Observation windows ring the upper level, and a digital display shows real-time biometrics. Tae-young steps into the arena, and the barrier hums to life around him. Seo-jun follows, and the door seals behind him with a sound like a vault closing. The display reads both their names. Tae-young's rank flashes S in brilliant gold. Seo-jun's shows F in dull gray. Someone in the observation deck laughs. Seo-jun doesn't hear it. He's calculating his remaining cooldown. 3 minutes until he can borrow again. He needs to survive for 3 minutes against an S rank who adapts mid-battle. No problem. Tae-young doesn't wait. He moves the instant the starting chime sounds. Not a full attack. A probe. A straight punch aimed at Seo-jun's guard that carries enough force to shatter concrete. Seo-jun dodges, and the air where his head was cracks like thunder. The observation deck goes silent. Tae-young's smile widens. He says an F rank shouldn't have been able to dodge that. He attacks again. A kick this time, faster, and Seo-jun barely deflects. The impact rattles his bones and sends him skidding backward across the polished floor. Tae-young presses the advantage. A flurry of strikes that Seo-jun survives by centimeters. Each dodge costs him. His muscles scream. His lungs burn. His cooldown timer is ticking down, and he just needs to stay alive. 90 seconds. Tae-young stops attacking. He's not winded. He's not even breathing hard. He says he's confirmed his theory. Seo-jun's body is reacting at S-rank combat speed, but he's not fighting back. He asks if Seo-jun is hiding his strength, or if he can't access it yet. Seo-jun doesn't answer. He's counting seconds in his head and watching Tae-young's stance shift. The prodigy's posture changes from testing to serious. He says he'll force the answer out. Tae-young's aura flares, and the barrier walls flicker. The observation deck erupts in murmurs. Someone shouts that the biometrics are spiking past safe thresholds. Seo-jun's cooldown hits 0. He reaches. Future opens before him like a corridor of branches, each one a possible version of himself shaped by different choices. He reaches past the ones he's already burned, past the battle mage and the precision fighter. His fingers close on a version of himself from a timeline where he trained for 40 years in solitude, mastering a single technique to perfection. The skill blooms in his chest. Not a weapon this time. Not fire or targeting algorithms. It's a movement art, a way of reading the space between attacks and flowing through the gaps like water through cracked stone. The cost hits him immediately. A future where he became a teacher, passing his knowledge to a new generation of hunters. Gone. Erased. The faces of students he'll never meet flicker and vanish, but the skill is his for 60 seconds. Tae-young lunges. His fist carries enough force to level a building, and it's aimed at Seo-jun's center mass. Seo-jun steps sideways into the gap between Tae-young's momentum and his follow-through. The punch misses by a finger's width, and Tae-young's balance shifts. The prodigy's eyes widen in genuine surprise. He adapts instantly, reversing his momentum into a spinning kick that should catch Seo-jun in the ribs. Seo-jun is already gone. He flows under the kick, through the space where Tae-young's guard opens during rotation, and his palm strikes the S-rank's sternum. It's not a strong hit. The skill doesn't boost his power, only his positioning. But the fact that it lands at all makes the observation deck explode. Tae-young staggers back 2 steps. He touches his chest and stares at Seo-jun with something that isn't quite anger. He says that was impossible. He asks what kind of technique lets an F rank land a hit on an S rank. Seo-jun says nothing, and the clock in his head keeps ticking. 40 seconds left. Taeyang's aura shifts again. He's not testing anymore. He's not even fighting to win. He's fighting to understand. His attacks come faster. Combinations that should be unreadable at Seo-jun's stated rank. Seo-jun flows through them, the borrowed movement art showing him the geometry of the fight. Where Taeyang's weight settles, where his eyes flicker before a strike. The micro pause between commitment and execution. He's untouchable for 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Taeyang adapts again. He starts throwing feints, patterns within patterns, and Seo-jun's borrowed skill can't predict intent. A kick clips his shoulder, and the force spins him into the barrier wall. Pain lances through his arm, and the observation display spits out damage readings. 10 seconds. Taeyang closes in for the finishing blow, and Seo-jun knows he can't dodge. So he doesn't. He lets the movement art guide him one last time, stepping into the attack instead of away from it. Taeyang's fist passes over his shoulder, and Seo-jun's elbow drives into the soft tissue beneath the prodigy's ribs. It's a perfect strike placed exactly where the targeting algorithm taught him to look for weak points. Taeyang's breath leaves him in a rush. The skill expires, and the future teacher's last whisper fades from Seo-jun's mind. He's empty again. Cooldown resetting. Body running on nothing but adrenaline. Taeyang straightens. He's breathing hard now, and his hand is pressed to his side. He looks at Seo-jun, and the arena is silent. Then he starts laughing. It's not mocking, it's genuine. The laugh of someone who thought they'd seen everything, and just got proved wrong. He lowers his hand, and the hostile pressure in the room evaporates. He says he hasn't been hit like that since his father was alive. He asks Seo-jun where he learned to fight. Seo-jun's legs are shaking, and he's fairly certain his shoulder is dislocated, but he keeps his voice steady. He says he learned in Gates, the same place everyone learns. Taeyang shakes his head. He says that's not a gate-taught technique. That's something older, something trained into the body over decades. He takes a step forward, and Seo-jun braces for another attack. Instead, Taeyang extends his hand. He says he wants to train together. Sparring sessions, combat drills, the whole brutal regimen. He says anyone who can land a hit on him is someone worth learning from. The offer hangs in the air, and every hunter in the observation deck is holding their breath. Seo-jun looks at the offered hand and sees a dozen futures branch away from this moment. In some of them, he takes the hand and gains an ally. In others, he takes the hand and loses his secret. He can't see which is which, so he makes the choice he always makes, the one that keeps him alive long enough to save his sister. He takes Taeyang's hand. The grip is firm, and the prodigy's smile is sharp, but there's respect in it now. The barrier drops, and the observation deck erupts in chaos. Hunters are shouting questions. Administrators are frantically updating records, and Yoon Ha-jun is pushing through the crowd with an expression that promises a very uncomfortable conversation. Taeyang ignores all of it. He pulls Seo-jun to his feet and claps him on the shoulder. The injured one. Seo-jun doesn't flinch, but it's a near thing. Taeyang says they'll start tomorrow. 6 a.m., same arena. He walks out of the training ground, and the crowd parts for him like water around a stone. Seo-jun watches him go and feels the weight of 40 pairs of eyes on his back. His secret isn't exposed yet, but it's got a crack in it now, and everyone just saw the light come through. Ha-jun reaches him first, and her voice is barely controlled. She says she told him to come to her office for a debrief, not to pick a fight with an S rank. Seo-jun says the fight picked him. Daeho shoulders through the crowd, and his expression is somewhere between impressed and terrified. He says the whole guild just watched an F rank land a hit on Kang Taeyang, and he asks if Seo-jun has a death wish. Seo-jun doesn't answer because Tae-young has stopped at the arena exit. The prodigy turns back, and his voice carries across the entire observation deck. He says there's something Seo-jun should know. His father died in a gate collapse 15 years ago. A C-rank gate that was misclassified and turned into a death trap. Seo-jun's blood goes still. He knows that gate. He knows that date. Tae-young says his father wasn't alone in there. There was another hunter. Someone who tried to hold the ceiling while the evacuation happened. That hunter died too, and his name was Han. Seo-jun can't breathe. Tae-young says he's been researching the gate collapse for years. He's tracked down every survivor, every record, every piece of debris. He says Seo-jun's father saved his father's life before the collapse took them both. The silence in the observation deck is absolute. Tae-young looks at Seo-jun and his expression isn't predatory anymore. It's something heavier. He says he owes a debt to the Han family, and he always pays his debts. He leaves, and the door seals behind him. Seo-jun stands in the middle of the arena, shoulder throbbing, borrowed futures still echoing in his skull. His father's ghost just reached across 15 years and grabbed him by the throat. Ha-jun touches his arm, and her voice is gentle now. All her anger burned away. She asks if he knew. Seo-jun shakes his head. He didn't know. His parents died and the guild gave him a pension and condolences, and nothing else. No one told him there was another family. No one told him his father died a hero. The crowd is dispersing now, awkward and quiet, as if they've walked in on something private. Daeho mutters something about getting Seo-jun to the medical wing, but Seo-jun isn't listening. He's thinking about Tae-young's offer. Training together, combat drills, the brutal regimen. He's thinking about whether this is an alliance or a trap. And he's thinking about the future he just erased. The teacher, the students, the legacy. One more piece of himself burned to survive another day. Ha-jun walks him to the medical wing herself and doesn't ask any questions. That worries him more than her interrogation would, because it means she's already decided he's not a threat. She's decided he's something to protect. And in this line of work, the people you protect are the ones who get you killed. High above the training ground, in a maintenance corridor that doesn't appear on any official map, Ryu Min-suk lowers his binoculars. He's watched the entire duel from start to finish, and his expression is one of quiet satisfaction. The adherent stands behind him, tablet ready, waiting for orders. Min-suk says the boy is more interesting than he anticipated. He says the energy signature wasn't a fluke. It was a borrowing, a temporary acquisition of capability that didn't belong to him. He's been studying anomalies for 15 years, and he's never seen anything quite like it. The adherent asks if they should escalate surveillance. Min-suk shakes his head. He says, observation only. The boy isn't ready yet, but he will be. Min-suk taps his tablet and pulls up a file. Han Seo-jun, age 16, admitted to Seoul Central Hospital with an illness no doctor can identify. He says everyone has a pressure point. He says Seo-jun's just became visible. The adherent takes the tablet, and his expression doesn't change, because the adherent's expression never changes. Min-suk turns away from the observation window and walks into the darkness of the maintenance corridor. He says the spider doesn't rush. The spider waits, and the web is already being woven. Seo-jun lies on a medical cot with his shoulder reset and his arm in a sling. The guild physician says he'll be cleared for light duty in 3 days. Seo-jun isn't thinking about light duty. He's thinking about Tae-young's offer and Min-suk's network and the photo of the thorn eye symbol burning a hole in his phone. He's thinking about the borrowed futures he's already erased and the ones he still has left. And he's thinking about his sister, alone in her hospital room, waiting for a cure that he's not sure he can find without destroying himself. His phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. It says the spider is watching and the web has a new strand.
No signature. No follow-up.
Seo-jun deletes the message and stares at the ceiling. Tomorrow he trains with an S-rank prodigy who might be an ally or might be a spy. Tomorrow he answers to Yoon Ha-jun, who's smart enough to put the pieces together and stubborn enough to demand the truth. Tomorrow, he walks back into a world where every move he makes costs him a piece of his own existence. Tonight he closes his eyes and lets the exhaustion take him. His last thought before sleep is of his father, holding up a collapsing ceiling while strangers escaped. He wonders if that was a borrowed skill too. He wonders if his father erased a future so other people could keep theirs. He doesn't have an answer, but he's starting to understand the debt. The hospital lights hum at 3 a.m. Seo-jun can't sleep. He's been staring at the same photo for 20 minutes. The thorn eye symbol on the goblin shaman's chest, charred black and still faintly glowing when the shot was taken. He zooms in. The pupil isn't closed. It's sewn shut. Tiny threads of something organic, something that pulses even in a still image. He's seen this before. Not in a textbook, not in a guild briefing, somewhere else. His fingers move before his brain catches up. He pulls up the guild's monster attack database, the public one anyone can access, and starts scrolling through incident reports from the last 3 months. A pack of corrupted wolves hit a B-rank extraction in Incheon. Bodies recovered with the same symbol carved into their hides. A wyvern attack in Busan. Survivors described the creature's eyes as sewn shut before it breathed fire. A dungeon break in Daegu where 3 hunters died before the breach was sealed. The cleanup team found the same mark on the dungeon walls, etched into the stone like a signature. Seo-jun's pulse kicks up. This isn't random. The attacks are connected. He cross-references the dates. The Incheon incident, 3 weeks ago. Busan, 18 days back. Daegu, 10 days. The intervals are shrinking. Something is coordinating these monsters. Something that leaves the same calling card every time. He pulls up a map of Seoul and marks every attack site. The pattern isn't geometric or ritualistic. It's a spiral, tightening inward toward the center of the city, toward the Hunter Association headquarters. His phone buzzes. A message from Kang Dae-ho, sent at 2:47 a.m. The big guy never sleeps either. Dae-ho's message says he's been looking into the symbol too, ever since Seo-jun showed it to him after the Goblin raid. He's got a name. The Parasite Protocol. Seo-jun stares at the screen. That's not a monster classification. That's a project designation. Dae-ho sends a second message. An address, somewhere in the old industrial district, and a name that makes Seo-jun's blood run cold. Baek Hyun-woo. Seo-jun knows that name. Everyone knows that name. Hyun-woo was the S-rank hunter who disappeared from active duty a decade ago after his entire team was wiped out in an A-rank gate gone wrong. The official report said they were overwhelmed by corrupted beasts. The unofficial rumors said it was sabotage. No one's seen him in years. No one except Kang Dae-ho, apparently, who has connections in places Seo-jun never thought to look. Seo-jun doesn't sleep. He waits until dawn, then takes the first train to the industrial district. The address is a warehouse, rusted and abandoned, surrounded by chain-link fencing that looks like it hasn't been maintained in years. But the locks are new, and the security cameras, hidden under the eaves, barely visible, are military-grade. Seo-jun approaches the gate. A voice crackles from an intercom he can't see. It asks him to state his business. He says Dae-ho sent him. He says he needs to understand the symbol. 10 seconds of silence. Then the gate clicks open. The warehouse interior is nothing like the exterior. Clean white walls, medical-grade lighting, monitors displaying real-time gate activity across the Korean peninsula. And in the center of it all, sitting in a wheelchair with a blanket over his legs, is Baek Hyun-woo. He looks older than his file photos. His hair is white now, his face lined, his eyes carrying the exhaustion of a man who's seen too much. But when he looks at Seo-jun, there's still iron in his gaze. Hyun-woo says he's been expecting someone to come asking about the parasite. He just didn't expect it to be an F-rank porter with dark circles under his eyes. Seo-jun doesn't flinch. He pulls up the photo on his phone and holds it out. Hyun-woo's expression shifts. Not surprise, recognition, and something deeper, something like grief. He says the symbol is older than the Hunter Association, older than the ranking system, older than the gates themselves. It was first documented 40 years ago, during the initial dungeon outbreaks, before humanity understood what they were dealing with. A rogue faction within the association believed the gates weren't just portals to monster dimensions. They believed the gates were alive, conscious, hungry. They started experimenting, trying to communicate with the gates, to control them, to weaponize what came through. They called their work the Parasite Protocol. The symbol was their signature, a closed eye, sewn shut, because they believed humanity was blind to the true nature of the gates. Seo-jun asks if the protocol was shut down. Hyun-woo laughs. It's a hollow sound. He says the association officially terminated the project 35 years ago and declared all research destroyed. But 3 years later, his team walked into an A-rank gate that was supposed to be stable. It wasn't. The corrupted beasts inside weren't random spawns. They were seeded, planted. The gate was a trap, and Hyun-woo was the only survivor because someone wanted him to survive. Someone wanted him to carry a message. The Parasite Protocol never died. It went underground, funded by people inside the association who still believe they can tame the gates. And now it's resurfacing. The spiral of attacks, the shrinking intervals, the sewn-shut eyes. It's all building towards something. Hyun-woo says he spent 10 years tracking the protocol's remnants. He's got a lead, a lab, hidden in the sub-basements of an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of Seoul. If the protocol is still active, that's where the research is happening. Seo-jun asks why Hyun-woo hasn't gone himself. The old hunter pulls back the blanket. His legs end at the knees. The stumps are clean, surgical, but the skin around them is marked with the same thorn eye symbol, scarred deep into the flesh. He says the protocol took his team, his legs, and his future. He's been waiting for someone else to finish what he started. Seo-jun looks at the scars, at the symbol burned into a man who was once S-rank, who once stood at the top of the hunter world, who was brought low by a conspiracy that's been festering for decades. He says he'll go to the lab. Hyun-woo nods. He doesn't smile, but something in his eyes softens. He says he's got schematics of the hospital, blueprints of the sublevels, guard rotations, everything Seo-jun needs. But there's something he has to understand first. Seo-jun waits. Hyun-woo says the parasite isn't just a weapon. It's a philosophy. The people who created it believe that humanity can't survive the gates by fighting them. They believe the only path forward is symbiosis, merging human consciousness with the gates themselves, becoming something new, something that isn't quite human anymore. Seo-jun asks if it works. Hyun-woo says he doesn't know. He's never met anyone who survived the full integration. The corrupted beasts, the coordinated attacks, the spiral tightening towards Seoul. Something is already in control of those monsters. Something that thinks like a human, but fights like a gate. The sun is high now, slicing through the warehouse windows in harsh white lines. Seo-jun's 30-second cooldown is long since reset, but he hasn't borrowed anything since the spar with Tae-young. His mind feels sharper for it, clearer. He takes the schematics from Hyun-woo. He memorizes the guard rotations, the access codes, the structural weak points. He's not a strategist, he's a porter. Bottom of the food chain, trained to carry corpses and stay out of the way. But 3 borrowed futures have already burned themselves into his muscle memory. and some of that knowledge lingers even after the skill fades. He thanks Hyun-woo and turns to leave. Hyun-woo calls after him. His voice is quieter now. He says he's seen hunters burn out before. Young talents who pushed too hard, borrowed too much, lost pieces of themselves they couldn't afford to lose. He says Seo-jun's got the same look in his eyes that his team leader had the day they walked into that trapped gate. He says borrowed power is a crutch. It'll keep you standing until it doesn't, and when it breaks, you fall alone. Seo-jun doesn't answer. He walks out of the warehouse and into the pale winter sunlight. The hospital is exactly where Hyun-woo said it would be, a hulking concrete carcass on the edge of the city, windows shattered, walls tagged with years of graffiti. The main building is abandoned, but the sub-levels, according to the schematics, are a different story. Seo-jun finds the access point in the hospital's old boiler room, hidden behind a rusted furnace that's been rigged to slide aside on hydraulic rails. The stairs down are clean, well-maintained. The walls hum with electricity that shouldn't be flowing through a derelict building. He descends. The sub-basement is a labyrinth of white corridors and sealed doors. Lab equipment hums behind frosted glass. Incubators line the walls, filled with organic matter that pulses in slow, rhythmic contractions. The air smells like antiseptic and something else. Something metallic and alive. Seo-jun moves quietly, sticking to the shadows, following the schematics toward the central research chamber. He passes a door marked with a thorn eye symbol and pauses. Through the glass, he can see a row of containment tanks. Inside each tank, suspended in viscous green fluid, is a human body. Some of them are hunters. He recognizes the guild patches on their shredded uniforms. Others are civilians, probably abducted, probably never reported missing. All of them have the same sewn-shut eyes, the same thorn eye scar tissue spreading across their skin. Seo-jun's stomach turns, but he keeps moving. The central chamber is at the end of the corridor. The door is half open. Seo-jun peers through the gap and freezes. The room is massive, a converted operating theater with a vaulted ceiling and observation windows ringing the upper level. In the center, suspended from the ceiling by a web of cables and IV lines, is a containment pod. Inside the pod, something is growing. Something that looks like a gate, shrunk down to the size of a human heart, pulsing with dimensional energy that Seo-jun can feel in his teeth. Ryu Min-seok stands beneath the pod, his back to the door, studying a tablet that displays real-time biometrics. He's not alone. Two armed guards flank him, and the adherent, the expressionless assistant Seo-jun saw through Tae-young's observations, stands in the corner, tablet in hand. Min-seok speaks without turning around. He says he was wondering when Seo-jun would arrive. He says he left the trail deliberately, a breadcrumb trail for anyone curious enough to follow. He didn't expect an F rank to be the one who found it first, but that's what makes Seo-jun so interesting. Seo-jun's hand moves to his weapon. He's still in his porter gear, light armor, a basic combat knife. Nothing that can stand up to whatever security Min-seok has in place. Min-seok turns. His expression is calm, almost pleasant. He says Seo-jun doesn't have to fight. He's not here to kill him. He's here to make an offer. The containment pods in the corridor, the bodies with sewn-shut eyes. Min-seok says they're all volunteers. Hunters who were tired of being weak. Civilians who were tired of being helpless. The parasite protocol isn't about control. It's about evolution, merging humanity with the gates, creating warriors who can fight monsters on equal terms, ending the endless cycle of death and despair. He says Seo-jun understands sacrifice better than anyone. Erased futures, borrowed power, pieces of himself burned away every time he reaches for strength that isn't his. What if he didn't have to burn anymore? What if the power could be his, permanently, without erasing anything? The pod pulses. The miniature gate inside it throbs like a heartbeat. Seo-jun asks what the catch is. Min-seok smiles. He says the symbiosis requires a host with a unique neurological signature. Someone whose consciousness is already partially detached from linear time. Someone who's already erased pieces of their own future to survive. Someone like Seo-jun. The guards move before Seo-jun can react. One of them raises a weapon. Not a gun, something more advanced. Something that crackles with dimensional energy and fires. Seo-jun's body moves on instinct. His 30-second cooldown has been reset for hours. He reaches for a future. Any future. Grabs the first skill he can find. He borrows from a timeline where he spent 20 years as a ghost. Not literally, but as a hunter so skilled at evasion that he became invisible in plain sight. A phantom who walked through enemy lines without leaving a trace. Skill ignites in his nervous system. His body flickers. Not teleporting, not disappearing. Just slipping through the space between the energy blasts. Flowing around attacks as if they were moving through water instead of air. He's past the guards in 3 seconds. He's through the door in 4. He's sprinting up the staircase with the sound of alarms screaming behind him. But the skill has a 60-second limit, and when it expires, he's still in the hospital, still outnumbered, still carrying schematics that could expose a conspiracy that's been festering for 40 years. The future where he became a ghost blinks out of existence. Erased. Gone. Seo-jun bursts through the boiler room door and keeps running. He doesn't stop until he's a kilometer away, collapsed in an alley with his lungs burning, and his mind still reeling from the borrowed skills residue. He deletes it. He deletes the call history. He pulls the schematics from his jacket and folds them into a tight square, small enough to hide in the sole of his boot. Then he calls Kang Dae-ho and tells him to meet at the warehouse. Hyun-woo is waiting when they arrive. So is Tae-young, who somehow heard about the lab through channels Seo-jun doesn't want to think about. So is Ha-jun, because of course she is. She's too smart to leave out and too stubborn to push away. Seo-jun lays out everything he found. The containment tanks. The miniature gate. Min-seok's offer. The symbiosis protocol. The volunteers who weren't volunteers at all. Hyun-woo listens without speaking. When Seo-jun finishes, the old hunter is silent for a long moment. Then he says Seo-jun did well. He says the lab is proof that the protocol is active again. And that's more than Hyun-woo's been able to confirm in 10 years of investigation. But it's not enough. Min-seok will relocate now, erase the evidence, bury the research so deep it'll take another decade to find. And Seo-jun can't borrow another skill to chase him. Not without erasing another future. Another piece of himself that he can't afford to lose. Seo-jun asks what he's supposed to do. Wait for Min-seok to come back? Let the protocol keep spiraling towards Seoul while he sits on his hands? Hyun-woo shakes his head. He says that's not what he's saying. He's saying that Seo-jun has spent his whole career, his whole life, reaching for strength that isn't his. Borrowing futures. Erasing possibilities. Burning himself down to survive another day. He says true strength doesn't come from the futures you steal. It comes from who you are right now. The people you trust. The choices you make when you're out of options. And the cooldown is counting down to 0. Tae-young, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, says Hyun-woo's right. He says Seo-jun landed a palm strike on an S rank without borrowing anything. That's not nothing. Ha-jun, sitting beside Seo-jun with her hands folded in her lap, says she's been suspicious of him since the Goblin raid. She's been angry at him for hiding things, for lying about his rank, for putting the team at risk. But she's not angry anymore. She says whatever he's hiding, whatever his power costs him, she trusts him. She's seen him sacrifice pieces of himself to save people who mocked him. That's not a threat. That's a leader. Seo-jun doesn't answer. He's thinking about his father, holding up a collapsing ceiling while strangers escape. He's thinking about the 2 futures he's already erased. The teacher, the ghost, and the ones he hasn't touched yet. He's thinking about Sua, alone in her hospital room, waiting for a cure that borrowed power can't provide. Hyun-woo wheels himself closer. He says Seo-jun has a choice. He can keep burning futures until there's nothing left, or he can start fighting like someone who plans to have a future. Seo-jun looks at the schematics in his hands, at the thorn eye symbol, at the miniature gate throbbing in his memory. He says he'll expose the protocol, he'll bring Min Seok down. But he won't do it alone. Tae-yang pushes off the wall and grins. It's not a friendly grin. It's the grin of a rival who sees an opportunity. He says he's been waiting for something worth fighting. Ha-jun nods, her expression steady. She says the team needs to know what they're walking into. All of it. Seo-jun agrees. No more secrets. No more borrowed futures he can't afford to pay for. From now on, he fights with what he has, and with the people who choose to stand beside him. High above the warehouse, in a maintenance drone that hovers silently in the pre-dawn darkness, a camera lens zooms in on Seo-jun's face. Ryu Min-seok watches the footage on his tablet, his expression unreadable. The adherent asks if they should escalate containment. Eliminate the porter before he becomes a real threat. Min-seok shakes his head. He says the boy is exactly where he needs him to be, surrounded by allies, building trust, forming bonds. That makes him stronger. But it also makes him predictable, vulnerable. 3 days after the warehouse meeting, Seo-jun is back in his apartment. He's staring at the ceiling at 2 a.m., same as every night since the hospital. Sleep isn't coming. Every time he closes his eyes, he sees the containment tanks, the sewn-shut eyes, the miniature gate pulsing like a heartbeat in the dark. His phone sits on the nightstand, silent. No messages from Hyun-woo. No updates from Tae-young. Just the schematics folded into his boot and the weight of knowing what's coming. He rolls onto his side and checks Sua's last message. Oppa, the nurse says I can try solid food tomorrow. Don't forget to eat too. He hasn't forgotten. He's been living on convenience store rice balls and spite. At 3 a.m., he drifts into a shallow half-sleep. And that's when the window shatters. It's not a brick. It's a canister. It hits the floor and hisses, flooding the room with pale green gas. Seo-jun's eyes snap open. His body moves before his brain catches up, rolling off the bed and grabbing his shirt to press over his mouth. The gas burns. Not his lungs, his mana channels. Whatever this stuff is, it's designed to knock out hunters. The door splinters inward. 3 figures step through the wreckage, full tactical gear, masks with built-in filters. The thorn eye symbol is stitched onto their chest rigs. Min-seok's people, and they're not here to talk. The closest one raises a baton crackling with electric current. Seo-jun doesn't have time to think. He doesn't have time to reach the door or the fire escape. He has exactly one option. He reaches into the river of futures and pulls. The world fractures. He sees a version of himself who trained for 23 years as a void dancer, a fighter who learned to weaponize negative space. The knowledge floods into him, and the future shatters behind it. Gone. Erased. The baton comes down. Seo-jun isn't there anymore. He moves through the assassins with the borrowed grace of his future self, striking with perfect precision. His palm strikes the first one's wrist, and the baton clatters to the floor. His elbow finds the second one's throat. The third one reaches for a sidearm. Seo-jun kicks the canister across the floor, and the gas plume swallows the room in green haze. 40 seconds left on the borrowed skill. He needs to end this fast. The first assassin is back on his feet. Tough guy. Big mistake. Seo-jun flows around his punch and drives a knee into his ribs. The crack echoes through the apartment. The second assassin lunges with a knife. Seo-jun catches the blade between his palms and twists. The knife snaps. The assassin stares at the broken hilt, like he can't process what just happened. Then Seo-jun's forehead meets his nose, and he stops processing anything. 30 seconds left. The third assassin is smarter. He hangs back, letting the gas do the work. He knows the borrowed skill has a timer. He's been briefed. Seo-jun feels his limbs getting heavy. The Void Dancer's grace is fading faster than it should. The gas isn't just suppressing mana, it's suppressing him. He lunges anyway. 20 seconds. The assassin sidesteps and catches him with a baton strike to the ribs. The electricity arcs through Seo-jun's body, and his muscles seize. He hits the floor hard. 15 seconds. The assassin towers over him and raises the baton for a finishing blow. 10 seconds. Seo-jun's hand finds the broken knife on the floor. He drives it into the assassin's thigh. The man screams. The baton drops. Seo-jun rolls, grabs the electric baton, and jams it against the assassin's chest. The voltage locks the man's muscles, and he convulses before collapsing. The borrowed skill fades. The Void Dancer is gone. Another future erased. And Seo-jun is on his hands and knees in a gas-filled apartment with 3 unconscious assassins, and a fourth problem he hasn't seen yet. The problem announces itself with slow applause. Seo-jun looks up. A woman stands in the shattered doorway. She's not wearing tactical gear. She's wearing a black suit with a thorn eye pin on her lapel. Her hair is pulled back tight, and her smile is cold and precise. She says Min-seok was right. He's interesting. Seo-jun tries to stand. His legs don't cooperate. The gas is still in his lungs, still burning his channels. His cooldown timer is at 21 seconds. The woman steps over the unconscious assassins like they're furniture. She crouches in front of him. Her eyes are pale gray, almost silver. She says her name is Cha Eun-ji. She says Min-seok sent her as a contingency. She says Seo-jun has 2 choices. Come quietly and let them run their tests. Or she breaks his legs and drags him there anyway. Seo-jun meets her silver eyes. Guess what he chooses? He headbutts her. Eun-ji reels back more from surprise than pain. Her smile vanishes. She says that was stupid. Then she moves. She's fast. Faster than Tae-young. Not an assassin. An executioner. Her fist catches Seo-jun in the chest, and he skids across the floor into the kitchen counter. The cabinets rattle. Pots crash down around him. He grabs the first thing his hand finds. A frying pan. Not exactly a legendary weapon, but it's what he's got. Eun-ji advances, and Seo-jun swings. She catches the pan with one hand. She says he's resourceful. Then she yanks the pan out of his grip and backhands him across the face. Seo-jun's vision swims. His cooldown is at 9 seconds. He needs to survive 9 seconds against an S-rank executor who just walked through 3 unconscious assassins. Eun-ji grabs him by the collar and lifts him off the floor. She says Min-seok wants him alive. She says Min-seok didn't say anything about unharmed, and her phone rings. She glances at the screen. Her expression flickers. She drops him. Seo-jun hits the floor and gasps. Eun-ji answers the call and listens for 3 seconds. She says she understands. She hangs up. She looks down at Seo-jun with an expression he can't read. She says it's his lucky day. Min-seok has changed the plan. They're not taking him tonight. They're taking someone else. Seo-jun's blood goes cold. He knows who. He tries to stand, but Eun-ji kicks him back down. She says the smart thing would be to stay down, to let them take the girl and cooperate. She says Seo-jun doesn't strike her as smart. Then she walks out. Seo-jun's cooldown hits 0. He reaches for a future, any future, but his head is spinning. His channels are burning, and his concentration is shattered. He can't focus. He can't find a stable branch. The gas is still in his system. He forces himself to his feet.
He stumbles through the broken door, down the stairs, into the street.
The cold air hits him like a slap. He pulls out his phone. His hands are shaking. He dials Im Ji-woo's number. It rings. And rings. No answer. He tries again. Straight to voicemail. Seo-jun stands in the middle of the empty street at 4 a.m., gasping, bleeding, and realizing he's already too late. A message arrives. Unknown number. If you want her back, come to the old Songdo Pier. Come alone. Come without borrowed tricks. You have 1 hour. Seo-jun stares at the screen. His cooldown is ready. He can feel the futures waiting. A version of himself who became a close-quarter specialist. A version who mastered pressure point combat. A version who could end this in 60 seconds flat. But every borrowed skill erases a future. And the last one he took? The Void Dancer? He sees the branch it came from. He sees himself at 46, standing in a hospital room. Suwa is sitting up in bed. She's smiling. She's healthy. She's cured. The branch shatters. The image vanishes. Seo-jun just erased the future where his sister lives. He stands frozen in the street, watching the fragments of that timeline dissolve into nothing. His chest heaves. His eyes burn. He just traded his sister's cure for 60 seconds of smoke and broken bones. And Ji-woo is still captured. The math is brutal. Every move he makes costs him a future. Every save erases a possibility. He puts his hand against a lamppost and forces himself to breathe. He can't fall apart. Not yet. He pulls up his contacts. His thumb hovers over Ha-jun's name. Then Tae-young's. Then Hyun-woo's. Min-suk said come alone. Min-suk also said no borrowed tricks. Seo-jun knows it's a trap. He knows Min-suk wants him isolated, desperate, out of options. What Min-suk doesn't know is that Seo-jun has been out of options his whole life. He's just been too stubborn to admit it. He makes his choice. He doesn't call anyone. He starts walking toward the pier. The Songdo Pier is an abandoned cargo terminal on the western edge of the city. Rusted containers stacked like forgotten monuments. Broken cranes silhouetted against the pre-dawn sky. The air smells like salt and decay. Seo-jun arrives with 7 minutes to spare. His shoulder is still throbbing from the gas and the baton strike. His movements are slower than they should be. But he's here. Eun-ji is waiting. She stands at the end of the pier with 4 more operatives behind her. Ji-woo is on her knees, hands bound behind her back, a mana suppression collar around her throat. She's bruised but conscious. When she sees Seo-jun, her eyes go wide. She shouts at him to run, that it's a trap. Eun-ji backhands her. Ji-woo's head snaps to the side. Seo-jun's fists clench. Eun-ji says he's punctual. She says Min-suk appreciates punctuality. Seo-jun asks what they want. Eun-ji says it's simple. Min-suk wants to understand Seo-jun's power. The borrowing. The future erasure. The unique neurological signature that makes him an ideal host for the parasite protocol. She says Min-suk has been searching for someone like him for 30 years. Someone whose consciousness isn't fully anchored to linear time. Someone who can survive the symbiosis. Seo-jun says he's not interested in becoming a lab rat. Eun-ji smiles. She says that's not up to him. She draws a blade from her coat. It hums with the same green energy as the gas. A mana suppression weapon. She says he has one more choice. Surrender and release Ji-woo. Or watch her die and fight anyway. The 4 operatives spread out. Seo-jun is outnumbered, outgunned, and still recovering from the gas. He has 1 cooldown ready, 1 borrowed skill, 1 more future he can't afford to lose. He doesn't hesitate. He reaches into the river. He finds a branch where he trained as a resonance striker, a fighter who could match his heartbeat to the rhythm of combat, a skill that turns his body into a weapon, perfectly synchronized with the flow of battle. He pulls it. The knowledge floods in. His heartbeat steadies. His breathing evens out. The future shatters behind him. He doesn't look at what he lost this time. He can't afford to. 60 seconds on the clock. He moves. The first operative raises a gun. Seo-jun is already inside his guard. His palm strikes the gun hand, and the weapon clatters away. His follow-up elbow catches the man's jaw. One down. The second operative swings a baton. Seo-jun ducks, pivots, and drives a fist into the man's kidney. Two down. The third and fourth operatives charge together. Seo-jun flows between them like water through rocks. His strikes land in perfect rhythm. Heartbeat. Strike. Heartbeat. Strike. 3 down. 4 down. 40 seconds left. Eunji watches. She's not smiling anymore. She says he's even more interesting than Min Seok predicted. She says it's almost a shame to break him. Then she attacks. She's faster than the operatives, faster than Tae-young. Her blade dances through the air, and Seo-jun barely dodges the first swing. The second swing clips his jacket. The third swing draws blood across his ribs. He stumbles back. His rhythm is off. The resonant striker technique is designed for prolonged combat, not flash engagements. And Eunji is relentless. She presses the attack. Her blade traces a pattern Seo-jun can't quite follow. One moment she's in front of him, the next she's at his flank. 20 seconds left. He blocks the strike with his forearm, and the mana suppression energy burns his skin. He grits his teeth. 10 seconds. He sees an opening, a half-second gap in her guard. He takes it. His fist connects with her sternum. She staggers, but she doesn't fall. Seo-jun drops to one knee. His cooldown starts again. 30 seconds until he can borrow again. He doesn't have 30 seconds. Eunji straightens, rubbing her chest. She says that actually hurt. She says she's impressed. Then she says it's over. Seo-jun looks at Jiwoo. She's crying. She mouths the word go. He can't go. He can't leave her. But he can't win this fight either. Not without another borrowed skill. Not without erasing another future. He thinks about Sua's hospital room, the smile he'll never see, the cure that will never come. He thinks about Hyun-woo's words. True strength doesn't come from the futures you steal. It comes from who you are right now, the people you trust, the choices you make when you're out of options. Seo-jun looks up at Eunji. He says she's wrong. It's not over. Then he does something she doesn't expect. He doesn't borrow anything. He stands up. Eunji tilts her head. She asks if he's surrendering. Seo-jun says no. He says he's fighting like someone who plans to have a future. Then he attacks. No borrowed skill, no erased timeline, just his own body, his own training, his own will. He's slower than Eunji, weaker, less experienced. But he's fought S ranks before. He's sparred with Tae-young. He's survived assassins and gas attacks and the weight of his own choices. He knows where to hit. He knows how to take a blow. He knows how to keep moving when every nerve in his body is screaming. Eunji's blade comes for his throat. He sidesteps and takes the cut across his shoulder instead. His fist connects with her ribs. She grunts and slashes again. He takes the cut on his forearm and kicks her knee. She stumbles. For 1 second, Eunji is off balance. For 1 second, Seo-jun has an opening. He doesn't waste it. He tackles her off the pier. They hit the water hard. The cold shocks the air out of his lungs. Salt water fills his mouth, his eyes, his wounds. Eunji thrashes. Her blade sinks beneath the dark water. She claws at him, but Seo-jun holds on. He drags her deeper. She struggles. Then she goes still. Seo-jun releases her and kicks toward the surface. He breaks the water, gasping. The pier is above him. Jiwoo is still there. The operatives are still unconscious. His cooldown is at 12 seconds. He hauls himself onto the pier, dripping and shivering. Jiwoo stares at him. She asks if he's insane. He says probably. Then he unties her hands and removes the collar. She throws her arms around him. She says she thought he was dead. She says she thought she was dead. She says his sister called her phone. Min-seok's people traced the signal. That's how they found her. Seo-jun goes still. His sister called. That means Min-seok knows about Sua. That means the hospital isn't safe. The screen is cracked. It still works. He dials the hospital. A nurse answers. He asks about Han Seo-jun. The nurse says she's fine. She's sleeping. No visitors tonight. Seo-jun says he's coming. Now, he hangs up and helps Jiwoo to her feet. She leans on him. She's shaking. He says he's sorry. She says don't be stupid. She says she knew what she was signing up for when she joined his team. She says she'll do it again. Then she kisses his cheek. Seo-jun freezes. Jiwoo pulls back, her face red despite the bruises. She says they can talk about that later. Right now they need to move. Seo-jun nods and pulls her away from the pier. In the taxi, Jiwoo leans against his shoulder. The driver doesn't ask questions. Seoul taxi drivers have seen worse. Seo-jun stares out the window. The city is waking up. Early commuters. Delivery trucks. Normal people living normal lives. They don't know about the parasite protocol. They don't know about Min-seok. They don't know that a man just erased his sister's future to save a woman he barely knows. Seo-jun closes his eyes, and he sees her. Oh, Gaul, standing on the sidewalk, watching him. She's translucent, flickering like a bad signal. Her expression is sad. She says he's losing himself. She says every borrowed skill is a piece of his soul. She says he's running out of pieces. Seo-jun opens his eyes. She's gone. Jiwoo asks if he's okay. Seo-jun says he's fine. It's a lie. But it's the only answer he's got. The taxi drops them at the hospital. Seo-jun rushes inside. Jiwoo follows, limping. They take the elevator to the 3rd floor. Sua's room is at the end of the hall. Door is closed. The lights are off. Seo-jun's heart pounds. He pushes the door open. Sua is in her bed. She's breathing. She's safe. Seo-jun sinks into the chair beside her. He reaches for her hand. His fingers hover above hers. He can't touch her, not with the blood on his hands, not with the knowledge that he traded her future away. Jiwoo stands in the doorway. She says she'll keep watch. Seo-jun nods. He doesn't trust himself to speak. He stays like that for hours. Watching his sister sleep. Wondering how many futures he has left. Wondering what happens when he runs out. Then his phone buzzes. A message from Tae-young. Training is at 6. Don't be late. Seo-jun looks at the time. It's 5:47 a.m. He looks at Sua, then at his hands, then at the cracked phone screen. He types a reply. I'll be there. Because what else is he supposed to do? Min-seok is out there. The protocol is still active. Jiwoo was nearly killed. His sister's future is gone. But Seo-jun is still standing. Barely. He stands. He kisses Sua's forehead. He tells her he'll fix this. He doesn't know how. He doesn't know if he can, but he'll try. He walks out of the room. Jiwoo falls into step beside him. She says she's coming to training too. She says someone has to make sure he doesn't collapse. Seo-jun almost smiles. Almost. The sun rises over Seoul. Another day, another fight, another chance to lose himself, or find out who he really is. High above the city, in Min-seok's observation room, the adherent delivers their report. Eun-ji is recovering. The porter escaped.
The bait failed.
Min Seok watches the footage of Seo-jun tackling Eunji off the pier.
No borrowed skill, just desperation and stubbornness.
He says the boy is learning.
He says that makes him more dangerous and more valuable. The adherent asks if they should escalate.
Min Seok shakes his head. He says the spider doesn't rush. He says the web is still being woven, and the boy is walking straight into the center of it.
The sun climbs over Seoul. Seo-jun walks into the guild training complex at 5:58 a.m.
Taeyang is already there,
stretching in the center of the hexagonal chamber. The barrier walls hum at low power. Taeyang doesn't turn around.
He says he wasn't sure Seo-jun would show.
Seo-jun says he said he would. Taeyang turns. He looks at Seo-jun's face. He looks at the bruises.
He looks at the way Seo-jun is holding his left arm.
He asks what happened. Seo-jun says he fell down some stairs. Taeyang doesn't believe him.
But he doesn't push.
He says they're starting with basics today. No borrowed tricks. No hidden aces, just fundamentals. Seo-jun nods.
His shoulder is still screaming from the dislocation.
His ribs are wrapped tight under his shirt. Every breath hurts. But he's here.
Taeyang starts with footwork drills.
Simple patterns. Forward, back, sidestep, pivot. Seo-jun moves through them. His body protests. He ignores it.
Taeyang watches him like a hawk.
He says Seo-jun's balance is garbage. He says his weight transfer is too slow.
He says his injured shoulder is throwing off his center line.
Seo-jun asks how he knows about the shoulder. Taeyang says he's not blind.
He says Seo-jun is flinching every time he turns left.
Seo-jun doesn't deny it. They keep drilling. 20 minutes of footwork. Then hand positioning.
Then basic blocks.
Taeyang is relentless. He corrects every mistake, every sloppy angle, every lazy step.
He says Seo-jun has raw talent, but zero polish.
He says that's what gets people killed. Seo-jun takes it. He doesn't complain.
He doesn't make excuses. He just keeps moving.
At 7:15, the chamber door opens. Yoon Ha-jun walks in. She's holding a tablet and a cup of coffee.
She stops when she sees them.
She asks what they're doing. Taeyang says training. She says it's 6 in the morning.
Taeyang says the best time to train is when the body is fresh.
Ha-jun looks at Seo-jun. She looks at his face. She looks at the bruises.
Her expression doesn't change.
But her grip on the coffee cup tightens. She says the debrief for the A-rank gate is at 9.
She says she expects Seo-jun to be there.
Seo-jun says he'll be there. She hesitates. Then she walks out. Taeyang watches her go.
He says she's worried about him.
Seo-jun says she's worried about the mission. Taeyang says sure. He doesn't sound convinced. They keep drilling. At 8:30, Seo-jun's phone buzzes. A notification from the Hunter Association app. Emergency alert. A corrupted gate has appeared in the Mapo district.
All available hunters in the area are being mobilized.
Seo-jun reads the alert twice. Taeyang reads it over his shoulder. He says they should go.
Seo-jun says he's not cleared for field duty yet.
Taeyang says the alert says all available hunters. He says Seo-jun is available.
Seo-jun can't argue with that.
They grab their gear and head out. The Mapo district is chaos. The gate is a wound in the air,
crackling with black energy.
Cordons have been set up. Civilians are being evacuated. Hunters are streaming in from all directions.
Seo-jun and Taeyang show their IDs at the perimeter.
The coordinator waves them through. The gate is unstable.
Dimensional readings are off the charts. No one knows what's inside.
Teams are being formed on the fly. Seo-jun spots familiar faces.
Tang Dae-ho is there.
His scarred jaw is set tight. He's carrying a massive tower shield. He sees Seo-jun and grins.
He says the kid can't stay out of trouble.
Seo-jun says trouble finds him. Dae-ho says that's the mark of a real hunter.
The gate pulses. A wave of black energy washes over the crowd. Hunters stagger. Some go pale. The feeling is wrong, cold, alien. Seo-jun's borrowed power stirs. He feels it reaching. He pushes it down. Cooldown is at 0. He can borrow if he needs to. But he doesn't want to. Not yet. Not after everything. Oh Gaeul said. The coordinator shouts for teams to enter. Daeho joins a strike team. Tae-young is assigned to the vanguard. Seo-jun is told to stay back. He's still listed as F rank. He doesn't argue. He watches them go in. The gate swallows them. Minutes pass. Then a scream. Then silence. Seo-jun's heart pounds. The coordinator tries to raise the teams on comms. Static. Nothing. The gate pulses again, stronger this time. The black energy licks out. It touches a hunter near the front. The hunter's eyes go wide. He screams. His skin turns gray. He collapses. The gate is corrupting people. Just being near it is dangerous. The coordinator orders everyone back. But Seo-jun doesn't move. He's staring at the gate. He feels it calling him, pulling him, like it knows him. His borrowed power surges. He can't stop it. Future version of himself reaches out. Not from a timeline he chooses, from a timeline that chooses him. The gate opens, and Seo-jun is pulled inside. He lands hard on black stone. The air is thick, hot. It smells like ash and iron. The sky is a swirling void. No stars, no light. Just endless black. Seo-jun stands. His shoulder screams. He ignores it. He looks around. The terrain is jagged. Black rock formations jut up like broken teeth. In the distance, something moves. He can't see it clearly, but he feels it. A presence. Familiar. Wrong. He walks toward it. His footsteps echo on the stone. The presence grows stronger, more familiar, more wrong. He rounds a formation, and he stops. Standing in the middle of the black plain is a figure. It's him. Same height, same build, same dark circles under the eyes. But wrong. The figure's skin is pale, almost gray. Its eyes are black. No iris, no pupil, just empty. It's wearing the same torn gear Seo-jun wore in the A-rank gate. The same bloodstains, the same rips. It's a reflection, a dark mirror. Seo-jun stares at it. It stares back. Then it speaks. Its voice is his voice, but hollow, echoing. It says it's been waiting for him. Seo-jun asks what it is. It says it's the him that he's afraid of becoming. It says it's the him that fails. It says it's the him that lets everyone die. Seo-jun clenches his fists. The reflection smiles. It's a terrible smile. Empty. Cold. It says it's going to show him something. It raises its hand. And the world shifts. They're in a hospital room. Suwa is in the bed. She's pale, thin. Machines beep around her. The reflection is standing beside her. It says this is the future he erased. The future where he borrowed too many skills. The future where he lost himself. The future where Suwa dies because he wasn't strong enough. Without borrowing. Without tricks. Just him. And he failed. Seo-jun watches. Suwa's hand goes limp. The machine's flatline. His reflection looks at him. It says this is what he's running toward. Seo-jun says he won't let it happen. The reflection says he already did. It says every borrowed skill is a step closer to this. It says he's erasing every future where Suwa survives. Seo-jun says it's lying. The reflection laughs. It says it's not lying. It says it's the truth he's too afraid to face. Then it attacks. It moves with borrowed speed. The same movement art from the spar with Tae-young. Seo-jun barely dodges.
The reflection flows through the air. Its palm strikes at his throat.
Seo-jun deflects. Barely.
The reflection doesn't stop. It presses the attack. Punch after punch. Kick after kick. Seo-jun is on the defensive.
His injuries slow him down.
His shoulder is burning. His ribs are on fire. The reflection kicks him in the chest.
He flies back and crashes into a rock formation.
The black stone cracks. Seo-jun gasps. The reflection walks toward him. It says he's weak.
It says he's always been weak. It says the only reason he's survived this long is because of the borrowed skills.
Without them, he's nothing.
Seo-jun pushes himself up.
Blood drips from his mouth. He asks if the reflection is done talking. The reflection stops. It tilts its head.
Seo-jun says he's heard worse. He's heard it from himself.
Every night. Every time he closes his eyes. Every time he fails to save someone.
He says he knows he's weak. He knows he's scared. He knows he's running out of futures to borrow.
But he's still here. Still standing. Still fighting.
And that's not nothing.
That's not borrowed. That's his. The reflection's empty eyes flicker. Seo-jun steps forward.
He says the reflection isn't his future. It's his fear.
And he's done letting fear win. He lunges. No borrowed skill. No tricks.
Just his own strength.
The reflection blocks. But Seo-jun doesn't stop. He throws punch after punch. The reflection counters. It's faster, stronger. But Seo-jun keeps coming. He takes a hit to the jaw. He keeps swinging. He takes a kick to the ribs. He keeps swinging. His vision blurs.
Blood fills his mouth.
But he keeps swinging. Because this is what he learned. At the pier, against Unji. Borrowed power is a crutch.
But he has something else. Something that's his.
Something the reflection doesn't have. Stubbornness. Desperation. Love. He thinks of Su-ah.
He thinks of Ji-woo.
He thinks of Tae-young and Dae-ho. He thinks of everyone who's counting on him. And he swings harder. The reflection stumbles.
Its empty eyes widen.
It asks what he's doing. Seo-jun says he's proving it wrong. He's not the failure. He's not the fear. He's Han Seo-jun.
And he's done running.
He throws one more punch. It connects with the reflection's chest. The reflection cracks. Black light spills from the wound.
It screams.
The world around them shatters. The black plane, the hospital room, all of it, dissolves into dust. Seo-jun falls. He lands on cold stone.
Real stone.
The corrupted gate is collapsing. He can feel it. The dimensional pressure is dropping. The black sky is breaking apart.
He pushes himself to his feet.
His body is wrecked. But he's alive. He's still here. The gate spits him out. He stumbles onto the asphalt.
Hunters surround him.
They're shouting. Someone catches him before he falls. It's Dae-ho. He's asking if Seo-jun is okay. Seo-jun can't answer.
He's too tired, too broken.
But he's smiling. Because he won. Not with borrowed power, with his own. Tae-young pushes through the crowd. He looks at Seo-jun. He looks at the way he's standing. He looks at the blood. He says Seo-jun is insane. Seo-jun says probably. Then he collapses.
He wakes up in the guild medical wing.
The lights are bright. Too bright. His body is wrapped in bandages. IVs drip into his arm.
And sitting beside his bed is Yoon-ha-jun.
She's not holding a tablet. She's not drinking coffee. She's just sitting there, waiting.
She sees his eyes open.
She doesn't say anything for a long moment. Then she says, he's an idiot. Seo-jun says he's heard that before.
She says he almost died.
Seo-jun says he didn't. She says that's not the point. She leans forward. Her expression is hard, but her eyes are soft.
She says she doesn't know what he's hiding.
She doesn't know what he did in that gate. But she knows he's not F rank. She knows he's hurting himself. She knows he's carrying something, and she says she's done pretending she doesn't see it. Seo-jun looks at her. She's beautiful, even when she's angry, especially when she's angry. He says he can't tell her. Not yet. She says she's not asking him to. She says she's asking him to let her carry some of it, whatever it is. She's his team leader. She's his ally. She's more than that, and she's not going anywhere. Seo-jun doesn't know what to say, so he says thank you. Ha-jun nods. Then she stands. She says the debrief is postponed until he's recovered. She says she'll make sure he's not assigned to any gates until he's cleared by medical. She walks to the door. Then she stops. She says she's glad he's alive, and she leaves. Seo-jun stares at the ceiling. His body hurts. His head hurts. But something is different. Something has shifted. The dark reflection is gone. The fear is still there, but it's quieter now. Because he faced it. And he didn't break. He knows the fight isn't over. Min-suk is still out there. The parasite protocol is still active. Su-ah is still dying. But Seo-jun is still fighting. And he's not fighting alone anymore. He closes his eyes. And for the first time in weeks he sleeps. No nightmares. No dark reflections. Just sleep. In the observation room high above Seoul, Min-suk watches the footage. The corrupted gate. The hunters collapse. He watches Seo-jun crawl out of the gate. No borrowed skill. No flash of power. Just will. Min-suk smiles. He says the boy is ready. The adherent asks for orders. Min-suk says the next phase begins. The spider's web tightens. And the boy is walking straight into the center. Seo-jun is out of the medical wing 3 days later. His ribs still ache, but he can move. He walks straight into the guild strategy room, where Tae-young is already waiting. Dae-ho is there too, with his arm in a sling and a grin on his scarred face. And Ha-jun is at the head of the table with a holographic map of Seoul spinning in front of her. She doesn't look surprised to see. She says it's about time he showed up. Seo-jun says he's done resting. She says good because they have a problem. The map zooms in on an industrial district near the Han River. A cluster of red dots pulses on the screen. Ha-jun says guild intelligence has been tracking Min-suk's movements for the past 72 hours. She says he's holed up in a converted shipping depot 3 kilometers from the river. Thermal scans show at least 40 armed personnel. Dimensional energy readings are off the charts. And there's a subterranean level that doesn't appear on any city blueprint. Seo-jun stares at the map. He knows exactly what's down there. The Parasite Protocol's main lab. Dae-ho says the place is a fortress. Ha-jun says it's worse than that. She pulls up a satellite image showing concentric rings of wards around the depot. Each ring is keyed to a different mana signature. If anyone crosses without the right clearance, the whole place goes into lockdown. Tae-young crosses his arms. He asks how they're supposed to get in. Seo-jun reaches into his jacket and pulls out a data chip. He says he already has the schematics. Everyone turns to look at him. Ha-jun's eyes narrow. He plugs the chip into the table and the hologram shifts. Now they're looking at a 3-dimensional blueprint of the depot's sublevels. Guard rotations, access codes, structural weak points, all of it. Dae-ho whistles. He asks where our boy got that. Seo-jun says a friend. He doesn't mention Hyun-woo's name. Not yet. Ha-jun studies the schematics for a long moment. Then she says they need a team. Not a guild strike force, too many ears. A small squad. People they can trust. She starts assigning roles right there. Tae-young is primary assault. Dae-ho is breach and extraction. Ha-jun is field medic and support. And Seo-jun. She looks at him. She says he's infiltration. He's the only one who's been inside that lab. He knows the layout. He knows the codes. He knows what Min-suk is looking for. Seo-jun nods. He doesn't argue. This is his fight. It always has been. But now he's not fighting it alone. Ji-woo's voice comes from the doorway. She says she's coming too. Everyone turns. She's still bandaged from the pier. Her wrists are bruised where the suppression collar burned her skin, but her eyes are hard. Ha-jun says she's not cleared for duty. Ji-woo says she doesn't care. She says Min-suk's people grabbed her off the street. They put a collar on her throat. They used her as bait. She's not sitting this one out. Taeyang glances at Seo-jun. Seo-jun looks at Ji-woo. He says she's in. Ha-jun doesn't argue. She knows that look. Ji-woo walks to the table and studies the map. She asks about Eunji. Seo-jun's jaw tightens. He says Eunji is Min-suk's contingency. A rival prodigy trained specifically to counter hunters like them. Ji-woo asks if he can beat her. Seo-jun remembers the pier, the way Eunji moved, the way she read his borrowed skills like an open book. He says he doesn't know, but he's going to try. The planning takes 3 hours. Routes, timing, fallback positions. By the time they're done, the hologram is covered in annotations. Ha-jun sets the raid for midnight. They move in 5 hours. Seo-jun finds himself on the guild rooftop. The city sprawls below him. Lights flicker across Seoul like stars on the ground. He's thinking about Suwa, about the future he erased, about the bill Ogaul warned him about. Footsteps behind him. It's Ha-jun. She stands beside him at the railing. Then she asks if he's okay. Seo-jun says he's fine. She says that's a lie. He doesn't deny it. She says she meant what she said in the medical wing. She's not going anywhere. She doesn't need to know his secrets. She just needs him to trust her. Seo-jun looks at her. The wind catches her hair. The city lights reflect in her eyes. He says he trusts her. More than anyone. She smiles. Just a little. It's the first real smile he's seen from her. Then she says they should get some rest. The raid is in 5 hours. He nods. But he doesn't move. Neither does she. They stay on the rooftop until the city goes quiet. Midnight hits. The team moves. Daeho drives the van through empty streets. Seo-jun sits in the back checking his gear. Combat vest. Mana suppression grenades. A basic short sword he barely knows how to use. Taeyang is across from him doing breathing exercises. Ji-woo is reviewing the schematics on a tablet. Ha-jun is monitoring guild channels for any sign they've been detected. The depot looms ahead. A massive structure of rusted steel and concrete. Floodlights sweep the perimeter. Armed guards patrol in pairs. Daeho parks the van in a blind spot between 2 warehouses. The team slips out into the darkness. Seo-jun leads them to a service entrance on the north side. He types the access code into the panel. The lock clicks open. Taeyang raises an eyebrow. He asks where Seo-jun got that code. Seo-jun says a friend with good intel. They move inside. The corridors are sterile white and humming with machinery. Seo-jun knows the layout. Left at the junction. Down the maintenance stairwell. Through the old boiler room. They're in the sublevels now. The air is thick with dimensional energy. It tastes like ozone and rot. Ji-woo whispers that the readings are spiking hard. Something big is powering up down here. They reach a junction where 3 corridors meet. Seo-jun holds up a fist. Everyone freezes. Footsteps echo from the left passage. 2 guards, armed. Thorn eye patches on their shoulders. Seo-jun signals to Taeyang. Taeyang nods. The guards round the corner. Taeyang moves like lightning. 1 palm strike to the first guard's temple. A spinning kick to the second's jaw. Both go down without a sound. Daeho drags the bodies into a supply closet. The team keeps moving. They reach the central chamber. It's massive. 2 stories tall. filled with containment tanks just like the hospital lab.
These tanks aren't holding bodies. They're holding gates.
Miniature dimensional rifts suspended in viscous green fluid. Dozens of them.
Ji-woo stares at the tanks. She asks what the hell they're doing here.
Seo-jun says they're growing.
Min-seok is using the parasite protocol to cultivate gates inside human hosts,
merging them, creating something new, a voice from the shadows.
He says Seo-jun is exactly right.
Ryu Min-seok steps into the light. He's dressed in a white lab coat, calm, collected, like he was expecting them.
He says he's been waiting for Seo-jun to come back.
He says the symbiosis requires a specific neurological signature, someone exactly like Seo-jun.
Tae-young steps forward.
He says Min-seok isn't touching Seo-jun. Min-seok smiles. He says he doesn't need to, because Seo-jun is going to volunteer.
Seo-jun asks why he would ever do that.
Min-seok taps a tablet. A screen on the wall lights up. It shows a live feed of a hospital room.
Sua's hospital room.
She's sleeping, peaceful, unaware. Min-seok says her room is wired with enough explosives to level the building.
If he doesn't cooperate, she dies.
And not in some erased future. Right now. Seo-jun's blood goes cold. Ji-woo whispers that he's bluffing.
Min-seok says he never bluffs.
Seo-jun looks at the screen, at his sister, his reason for everything. He looks at Ha-jun, at Tae-young, at Dae-ho,
at Ji-woo.
They're all staring at him, waiting. He reaches into his vest and pulls out his short sword. He drops it on the floor. He says fine.
He'll cooperate.
Min-seok smiles. He gestures to a door on the far side of the chamber. He says the symbiosis chamber is ready.
Seo-jun starts walking.
Ha-jun grabs his arm. She says he can't do this. He says he doesn't have a choice. She says they'll find another way.
He says there is no other way.
He pulls his arm free and keeps walking. The door slides open. The chamber beyond is circular. White tiles.
A single chair in the center
with restraints on the armrests. Seo-jun sits down. The restraints snap shut around his wrists and ankles.
Min-seok's voice comes through a speaker.
He says the process will take approximately 6 minutes.
The symbiosis will integrate a gate fragment into Seo-jun's mana channels.
If he survives, he'll become something more than human. If he doesn't, well,
Min-seok says those are acceptable losses.
Seo-jun closes his eyes. He thinks about Sua, about Ha-jun, about everything he's fought for.
And then he hears a crash.
The door to the symbiosis chamber explodes inward. Tae-young walks through the smoke. He says he changed his mind. Dae-ho is behind him with a massive shield deployed. Ji-woo has a mana pistol in each hand. And Ha-jun is already at Seo-jun's side working on the restraints. She says they're not letting him do this alone.
Min-seok's voice crackles through the speaker.
He says they've just signed Sua's death warrant. Ha-jun doesn't stop working.
She says no, they haven't.
Because she already sent a team to the hospital, a team of hunters she trusts with her life.
Sua is being evacuated right now.
Min-seok goes silent. The restraints snap open. Seo-jun stands up. He looks at Ha-jun. She says she told him.
She's not going anywhere.
The chamber floods with armed guards. Thorn Eye operatives pour through every entrance. 20 of them. 30.
Armed with mana rifles and suppression batons.
Tae-young cracks his knuckles. He says he's been wanting a real workout. Dae-ho slams his shield into the ground. The impact cracks the tile floor. Ji-woo flips the safeties off her pistols.
Ha-jun channels mana into her hands.
Soft golden light spills between her fingers. And Seo-jun. Seo-jun reaches for his power. The cooldown is 0.
He can borrow anything,
any future, any skill. He closes his eyes and reaches. What he finds isn't a future version of himself.
It's something else. A fragment of memory from the reflection in the corrupted gate. Not a skill, a truth. The dark reflection showed him what he becomes if he keeps borrowing. A hollow shell. A man with no futures left. He opens his eyes. He doesn't borrow anything. Instead, he picks up a fallen guard's baton. He faces the 30 armed operatives with a stolen weapon and no plan. He says he's done borrowing. Tonight he fights with what's his. Tae-young grins. He says that's the dumbest thing he's ever heard. He also says he loves it. The guards open fire. Mana bolts rip through the air. Daeho's shield catches the first wave. Ha-jun's healing aura washes over the team. Ji-woo returns fire with both pistols. And Seo-jun moves. No borrowed skill, no cheat, just footwork. Tae-yang drilled into him for hours. Step and pivot, block and counter. He closes the distance to the nearest guard and swings the baton. It connects with the man's helmet. He goes down. Tae-young is a blur of strikes. He takes out 4 guards before the first one hits the ground. Ji-woo's aim is surgical. She puts a mana bolt through the trigger hand of every operative who raises a rifle. Daeho advances like a wall. His shield absorbs everything. He shoves 3 guards into a wall, and they don't get back up. Ha-jun keeps the team standing. When Tae-young takes a glancing hit to the shoulder, she heals it before he even feels the pain. When Ji-woo's magazine runs dry, Ha-jun is already handing her a fresh one. They fight like a unit, like a family. 20 guards are down in the first 90 seconds, but more keep coming. A massive operative with an enchanted warhammer steps through the door. His mana signature spikes off the charts, A rank at least. He swings the hammer at Daeho's shield. The impact sends Daeho skidding backward. Even his shield arm trembles. Tae-young moves to intercept. The warhammer swings again. Tae-young dodges. Barely. The wind from the swing cracks the wall behind him. Seo-jun sees the pattern. The hammer is slow on the recovery. Half a second between swings. He doesn't need a borrowed targeting algorithm to see that. He calls out to Tae-young. He says to feint high. Tae-young doesn't question it. He launches a high kick. The hammer operative raises his weapon to block. Seo-jun is already moving. He slides under the raised hammer and drives the baton into the man's knee. The joint buckles. Tae-young follows with a spinning kick to the operative's temple. The giant topples. The remaining guards hesitate. Seo-jun doesn't. He charges forward. Ji-woo covers him with suppressing fire. Daeho bull rushes the center of the formation. Tae-young flows through the gaps like water. In 3 minutes, it's over. 30 guards, all down. The team stands in the center of the chamber, breathing hard, bleeding in places, but standing. Ha-jun looks at Seo-jun. She says he didn't borrow a single skill. He says no. He didn't. He looks at his hands. They're shaking, but they're his. Min-suk's voice comes through the speaker one more time. He says he's impressed. He says the parasite protocol will proceed regardless. He says Seo-jun has only delayed the inevitable. And then the chamber goes dark. The containment tanks rupture. Green fluid floods the floor. The miniature gates inside the tanks begin to pulse. Dimensional energy spikes off every scanner Ji-woo has. She says the gates are opening. All of them. At once. Daeho asks what that means. Seo-jun looks at the ruptured tanks. At the swirling portals forming inside them. He says it means Min-seok just unleashed something he can't control. The first creature crawls through a portal. It's not a monster. Not exactly, it's human-shaped, but its eyes are sewn shut, and its chest glows with the same light as the severed gates. It opens its mouth, and it screams with the voice of 1,000 timelines. The first creature crawls fully through the portal and stands up on broken legs. Its head snaps towards Seo-jun, and the screaming stops all at once. Now there's just silence, and those sewn-shut eyes that somehow still see him. Our boy tightens his grip on the stolen baton. Ji-woo raises both pistols, and her hands aren't shaking anymore. Tae-young shifts into a fighting stance and says he's really starting to hate this guy Min-seok. More creatures pour through the containment tanks. Green fluid splashes across the floor as the portals pulse and spit out bodies. 3. 7 of them now, all human-shaped, all with eyes sewn shut, all with chests glowing like miniature gates. Dae-ho plants his shield and asks what the plan is. Seo-jun doesn't have one, but he's not borrowing a skill either. He made that choice and he's sticking to it. The first creature charges and it moves wrong. Its joints bend backward, and its footsteps leave cracks in the concrete. Tae-young meets it head-on with a spinning kick that should shatter bone. The creature catches his leg. Tae-young's eyes go wide. Nobody catches Tae-young's kicks. The creature hurls him across the chamber, and he crashes through 2 containment tanks before he stops. Green fluid soaks his uniform, and he doesn't get up right away. Ha-jun is already running toward him with healing light in her hands. Ji-woo opens fire, and her mana bolts hit center mass on 3 creatures. They don't flinch. The bolts sink into their glowing chests and just disappear, like the gates inside them are eating the energy. Dae-ho slams his shield forward and catches 2 creatures with the impact. They skid backward, but their feet dig trenches in the floor, and they stop. They push back. Dae-ho's arms are shaking, and he's a man who once held a collapsing tunnel ceiling for 6 minutes. Seo-jun sees the pattern. Not a weak point like the centipede, something else. The creatures move in sync, but there's a delay. A half-second lag between the one in front and the ones behind. Like they're sharing a single mind, and the signal takes time to travel. He calls out to Ji-woo. He tells her to shoot the one on the left. She doesn't ask why. She just fires. The creature on the left staggers, and its chest light flickers. The other 6 freeze for exactly half a second. That's the opening. Seo-jun moves. No borrowed skill. No future self. Just footwork Tae-young beat into him at 6 in the morning. Step and pivot. Close the distance. Swing the baton. The baton cracks against the creature's skull, and it goes down. Not dead, but down. Tae-young pulls himself out of the wreckage, with Ha-jun's healing light still washing over him. He's grinning. He says he knew Seo-jun had a brain under all that F-rank paperwork. Dae-ho shoves forward, and his shield catches another creature in the throat. It crumples. 5 left. Ji-woo reloads, and her fingers are a blur. She's watching Seo-jun with something new in her eyes. Not just the romantic rivalry from before. Something deeper. Like she's seeing him for the first time without the borrowed power, and she likes what she sees. Ha-jun finishes healing Tae-young and moves to Dae-ho. Her golden light washes over his trembling shield arm, and the shaking stops. She glances at Seo-jun, and she doesn't say anything. But she doesn't need to. He knows what she's thinking. She told him she trusted him, and he's proving her right. The creatures regroup, and their chest lights pulse faster now. The air crackles with dimensional energy. Ji-woo's scanner screams a warning she doesn't need to read out loud. Everyone knows what's coming. The portals are opening wider. More creatures are coming through. Not 7 this time. Dozens. The chamber floods with them. Seo-jun counts 20 in the first wave and more behind them. All with sewn-shut eyes. All with glowing chests. All moving with that same half-second lag. Tae-young cracks his neck and says he's got maybe 10 in him before he needs another. Dae-ho says he can hold the left flank for 2 minutes. Ji-woo says she's got 6 magazines left. Ha-jun says she'll keep everyone standing as long as she can. Seo-jun looks at his team, his family, and he knows what he has to do. He doesn't want to, Every fiber of his being screams at him not to. The cooldown is 0, and the creatures are coming, and his people are going to die if he doesn't act. He reaches for his power. The cooldown is gone, and the futures are waiting. He could borrow anything. A skill from a timeline where he trained for a century. A technique from a version of himself who fought a war against these exact creatures. A killing art from a future where he became the strongest hunter in history. He reaches past all of them. He reaches for something smaller. A skill from a future where he became a tactician, not a fighter. A strategist who spent decades studying gate mechanics and dimensional energy patterns. The borrowed skill floods his mind. Tactical overlay. He sees the threads. The creatures aren't independent. They're nodes in a network, and the network has a hub. The biggest portal. The one in the center tank. The one that's still half closed, but pulsing faster than all the others. That's the command signal. Destroy the hub, and the network collapses. He opens his eyes, and the overlay is still there. Glowing lines connecting every creature to the center tank. He points and tells Jiwoo to aim for the central portal. She fires. The mana bolt hits the portal dead center. The creatures scream. All of them. At once. The same scream from 1,000 timelines. The network flickers. Seo-jun feels the future erasing itself. A branch where he spent 40 years in a war room. A branch where he saved a friend whose name he doesn't even know yet. Gone. The tactical overlay stays active for 53 more seconds. He uses every one of them. He calls out targets, and his team responds like they've been fighting together for years. Taeyang hits the nodes. Seo-jun marks with a finger. Daeho shields the approaches. Seo-jun identifies as vulnerability points. Ha-jun heals the injuries Seo-jun predicts 3 seconds before they happen. Jiwoo puts bolts through every flickering chest light that pulses out of sync. 20 creatures fall in the first 30 seconds. 30 more in the next 20. The central portal is cracking now, and the command network is fragmenting. 3 seconds left on the borrowed skill. Seo-jun sees one more thread. A cluster of creatures guarding something in the back of the chamber. Not the central portal. Something else. A containment tank that isn't ruptured. A tank that's still sealed and glowing with a different kind of light. Starlight. The tactical overlay fades, and Seo-jun is back in his own head. But he saw it. The starlight bloom isn't in some distant gate. It's here, in this chamber. Min-seok had it the whole time, he tells the team. Ha-jun's healing light stutters for half a second. Taeyang stops mid-kick and almost takes a hit. Daeho grunts and shoves 3 creatures back with a single push. Jiwoo asks if he's sure. Seo-jun says he saw it. The tactical overlay doesn't lie. The creatures are thinning now, and the central portal is collapsing. But the sealed tank is on the far side of the chamber, and there are still a dozen creatures between them and it. And the tank is connected to something. Thick cables run from its base to a console on the wall. A console with a timer. Jiwoo sees it, and her face goes pale. She says the timer is counting down, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Seo-jun knows what Min-seok planned. If the symbiosis failed, if Seo-jun refused, the whole depot was rigged to collapse. The starlight bloom would be destroyed, and Sua's last chance with it. He looks at the sealed tank, then at the timer, then at his team. Taeyang says he'll clear a path. Daeho says he'll hold the rear. Jiwoo says she'll cover the approach. Ha-jun says nothing. She just looks at Seo-jun with those unreadable eyes. He asks her to trust him one more time. She says she already told him. The team moves. Taeyang hits the front line like a missile, and creatures go flying. Daeho's shield becomes a wall that nothing gets past. Jiwoo's pistols are a symphony of precise fire, and every bolt finds a chest light. Ha-jun's healing aura wraps around all of them, and nobody falls. Seo-jun runs.
No borrowed skill, no tactical overlay, just his own legs and his own lungs, and his own heart pounding in his chest. He reaches the sealed tank, and the starlight bloom is inside. A flower made of pure light. Petals of condensed starlight. The thing that could save his sister. He slams his hand against the glass. It doesn't break. He hits it again. Nothing. The tank is reinforced. Jiwoo screams a warning. A creature breaks through the defensive line, one of the big ones. Chest glowing brighter than all the others. It swings at Seo-jun, and he doesn't have time to dodge. Dae-ho is there. He takes the hit on his shield, and the impact sends cracks through the metal. Dae-ho goes down on one knee, but he doesn't fall. He tells Seo-jun to hurry up. Seo-jun looks at the tank, then at the console, then at the timer. 3 minutes and 8 seconds. He doesn't have a borrowed skill for this. He doesn't have a plan. He just has his hands and his desperation, and the face of his sister in a hospital bed. He grabs the cables connected to the tank. He pulls. The cables spark and resist. He pulls harder. His muscles scream, and his dislocated shoulder howls in protest. He doesn't stop. One cable snaps, then another. The third one tears free, and the tank's seal hisses. Green gas vents from the console. Not the mana-burning gas from his apartment, something else. Jiwoo's scanner goes crazy, and she shouts something he can't hear over the roar of his own pulse. The tank opens. Starlight bloom pulses once, twice. Then the light begins to fade. Seo-jun reaches inside, and his fingers close around the stem. The flower is cold, colder than anything he's ever touched. But it's real, and it's here, and it's his. He pulls it out and clutches it to his chest. Taeyong shouts that they need to move. The timer is at 2 minutes. The central portal collapses completely, and the remaining creatures drop. Not dead, powered down. Their chest lights go dark, and they slump against the walls like puppets with cut strings. The chamber is quiet except for the beeping of the timer. 2 minutes to get out. Taeyong is bleeding from a cut above his eye. Dae-ho's shield is in pieces. Jiwoo is out of magazines. Ha-jun is pale, and her healing light is flickering. They gave everything. For him. For Sua. For a flower that might not even work. He tells them to run. They don't argue. The team sprints through the ruined chamber and into the corridor. The timer hits 1 minute. They reach the stairwell and the walls are shaking now. Debris falls from the ceiling, and Dae-ho shields Ha-jun from a chunk of concrete. The timer hits 30 seconds. They burst through the ground floor and out into the night. The depot behind them explodes. A column of green fire shoots into the sky, and the shockwave throws all of them to the ground. Seo-jun lands on his injured shoulder, and the pain whites out his vision for a second. But he's still holding the flower. He's still holding it. When the ringing in his ears stops, he hears Ha-jun calling his name. She's kneeling over him with healing light already flowing. Taeyong is laughing, just lying on his back in the dirt, laughing at the sky. Dae-ho is sitting up and checking himself for injuries, like he can't believe he's still alive. Jiwoo is crawling towards Seo-jun. Her bandaged wrists are bleeding again, and her face is smeared with dust and ash. She reaches him and looks at the flower. She asks if that's really it. Seo-jun nods. She smiles. Not the competitive smirk from before, a real smile. She says he's insane, and she's glad she joined his team. Ha-jun finishes healing his shoulder and helps him sit up. She looks at the starlight bloom, and her expression is unreadable again. But her hand is on his arm, and she doesn't let go. She says they need to get the flower to the guild's medical division. Seo-jun says no. He's taking it to Sua himself. Nobody argues. Taeyong gets to his feet and brushes the dirt off his uniform. He says he'll call a transport. Dae-ho says he'll handle the guild report. Jiwoo says she's coming with Seo-jun to the hospital. Ha-jun says she's coming too. Seo-jun looks at all of them. his team, his family. He doesn't say thank you. He doesn't need to. They know. The transport arrives and they pile in. Seo-jun holds the starlight bloom and watches the burning depot shrink in the distance. The bill for his borrowed skills will come due someday. But right now, none of that matters. Right now, he has a flower made of starlight and a sister who needs him. And he's not borrowing anything. He's just Han Seo-jun, an F-rank hunter with a stolen baton and a team that won't leave his side. And that's enough. For now, that's enough. Transport tears through Seoul's empty pre-dawn streets. Seo-jun's still clutching the starlight bloom, like it's going to evaporate if he loosens his grip. It's cold enough that his fingers are going numb, but he doesn't care. Soo-ah is 40 minutes away, and for the first time in months, he actually has something real in his hands. Ji-woo's leaning against the window with her bandaged wrists resting in her lap. She hasn't stopped watching him since they left the depot. Not in a romantic way. In the way someone watches a bomb they're not sure is done ticking. Ha-jun's on his other side, with her hand still on his arm from when she healed his shoulder. She hasn't moved it. Tae-young's in the front seat laughing at nothing and everything, and the sheer insanity of being alive. Daeho's already on his phone typing the guild report with one thumb, because his other arm's in a sling. The burning depot is a green smear on the horizon behind them. Seo-jun doesn't look back. The hospital comes into view at 4:47 a.m. Seo-jun's out of the transport before it fully stops moving. He runs through the lobby past the night shift nurses who recognize him now. The same check-in desk he's visited every week for 3 years. The same elevator with the broken button for floor 7. Same hallway where he's paced 1,000 miles waiting for test results he couldn't afford. Soo-ah's room is at the end of the corridor. He bursts through the door and she's awake. She's always awake when he comes. Her face is pale and her IV drip is beeping slow and steady, but her eyes light up when she sees him. She asks if he brought flowers. He holds up the starlight bloom, and the room fills with cold silver light. The petals are made of condensed starlight, and they pulse like a heartbeat in his palm. Soo-ah's never seen anything like it. Neither have the doctors who come running when the mana monitors start going crazy. Ha-jun's already in the room, explaining the situation in her calm, professional voice. Ji-woo's blocking the door so nobody interrupts. Tae-young's in the hallway doing the same thing without being asked. The head doctor says the procedure will take hours, maybe days. We've never worked with a starlight bloom before because nobody's ever brought one back alive. Seo-jun says he'll wait. He's been waiting for 3 years. What's a few more hours? The medical team takes the flower and wheels Soo-ah into the restricted wing. Seo-jun watches her go, and the door swings shut. And suddenly there's nothing left to fight. No creatures, no assassins, no ticking timers, just a plastic chair in a hospital hallway, and the slow realization that he's still covered in dust and blood and depot ash. Ha-jun sits down next to him. She doesn't say anything for a long time. Then she tells him he needs to shower. He laughs. It's the first time he's laughed in weeks. Ji-woo comes back with coffee that tastes like burnt regret and hospital vending machine despair. She hands him a cup and her bandaged fingers brush his. She says she meant what she said at the depot. She's glad she joined his team. He tells her she's insane for sticking around after everything. She says that's rich coming from the guy who fought a dark reflection of himself and then raided a parasite lab in the same week. Tae-young pokes his head in and says the guild's blowing up his phone. Something about a video. He asks what video. Tae-young holds up his phone, and the screen shows a grainy recording shot from inside the corrupted gate. The one where Seo-jun fought his reflection. The footage shows him borrowing a skill. Not the reflection fighting him borrowing it. The camera angle is from inside the gate, which means someone else was there. Someone who was recording. Someone who knew what they were looking at. Seo-jun watches himself on screen, moving with the fluid precision of a 40-year trained martial artist.
The video cuts to him shattering the reflection with his bare hands. No borrowed skill, just him. The caption reads, F-rank Porter displays S-class combat ability inside corrupted gate. It's been viewed 4 million times. The upload timestamp is 10 minutes ago, but it's already on every hunter forum and social platform in South Korea. Ha-jun's face goes white. Ji-woo starts cursing in a steady stream of words that would make a drill sergeant blush. Dae-ho arrives with his arm still in a sling and says the guild headquarters is on fire. Not literally, but the phones are ringing off the hook, and the board of directors is calling an emergency meeting. The Hunter Association has already issued a statement demanding Seo-jun submit to immediate mana reevaluation. They're using words like deception and classification fraud and threat to public safety. Tae-young snorts at that last one. The guy who just raided a parasite lab and saved half of Mapo district is a threat to public safety. Sure. Seo-jun doesn't say anything. He's thinking about Min-suk. This is him. This is the next phase. Not an attack. Not an ambush. A leak. Min-suk weaponized the truth. Because now every faction in South Korea knows Han Seo-jun is not an F-rank porter. The guilds will want to recruit him. The association will want to control him. The government will want to study him. And Ryu Min-suk is somewhere out there watching all of it unfold. Seo-jun's phone buzzes. Unknown number. He answers. Baek Hyun-woo's voice comes through calm and steady despite the chaos. He says he saw the video. He says Seo-jun has about 6 hours before the association issues a formal arrest warrant. Falsifying hunter rank is a felony under the Hunter Registration Act. Maximum penalty is 20 years in a mana suppression facility. Seo-jun asks if that's supposed to scare him. Hyun-woo says no. It's supposed to make him move faster. Suwa is still in surgery. Ji-woo's bandaged and Ha-jun's exhausted, and Tae-young still got blood in his hair from the depot fight. But they're all looking at him, waiting. Seo-jun looks at the door Suwa disappeared behind. Then at his team. Then at the video still playing on Tae-young's phone. He makes a decision. He tells Hyun-woo to send whatever connections he has. He's going public. But on his terms, not the association's. Ha-jun asks what that means. Seo-jun says it's time to stop hiding. The hospital lobby is already swarming with reporters by the time the sun comes up. Someone leaked his location. Probably the same someone who leaked the video. Seo-jun walks out the front doors at 6:12 a.m. with Suwa still in the operating room and his team flanking him like a 4-person honor guard. The cameras flash. The microphones shove forward. A dozen voices shout questions at once. He raises one hand and the crowd goes quiet. Not because he's intimidating, because he's still covered in depot ash and his eyes are hollow from 3 years of watching his sister die. And he looks like a man who has absolutely nothing left to lose. He tells them his name is Han Seo-jun. He tells them he is an F-rank hunter. He tells them the video is real, and his power is real. And everything the Hunter Association knows about mana classification is wrong. The reporters go insane. He keeps talking. He tells them about the parasite protocol, about the containment tanks and the sewn-shut eyes and the miniature gates growing inside human bodies, about Ryu Min-suk and the depot, and the creatures that moved like puppets on a string, about the Starlight Bloom and his sister, and the 3 years he spent watching her fade while the association did nothing. He tells them everything, every secret, every lie, every erased future. When he's done, the plaza is silent. Not the silence of disbelief, the silence of a bomb going off and everyone waiting for the shockwave. Then the questions start, and this time they're not about his rank. They're about Min-suk, about the protocol, about how deep the corruption goes.
Seo-jun doesn't answer. He turns his back on the cameras and walks back into the hospital. His team follows. Behind them, the news cycle detonates. The emergency broadcast interrupts every channel in Seoul within 20 minutes. The Hunter Association headquarters goes into lockdown. Guildmasters start making panicked phone calls. And somewhere in an undisclosed location, Ryu Min-suk watches the broadcast with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Because this is exactly what he wanted. Not a secret weapon, a public spectacle. A hunter with nothing to hide is a hunter with nothing to lose. And Min-suk knows exactly how to exploit that. The hospital security team locks down the surgical wing. Seo-jun sits in the same plastic chair he's been sitting in for hours. Ha-jun sits next to him. Ji-woo takes the chair on his other side. Tae-young leans against the wall with his arms crossed. Dae-ho stands by the door like a boulder someone parked in a hallway. Nobody speaks. The morning light creeps through the window and paints long shadows across the floor. At 11:43 a.m., the head surgeon comes out. His mask is still on, and his scrubs are flecked with something that glows faintly silver. He says the procedure worked. Soo-ah is stable. Mana channels are regenerating. She's going to live. Seo-jun puts his face in his hands. His shoulders shake exactly twice. Then he stands up and thanks the surgeon and asks when he can see her. The surgeon says a few hours. She needs rest. Seo-jun nods. He turns to his team, his family, people who raided a parasite lab and blew up a depot and followed him into hell without asking for anything in return. He opens his mouth to say something, but Ha-jun cuts him off. She says don't. She says whatever he's about to say, he can say it later. Right now, he needs to sleep. Ji-woo agrees. Tae-young says he looks like a corpse that learned to walk. Dae-ho just grunts. Seo-jun laughs again. It still feels strange, like a muscle he forgot he had. He lets them lead him to an empty recovery room. He lies down on the cot and stares at the ceiling. His phone buzzes. A message from an encrypted number. The text is short. Well played. Now the real game begins. He knows it's Min-suk. He doesn't respond. He closes his eyes. Soo-ah is alive. His secret is out. The world knows his name. And somewhere out there, a man with a parasite army is already planning his next move. But right now, Han Seo-jun is not borrowing any skills. He's not fighting any monsters. He's just a brother who kept his promise. And for the first time in 3 years, he falls asleep without dreaming of erased futures. Seo-jun sleeps for 6 hours straight without a single nightmare. That's the longest stretch of peace he's had in 3 years. He wakes up at noon to the sound of his phone vibrating on the recovery room cot. The screen shows Hyun-woo's encrypted channel lighting up with a stream of messages. First message says the association just voted to fast-track his arrest warrant. Second says a judge already signed off on a mana suppression detention order. Third message is a single address in the Dongdaemun district with the words, "Safe house active." Seo-jun swings his legs off the cot, and his ribs scream in protest, but he ignores them. He pulls on his jacket and texts Ha-jun that he's stepping out for an hour. She replies immediately, saying she'll come with him, but he tells her to stay with Soo-ah. Then he walks out of the hospital through a service exit to avoid the reporters still camped in the lobby. Safe house is a 20-minute taxi ride to a neighborhood of old apartment blocks. He climbs 4 flights of stairs and finds the door with the scratched paint and the number Hyun-woo sent. Inside the apartment is cramped and smells like instant noodles and old dust. A laptop sits on a folding table with a sticky note that says, "Password, your mother's birthday." Seo-jun types it in, and the screen unlocks to a dashboard of encrypted communications and surveillance feeds. Hyun-woo has been busy. There's a file labeled Allies with a list of 17 names and contact protocols. Another file labeled Exfil lays out 3 separate escape routes out of Seoul, with waypoints and safe zones. A third file is simply titled Do-hyun.
Seo-jun clicks it open. The first thing he sees is a photograph of Jang Do-hyun shaking hands with Ryu Min-suk. The timestamp is from 6 months ago, long before Seo-jun ever set foot in the Parasite Protocol lab. Long before the depot raid or the hospital broadcast or any of it. The file contains bank records and encrypted messages, and a trail of leaked information going back 2 years. Do-hyun has been feeding Min-suk intel on hunter movements and association operations the entire time. And 3 days ago, he sent Min-suk the hospital's exact address and the surgical wing's floor plan. Seo-jun stares at the screen, and his hands go very still on the keyboard. His reflection in the monitor is a face carved from stone and old anger. Then his phone buzzes with a call from a blocked number, and he answers without speaking. Jang Do-hyun's voice comes through the speaker, calm and smooth and dripping with fake sympathy. He says he heard the news about Sua and hopes he's recovering well. He says the association is looking for Seo-jun, but he has a way to get him out of Seoul clean. He gives an address and a time and says to come alone and not tell anyone. Seo-jun says he'll be there and hangs up. Then he immediately forwards everything to Ha-jun and Tae-young and Dae-ho and Ji-woo with a single instruction. Track my phone, but do not move until I give the signal. He knows it's a trap. He's walking into it anyway because the only way to catch a rat is to let the rat think it's winning. The address Do-hyun gave is an old shipping office near the Han River industrial docks. Seo-jun arrives at dusk, when the sky is the color of a healing bruise. The office is dark, except for a single light burning on the 3rd floor. He climbs the stairs slowly and pushes open the door at the end of the corridor. Jang Do-hyun is standing behind a metal desk with his hands folded and his suit perfectly pressed. He smiles when he sees Seo-jun and spreads his arms wide like he's welcoming an old friend. Seo-jun doesn't smile back. He asks Do-hyun how long he's been working for Min-suk. The smile flickers, but Do-hyun recovers fast and says he doesn't know what Seo-jun is talking about. Seo-jun recites the dates and the bank account numbers and the encrypted message logs. Do-hyun's smile finally dies. He asks how Seo-jun got that information, and for the first time, there's an edge of fear in his voice. Seo-jun doesn't answer the question. He asks why Do-hyun sold out hunters who trusted him to a monster who turns people into gate incubators. Do-hyun laughs, but there's no humor in it. Just a man realizing the mask is off. He says he did it because Ryu Min-suk offered him something the association never could: a seat at the table when the New World Order arrives. He says the gates are not a disaster, they're an evolution. And Min-suk is the only one who understands that. He says Seo-jun could still join them if he stops fighting the inevitable. Seo-jun looks at him for a long moment, and his eyes are the flat gray of a winter river. Then he says no thanks, and turns toward the door. Do-hyun shouts a command, and the walls of the office erupt. Hidden panels slide open, and a dozen armed operatives pour out in full tactical gear. The thorn eye symbol is stitched onto every chest rig. Do-hyun says Seo-jun should have come alone like he was told. Seo-jun doesn't break stride. He pulls out his phone and presses a single button. The windows on every floor of the building blow inward simultaneously as Ha-jun's containment field collapses the structural integrity of the outer walls. Kang Tae-young crashes through the ceiling like a guided missile and lands in the center of the room, with white-tipped hair wild and pale gray eyes blazing. Dae-ho comes through the door behind Seo-jun with his massive shield raised and his jaw set in a granite line. Ji-woo is on the roof with a sniper rifle. She doesn't know how to use, but the laser sight alone makes 3 operatives freeze. Do-hyun screams at his men to kill them all, but the fight is already over. Tae-young moves through the operatives like a blade through wet paper. Dae-ho's shield slams into 2 of them, and they go flying into the far wall. Ha-jun's healing light washes over Seo-jun, and the ache in his ribs dulls to a whisper. And Seo-jun walks straight toward Jang Do-hyun through the chaos with his fists clenched and his fury finally given a target. Do-hyun fumbles for a mana pistol in his jacket, but Seo-jun is faster now than he was 3 months ago. He doesn't borrow a skill. He doesn't need one. His hand closes around Do-hyun's wrist and twists until the pistol clatters to the floor, and Do-hyun screams. Seo-jun pulls him close and asks where Min-seok is. Do-hyun spits in his face and calls him a dead man walking. Seo-jun asks again, and this time his grip tightens to the point of cracking bone. Do-hyun gasps out a location, a facility in the mountains east of Chuncheon, and says Min-seok is waiting there. Then the traitor laughs through the pain and tells Seo-jun it doesn't matter. He says Min-seok already has what he needs. He says the parasite protocol is entering its final phase, and nothing Seo-jun does now can stop it. Seo-jun releases Do-hyun's wrist and steps back. Ha-jun is beside him now with her hand on his arm, and her expression unreadable. Daeho hauls Do-hyun to his feet and secures his wrists with mana suppression cuff. Ji-woo rappels down from the roof with her bandaged wrists bleeding through the gauze, but her grin is fierce. Tae-young surveys the wreckage and asks what the next move is. Seo-jun looks at Do-hyun, crumpled and defeated and terrified. Then he tells his team to get him to a secure location. They have a lot of questions to ask him and very little time. But before they leave, Seo-jun crouches down in front of Do-hyun and speaks so softly only the traitor can hear. He says Do-hyun gave Min-seok the hospital address and Soo-ah's floor plan, and for that alone he deserves to die 100 times. He says Do-hyun is going to tell them everything, or the association's mana suppression cell will feel like a 5-star hotel. Then he stands up and walks out into the cold night air with his team at his back, and a new name burning in his chest. Chuncheon. That's where Min-seok is hiding. That's where this ends. The secure location is a guild holding facility beneath a warehouse in Yongsan. Soundproof walls and mana-dampening fields. And no windows and no outside communication. The room Do-hyun is locked in has a single chair bolted to the floor, and a light that hums at exactly the frequency that makes your teeth ache. Seo-jun lets him sit there for 3 hours before anyone opens the door. He finally walks in. Do-hyun's suit is rumpled, and his hair is disheveled, and the smugness has drained out of him like water from a cracked cup. Seo-jun doesn't ask questions right away. He pulls up a second chair and sits down across from the traitor and waits. Do-hyun starts talking without being prompted. He talks about Min-seok's vision and the new world, and how the parasite protocol is going to change everything. He talks about the way Min-seok found him when he was vulnerable and bitter and passed over for promotion for the 3rd time. He talks about the first piece of information he leaked and how easy it was, and how the money felt like validation. Seo-jun listens without interrupting. When Do-hyun finally runs out of words, Seo-jun asks the only question that matters. Where is Min-seok preparing the final phase? Do-hyun gives him coordinates. A decommissioned military bunker dug into the granite spine of the Taebaek Mountains, 40 kilometers east of Chuncheon. He says Min-seok has been building something there for months. Something that will make the depot look like a child's science experiment. He says the bunker has 3 sublevels and a central chamber the size of a cathedral, and a gate that isn't like any other gate on record. Seo-jun asks what makes this gate different. Do-hyun's face goes pale, and his voice drops to a whisper. He says it doesn't open to a dungeon. He says it opens to something else entirely. Something that has been waiting for a very long time. Seo-jun leans forward and asks him to elaborate. Do-hyun shakes his head and says he doesn't fully understand the science, but Min-seok called it the origin point. He says the parasite protocol was never just about creating hybrid soldiers. The hybrids are the scaffolding. The real goal is to build a permanent bridge between this world and whatever exists on the other side of the origin point. And the bridge requires a keystone.
a host whose consciousness can span multiple timelines simultaneously. Someone exactly like Han Seo-jun.
Seo-jun sits back in his chair and processes this. The symbiosis in the hospital lab wasn't the endgame. It was a compatibility test. Min-seok wasn't trying to turn him into a hybrid. He was confirming that Seo-jun's timeline borrowing ability makes him the only viable keystone for the origin point gate. Do-hyun says once the gate is stabilized, Min-seok won't need Seo-jun anymore. He'll just need his body. Seo-jun stands up and walks out of the interrogation room without another word. Ha-jun is waiting in the corridor with her arms crossed tight against her chest. She saw everything through the one-way glass. She doesn't ask if he's okay because she already knows the answer. Seo-jun tells her to assemble the team. They're heading to Chuncheon tonight. Before Min-seok can finish whatever he's building in that bunker, before the origin point gate goes active, before Seo-jun's borrowed timelines become the key that unlocks the end of everything. Ha-jun nods and turns to go, but Seo-jun catches her wrist and pulls her back gently. He tells her what he should have told her a long time ago. He says she was right about borrowed power having a cost. He says every future he erased was a future where he might have been happy, or whole, or at peace. But none of them were futures where he saved his sister, or stood beside his team, or looked Ha-jun in the eye and told her the truth. He says he doesn't regret the choices he made. He only regrets making them alone. Ha-jun's expression cracks for just a moment, and something raw and unguarded flashes through. Then she steps forward and presses her forehead against his chest and stays there for 3 full breaths. She says he's not alone anymore, and he never will be again. He doesn't answer, but his hand rises to the back of her head, and he holds her there in the dim corridor light. Ji-woo clears her throat from the end of the hallway and asks if this is a bad time. Ha-jun pulls back and smooths her hair and says they were just discussing strategy. Ji-woo's grin says she doesn't believe that for a second, but she lets it slide. She says Dae-ho has the transport ready, and Tae-young is already in the armory, loading up with everything he can carry. She asks if the mountain bunker has heating, or if they're going to freeze to death before the fighting even starts. Seo-jun says they'll bring jackets. The transport is a reinforced guild van with mana shield plating and a silenced engine. Dae-ho is behind the wheel, with his arm still in a sling, but he insists he can drive with one hand better than most people with 2. Tae-young is in the passenger seat with a blade across his knees and his pale gray eyes fixed on the dark highway ahead. Ji-woo and Ha-jun sit in the back, with Seo-jun sandwiched between them, and neither woman gives him an inch of personal space. Ji-woo's bandaged wrists are freshly wrapped, and she's checking her magazines one by one with mechanical precision. Ha-jun is running her healer's diagnostic over Seo-jun's ribs and frowning at the results. She says he's at 80% at best, and asks if he's planning to borrow any more skills tonight. Seo-jun says he'll do what he has to do. Ha-jun's frown deepens, but she doesn't argue. The van eats up the kilometers as Seoul shrinks in the rearview mirror, and the mountains rise ahead like the spine of some ancient sleeping beast. Ji-woo falls asleep with her head on Seo-jun's shoulder, and her breathing is shallow and steady. Ha-jun watches the darkness through the window, and her reflection is a pale ghost hovering over the tree line. Tae-young breaks the silence after an hour and says he's been thinking about the origin point. He says if Min-seok needs Seo-jun as a keystone, then the simplest solution is to keep Seo-jun as far from that bunker as possible. Seo-jun says that's not an option, and he's not letting anyone else fight his battles. Tae-young turns in his seat and fixes Seo-jun with a look that's equal parts respect and frustration. He says Seo-jun is the most stubborn idiot he's ever met, and he's proud to fight beside him. Then he turns back around and doesn't say another word for the rest of the drive. The van reaches the foothills of the Taebaek Mountains at 2:47 a.m. The road turns to gravel, and then to dirt, and then to nothing at all. Dae-ho kills the engine, and the headlights, and the silence of the mountains rushes in like floodwater. The bunker entrance is somewhere on the eastern slope, hidden behind a rock fall that's too symmetrical to be natural. Ha-jun pulls up the schematics Do-hyun provided and overlays them on a topographical map. The bunker has 3 sublevels, and the central chamber is buried 100 meters beneath the granite. There's only one entrance above ground, but there are ventilation shafts on the north face big enough for a single person to squeeze through. Ji-woo volunteers for the shaft and says she's the smallest and the quietest and the most expendable. Seo-jun vetoes the last part immediately and says she's not expendable and never will be. The plan comes together in the dark, with whispered voices and hands tracing routes on a mud-smeared tablet screen. Taeyang and Daeho will breach the main entrance and draw the guards toward the surface. Ha-jun will hang back and provide support and triage for anyone who gets hurt. Ji-woo will infiltrate through the ventilation shaft and disable the bunker's internal mana suppression grid. And Seo-jun will go straight for the central chamber and find Min-seok before the origin point gate goes active. The team checks their gear and their watches and their nerves. Then Seo-jun looks at each of them in turn and says what he should have said in the hospital, before the broadcast, before the depot, before any of it. He tells them they are his family, and he trusts them with his life, and he is sorry it took him this long to say it out loud. He says whatever happens in that bunker, they face it together. Ha-jun touches his hand. Ji-woo punches his arm. Taeyang nods once. Daeho grunts. And then the team moves into the mountain shadows, with 5 hours until dawn, and a world to save. The van disappears into the tree line behind them. The rock fall ahead is too perfect. A slab of granite cut clean and weathered to match the slope. Daeho runs his good hand over the seam and finds the pressure plate hidden under a layer of fake moss. The stone grinds sideways, and a steel door exhales cold air from the mountain's guts. Taeyang steps through first with his blade low, and his gray eyes scanning the dark like a hawk counting prey. The corridor beyond is carved from raw rock and lit by emergency strips that buzz with dying current. Seo-jun's ribs ache with every breath, but he keeps his spine straight and his hand near his belt. The baton is still there, the same one he took from a dead guard in the depot, and its weight is a promise. Ha-jun touches his elbow, and her fingers are cool even through his sleeve. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't need to. The corridor splits 3 ways at a T-junction 30 meters in. Left goes to the ventilation hub, according to the schematics glowing on Ha-jun's tablet. Right leads to the main garrison, where 40 armed men are sleeping in shifts. Straight ahead drops into the sublevels, where the real rot is growing. Ji-woo cracks her knuckles, and her bandaged wrists don't tremble. She says she'll take the shaft, and she's gone before anyone can argue. Her small frame swallowed by the dark like a stone dropped in oil. Taeyang and Daeho peel right toward the garrison with a nod that carries more weight than a speech. Ha-jun hangs back at the junction with her healing light banked behind her ribs and her eyes on the corridor behind them. Seo-jun walks straight. The sublevels smell like old antiseptic and something sharper underneath. Something that burns the back of his throat. The stairs spiral down 200 steps, and every footfall echoes like a drum counting down. At the bottom, the walls change from rock to white tile, and the lighting shifts to a sterile blue that makes everything look dead. Seo-jun knows this architecture. He's seen it before, in an abandoned hospital on the wrong side of Seoul, where bodies floated in green tanks with their eyes sewn shut. This place is bigger. The central chamber is a dome carved into the mountain's heart, and the ceiling disappears into darkness that even the blue lights can't reach. In the center of the floor, a stone altar hums with energy that makes Seo-jun's teeth ache. Runes spiral across its surface in a language that predates human speech. And behind the altar, strapped to a gurney with mana suppression cuffs on her wrists, is Ji-woo. Not the Ji-woo who vanished into the ventilation shaft 60 seconds ago. Another Ji-woo, identical down to the bandages and the set of her jaw. Except this one's eyes are sewn shut with thorn-patterned threads. Seo-jun's heart stops for one full second.
Then the real Jiwoo screams from somewhere above him, and the sound cuts off with a wet crack.
The speakers embedded in the walls hiss to life, and Ryu Min-sok's voice fills the dome.
He says he's been expecting Seo-jun for quite some time.
Our boy doesn't waste breath on a reply. He's already moving toward the altar,
already calculating angles and distances, and the 30-second cooldown between borrowed skills.
The Jiwoo on the gurney twitches.
Her head turns towards Seo-jun with a jerk that ignores anatomy, and her sewn-shut eyes weep something black.
She isn't Jiwoo. She never was. She's a vessel.
A hollow copy grown in a tank, and filled with the same parasite that lives in the chests of every creature Min-suk has ever made.
And she's the origin point's anchor.
The runes on the altar flare white-hot as the chamber floor trembles, cracks spiderweb across the tile, and something massive begins to push through from the other side. Seo-jun reaches for a future.
The cooldown is 0.
His ribs are at 80%.
And he has about 5 seconds before whatever is coming through that floor eats everyone he loves.
He borrows a skill from a future version of himself, gaining the knowledge of dimensional anchor disruption. Knowledge floods his nervous system, and he sees the exact frequency of the altar's energy mapped across his vision like a targeting reticle.
He sprints.
The false Jiwoo convulses on the gurney, and her mouth opens wide enough to dislocate her jaw. Black smoke pours out of her throat and solidifies into tendrils that whip towards Seo-jun with the speed of striking snakes.
He slides under the first one and rolls over the second,
and his borrowed knowledge tells him exactly where to put his feet.
The baton in his hand isn't a weapon against this thing.
It's a tuning fork.
He slams it against the altar's edge,
and the resonance shatters 3 of the runes in a shower of white sparks. The altar's hum drops half an octave.
The creature pushing through the floor screams in a register that makes Seo-jun's eardrums bleed.
Min-suk's voice crackles through the speakers again, and this time, there's something ugly underneath the calm.
He says he underestimated Seo-jun's stubbornness.
He says it doesn't matter. He says he has something Seo-jun actually cares about.
The screen embedded in the far wall flickers to life
and shows a live feed of a room 2 sub-levels down.
Jiwoo is chained to a chair,
with a fresh bruise blooming across her cheek and a mana suppression collar locked around her throat.
2 guards flank her with suppression batons,
crackling inches from her temples. She's conscious. She's furious.
She's looking directly at the camera
like she knows Seo-jun is watching, and she mouths a single word. Don't. Seo-jun's borrowed skill has 41 seconds left. The anchor entity is halfway through the floor, and its bulk is the size of a freight train.
The false Jiwoo is still screaming black smoke,
and the altar still has 7 rooms lit.
The real Jiwoo is 300 meters below him,
with a collar that will fry her nervous system the second someone hits a button.
Seo-jun makes the choice before his conscious brain finishes weighing the options.
He abandons the altar.
He turns and runs for the stairwell,
and Min-suk's laugh follows him through the speakers like a disease.
The stairs blur under his feet,
and the 30-second cooldown on his borrowed skill expires somewhere around sub-level 2.
He slams through a steel door
and into a corridor lined with containment tanks identical to the ones in the Soul Lab. The creatures inside are awake.
Their sewn-shut eyes track his movement through the glass,
and their claws scrape the reinforced panes like nails on a coffin lid.
Seo-jun doesn't stop.
The door to the holding room is reinforced steel with a mana lock that requires a keycard. Seo-jun doesn't have a keycard.
He has 10 seconds and a skill he hasn't borrowed yet.
He reaches for a future where he borrowed the skills of a structural demolitions expert, gaining their combat abilities in the present.
The knowledge hits him like a freight train,
and he sees the door not as an obstacle, but as a series of stress points connected by invisible fault lines.
60 seconds.
He places the baton against the first stress point and strikes with the heel of his palm. The steel spiderwebs.
He hits the second point,
and the third, and the fourth. And on the 5th strike, the entire door buckles inward like a cheap tin can.
The guards inside have just enough time to turn before Seo-jun is on them. First one swings his suppression baton in a wide arc that Seo-jun reads like a children's book. He flows under it and drives his knee into the man's solar plexus, and the guard folds like wet cardboard. The second guard lunges for the trigger on Ji-woo's collar, and Seo-jun's baton crunches into his wrist before his finger can close the circuit. The guard screams. Seo-jun hits him again, and the screaming stops. Ji-woo stares up at him with something that isn't quite relief and isn't quite fury. She says he's an idiot, and he's going to get himself killed, and he better not have left Ha-jun alone up there. Seo-jun cracks the collar off her throat with the last dregs of his borrowed demolitions knowledge, and pulls her to her feet. Her wrists are bleeding again, and her balance is shot, but she's alive, and she's standing, and that's all that matters. The speakers in this room crackle on, and Min Seok's voice is no longer calm. He says, Seo-jun has made a very large mistake. The anchor entity in the central chamber is now fully materialized, and without the altar's resonance to hold it in check, it's going to tear through the mountain and keep going until it reaches Seoul. Min Seok says he's already evacuated his personnel and sealed the upper exits. He says Seo-jun and his little team can either die in the mountain or die trying to stop something that's been in motion since before Seo-jun's parents took their last breath. He says either way, the origin point opens tonight. The speakers go dead. The mountain groans around them, and somewhere above the central chamber dome begins to crack. Ji-woo leans on Seo-jun's shoulder and asks what the plan is. Seo-jun says they're going to do the thing Min Seok least expects. They're going to win. They climb. The stairwell is shaking now, and dust sifts down from the ceiling like gray snow. They meet Ha-jun at the junction, and her face is pale with exhaustion. But her healing light is steady. She presses her palm to Ji-woo's ribs, and the bruise fades from black to yellow to nothing. She asks where Tae-young and Dae-ho are. A crash from the garrison corridor answers her question. Tae-young comes through the doorway, walking backward with his blade a blur, and his gray eyes blazing with the kind of focus that only comes when everything has gone wrong. Dae-ho is beside him with his shield in pieces, and his good arm dragging a limp guard by the collar. Tae-young says there are about 30 more where that came from, and they're all heading this way. The mountain shakes again, and the ceiling above the central shaft splits open in a jagged line that spews black light. The anchor entity is climbing. Seo-jun looks at his team, bloodied and exhausted and still standing, and he makes the call. He tells Tae-young and Dae-ho to hold the junction and keep the guards from reaching the surface. He tells Ji-woo to find a sight line on the central chamber and provide covering fire if she can. He tells Ha-jun to stay alive and keep everyone else alive and not to argue with him. Then he walks back down into the dome where the entity is waiting. The altar is rubble now, and the false Ji-woo's body lies crumpled beside it like a discarded doll. The entity fills half the chamber, a shifting mass of black chitin and too many limbs and a face that isn't a face, but a wound in the air where a face should be. It turns towards Seo-jun, and it recognizes him, not as prey, as the keystone. The thing speaks without a mouth, and its voice is the sound of timelines being snipped like thread. It says he is the bridge, the door, the one whose consciousness spans what should never be spanned. It says it has been waiting for him for a very long time. Seo-jun's cooldown is 0. His ribs ache, and his shoulder throbs where Tae-young clipped him, and his ears are still bleeding from the entity's first scream. He has one skill left that might matter, and it's from a future he swore he would never touch. A future where he said yes to Min Seok's offer in the Soul Lab and let the parasite protocol complete its symbiosis. The future where he became the bridge willingly and learned exactly how to unmake what he had become. He borrows the skill. 60 seconds. The knowledge is poison in his veins, and it shows him the entity's true shape. A dimensional confluence. A knot in space-time
where 6 timelines tangle into a single screaming point. It can't be killed. It can be untied. Seo-jun moves. The entity lashes at him with limbs that cut through the air faster than thought, and Seo-jun flows between them on borrowed instincts that feel like dying. He reaches the entity's core, the wound where its face should be, and he plunges both hands into the dark. The cold is absolute, and it burns, and it erases, and it wants to keep him there forever. Seo-jun finds the first thread of the knot and pulls. A timeline where he died in the C-rank gate snaps loose and dissolves. The entity screams. He finds the second thread and pulls. A timeline where he never saved Jiwoo unravels into nothing. The entity's mass shrinks by a third. He finds the third thread and pulls. A timeline where Suwa was cured without sacrifice. A good and peaceful and impossible timeline comes apart in his hands. The entity convulses and collapses inward, and the black chitin cracks like an eggshell. The dome stops shaking. The black light gutters and dies, and the only illumination is the blue, sterile glow of the emergency strips. The entity is gone. The altar is dust, and Seo-jun is on his knees with borrowed knowledge burning out of his skull and 3 more futures erased from existence. His cooldown ticks to 0, and he doesn't reach for another skill. He doesn't need to. The mountain is quiet. Ha-jun finds him in the wreckage of the central chamber, with his hands still smoking, and his eyes fixed on the empty space where the entity used to be. She kneels beside him and presses her healing light into his chest, and doesn't ask if he's okay because she knows he isn't. She says the guards are retreating, and the upper exits are breached, and Daeho has already called for extraction. She says they won. Seo-jun looks at her, and his voice is sandpaper on gravel. He says the origin point isn't in the mountain and never was. The entity was a distraction, a sacrifice play. A way to bleed him dry while Min-seok moved the real gate somewhere else. Somewhere Seo-jun can't reach before it opens. Ha-jun's healing light flickers, and her face goes very still. She asks where. Seo-jun closes his eyes and sees the spiral pattern from his investigation map, one that tightened toward the Hunter Association headquarters like a noose. He whispers a single word. Soul. Seo-jun is still on his knees in the rubble when the phone in his pocket buzzes. It's the encrypted number, the one Min-seok used before. He answers it, and Min-seok's voice comes through calm and amused, like he's discussing the weather. Min-seok says our boy figured out the entity was a decoy faster than expected. Seo-jun doesn't speak, and Min-seok keeps talking. The real origin point is already active, and the keystone is in place. And all the entity did was buy him the 6 hours he needed. Seo-jun asks where, and his voice is dead level. Min-seok laughs, and the sound is genuinely warm. He says the answer is in Seo-jun's own investigation files, the spiral pattern he mapped from the Parasite Protocol incident. The spiral that tightens toward a single point. Seo-jun closes his eyes and sees it. The Hunter Association headquarters in the heart of Seoul sits at the exact center of the spiral. Min-seok says the gate opens at noon, and when it does, every awakened hunter in the city will become a relay node for the parasite signal. The entire association, all 16 guilds, every S-rank, every healer, every desk clerk with a mana signature, all of them will become the scaffolding for the bridge, and Min-seok will walk through the origin point and greet whatever is waiting on the other side. He tells Seo-jun to come if he can make it in time. Then the line goes dead. Seo-jun pushes himself upright, and Ha-jun catches his arm. She asks what Min-seok said, and her face is pale, and her healing light is a thin flicker around her hand. Seo-jun tells her the origin point is under the association headquarters, and it opens in 6 hours. Ha-jun doesn't waste a second asking if he's sure. She pulls out her own phone and starts making calls. Tae-young appears at the junction entrance with blood still dripping from the cut above his eye. and Daeho behind him carrying a limp guard by the collar. Taeyoung asks if they won, and Seo-jun says the fight hasn't started yet.
He explains the real gate is in Seoul,
And Min-seok played them for 6 hours, and the entity was a distraction. Daeho drops the guard, and his good hand curls into a fist. He asks how fast they can get back to the city. Ha-jun says the extraction helicopter is 5 minutes out, and the flight to Seoul takes 40 minutes at top speed.
that gives them about 5 hours to plan and execute an assault
On the most heavily defended building in the country.
Taeyoung grins and there's blood in his teeth.
He says those are better odds than the depot. Jiwoo's voice crackles through the comms from wherever she set up her overwatch position. She says the garrison guards are retreating into the forest, and the upper exits are clear. And she saw something on her way down that they need to know about. Seo-jun asks what she saw. Jiwoo says there's a second lab under the mountain, a bigger one, and it's full of empty containment tanks.
Not empty like they never held anything.
Empty like whatever was inside them already woke up and walked out. Seo-jun files that information away with everything else he can't afford to process right now. The helicopter arrives in a roar of rotor wash, and the team loads up. Daeho straps himself into the jump seat with his shattered shield still lashed to his back. Taeyoung presses a field bandage to his head and closes his eyes, and his breathing evens out into combat rest. Jiwoo sits across from Seo-jun, with her bandaged wrists resting on her knees and her empty magazines clinking in her vest. Ha-jun sits beside Seo-jun, and her shoulder presses against his. She doesn't say anything, and neither does he. The helicopter lifts off, and the mountain falls away beneath them. Seoul spreads out below the helicopter like a circuit board lit by the first gray smear of dawn. The streets are empty, the checkpoints are active, and the Hunter Association Tower rises from the city center with every window dark. Seo-jun studies the building through the helicopter's window. 40 floors of reinforced concrete and mana shield generators, and enough firepower stationed in the basement to level a city block. Min-seok didn't pick the association headquarters because it was convenient. He picked it because if the building falls, the entire Hunter infrastructure falls with it. Ha-jun's phone buzzes, and she reads the message and her expression hardens. She says the association just issued a citywide lockdown order citing a Class 1 dimensional breach. Every hunter in Seoul is being recalled to the association headquarters for emergency deployment. It's a trap, and Min-seok is using the association's own protocols to gather every awakened hunter in the city into one building. Seo-jun asks how many hunters that is. Ha-jun says at least 800. Taeyoung opens his eyes and says that's 800 potential relay nodes for the parasite signal. Daeho asks if they can warn them. Ha-jun says the lockdown order went out on official association channels with the chairman's personal authorization code. No one will believe a counter order from a disgraced A-rank healer and an F-rank porter who's already under investigation for rank fraud. Jiwoo leans forward, and her bandaged wrists creak. She asks if they can blow the building. Seo-jun says Min-seok would have accounted for that. The gate is probably shielded, and the parasite signal is probably already propagating and destroying the building. Wouldn't stop the breach. It would just bury 800 hunters in the rubble before the real fight even starts. The helicopter descends toward a landing pad on the roof of a parking structure 3 blocks from the association headquarters. The team exits and moves into the pre-dawn shadows. Seo-jun gathers them in a huddle and lays out the facts. They have 5 hours until the gate opens. They have no backup and no official clearance, and half the association thinks Seo-jun is a criminal. Min-seok is somewhere inside the building with the keystone and the parasite signal, and probably a small army of hybrid soldiers. The entity in the mountain was a distraction that cost Seo-jun 3 timelines and the knowledge of exactly how the parasite protocol works. He knows the signal frequency now.
He knows the resonance pattern that activates the relay nodes. He knows the keystone's neurological signature has to match his own. Seo-jun says Min-suk doesn't have a keystone that matches the origin point's requirements. He can't. Seo-jun is the only viable keystone, and he's standing right here, which means Min-suk is using a substitute. Something that's close enough to Seo-jun's signature to fool the gate, but unstable enough to collapse the moment the bridge tries to stabilize. Ji-woo asks what happens if the bridge collapses. Seo-jun says the resulting dimensional backlash will tear a hole in space-time the size of Seoul, and every hunter in the building will become an unshielded conduit for the parasite signal. They won't become hybrids. They'll become a hive mind. 800 hunters with 800 mana signatures, all linked into a single consciousness that Min-suk controls. Taeyang's grin vanishes, and his gray eyes go flat. He asks how they stop it. Seo-jun says they find the substitute keystone and sever its connection to the origin point before noon. He says they find Min-suk, and they end this. Daeho asks if Seo-jun has a plan for getting into the most secure building in the country without being arrested or shot. Seo-jun pulls out his phone and dials the number Baek Hyun-woo gave him 3 days ago. Hyun-woo answers on the second ring, and his voice is the calm of a man who's been expecting this call. Seo-jun tells him the origin point is under the association headquarters, and Min-suk has a substitute keystone, and the gate opens at noon. Hyun-woo listens and doesn't interrupt. When Seo-jun finishes, Hyun-woo says there's a service tunnel that runs from the old subway line under the parking structure into the association's sub-basement. It was decommissioned 20 years ago, but he kept the access codes updated just in case. He sends the codes to Seo-jun's phone, along with a schematic of the sub-basement layout. Hyun-woo says he'll do what he can from the outside, but Seo-jun needs to understand that if the association falls, there won't be an outside left to help from. Seo-jun thanks him and hangs up. The team moves. They find the service tunnel entrance behind a rusted maintenance door in the parking structure's lowest level. Daeho rips the door off its hinges with one pull of his good arm, and the tunnel yawns open beyond it. Dark and cold and smelling of stale water and old concrete. Seo-jun leads them in. The tunnel is barely wide enough for Daeho's shoulders, and the ceiling drips condensation onto their heads. Emergency strips buzz along the walls, but half of them are dead, and the light comes in flickering patches. They walk for 15 minutes in silence. Ji-woo checks her pistol for the dozenth time, and Taeyang rolls his shoulders, and Ha-jun's healing light casts long shadows on the walls. Seo-jun checks his cooldown. 0. He has every future available to him, and every skill he could ever need. The problem is that the skills he needs most are the ones that cost him the futures he can't afford to lose. The tunnel ends at a reinforced steel door with a keypad. Seo-jun punches in Hyun-woo's access code, and the keypad beeps green, and the door hisses open. They step into the association's sub-basement. The corridor beyond is identical to the one under the mountain. Same gray walls, and same emergency lighting, and same row of containment tanks lining the walls. These tanks are full. Humanoid shapes float in green fluid, with thorn eye symbols carved into their chests and their eyes sewn shut. Ji-woo stops walking and stares at the nearest tank. She asks if these are the hybrids. Seo-jun says they're the next generation, faster and stronger, and designed to survive outside a containment field. Min-suk didn't build the creatures in the depot as weapons. He built them as prototypes. These are the production models. Taeyang draws his blade and says they should destroy the tanks now before whatever is inside wakes up. Seo-jun tells him to wait. He studies the tanks and notices the readout panels attached to each one. Every panel shows the same timestamp counting down to the same moment. Noon. These things aren't dormant. They're on a timer. The moment the origin point opens,
Every tank in this corridor will release its contents.
Seo-jun says they can't destroy them without triggering an early release. They have to find the keystone and stop the gate before the countdown hits 0. Ha-jun asks how many tanks there are. Seo-jun counts them. 42 along this corridor alone, and the schematic shows 6 more corridors branching off the central hub. The team moves deeper into the sub-basement. The corridors are silent, except for the hum of the containment tanks and the distant thrum of something massive powering up beneath their feet. They reach the central hub, and it's a vast circular chamber with a ceiling that rises 3 stories high. At the center of the chamber stands the origin point. It's not a gate, not the swirling dimensional rift Seo-jun expected. It's a spire of black crystal that pulses with a light that isn't light, a radiance that makes his eyes ache and his borrowed knowledge burn. The spire is wrapped in cables and conduits that snake across the floor and connect to a ring of consoles around the chamber's perimeter. Hunters in association uniforms man the consoles. Their eyes are glassy, and their movements are synchronized, and the thorn eye symbol is stitched onto their sleeves. They've been turned, every single one of them. Ryu Min-suk stands at the base of the spire with his hands clasped behind his back like a museum curator admiring his favorite exhibit. He turns when Seo-jun enters, and his smile is the same calm, amused expression Seo-jun heard over the phone. Min-suk says, "Our boy made good time." Seo-jun walks forward, and his team fans out behind him. He asks where the substitute keystone is. Min-suk gestures toward the spire. He says the keystone is right there, integrated into the origin point's core, sustaining the gate's resonance until noon when the bridge opens. He says Seo-jun should be proud. The substitute was grown from a fragment of Seo-jun's own neurological pattern harvested during the depot raid. Every borrowed skill Seo-jun used left a trace signature in the ambient mana field. Min-suk's people collected that signature and cultured it into a viable keystone. He says he knew Seo-jun would survive the entity, and he knew Seo-jun would come here. The substitute keystone doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to hold the gate open long enough for the bridge to latch onto the real thing. Seo-jun asks what the real thing is. Min-suk points at Seo-jun's chest. He says the gate doesn't want a substitute, and it never did. The substitute is a lure. The moment the bridge opens, the gate will reject the substitute and seek out the original signature, the one that spans multiple timelines. The only consciousness in existence that can anchor a permanent dimensional conduit. Min-suk says Seo-jun will become the keystone whether he volunteers or not. The only question is how many people die before he accepts it. Seo-jun's cooldown is 0. Ha-jun's hand finds his, and her healing light is a steady warmth against his palm. Taeyang draws his blade, and Daeho raises his shattered shield, and Jiwoo ejects her empty magazine and slaps in her last spare. Seo-jun looks at Min-suk, and Min-suk looks at Seo-jun. And the countdown on the containment tanks ticks toward noon. It's the one future he swore he would never touch. The future where he said yes to Min-suk in the Seoul lab. The one future where the parasite protocol completed its symbiosis, and he became the bridge willingly. He knows how to unmake the substitute keystone, how to sever the resonance, how to shut down the origin point from the inside. The cost is everything. The cure for Sua's illness. The timeline where she lives a full and healthy life. The one future he's been fighting for since the day he picked up his porter's badge. That future is tied to a branch where he never used the symbiosis knowledge, where he never became the bridge, where he stays human long enough to find another way. If he borrows this skill that future erases, Sua lives, or soul lives. Seo-jun closes his eyes and sees his sister's face on the hospital bed, with the starlight bloom's silver light washing over her. He sees the monitors beeping steady, and the color returning to her cheeks. He sees the future he already paid for, with 3 erased timelines and a fight that nearly killed him. Then he opens his eyes and looks at Min-suk, and at the origin point,
and at the 42 tanks counting down to a hive mind that will swallow every
hunter and soul.
He borrows the skill. 60 seconds.
The knowledge floods his nervous system,
And it burns, and it freezes, and it shows him exactly what he has to do.
Seo-jun turns to his team,
And his voice is steady.
he tells them to clear the chamber
And seal the blast doors, and not let anyone through until the spire falls. Ha-jun asks what he's going to do.
Seo-jun says he's going to unmake the thing Min-suk built with his own hands.
She knows anyway.
Her healing light flickers,
And her hand tightens on his, and she says she's not leaving. Seo-jun looks at Tae-young.
Tae-young meets his eyes for 2 beats,
And then nods and grabs Ha-jun by the arm. He tells her they have to trust him.
Daeho puts his good hand on Seo-jun's shoulder
And says he'd better come back. Ji-woo doesn't say anything.
She just reloads her pistol
And takes position at the blast door with her bandaged wrists steady on the grip. The team retreats, and the blast doors grind shut. And Seo-jun is alone in the chamber with Min-suk and the origin point, and 60 seconds of borrowed knowledge that's already eating holes in his memory. Min-suk watches him with that calm, amused smile.
He asks if Seo-jun really thinks the team can hold the blast doors against what's coming. Seo-jun walks toward the spire,
And the borrowed knowledge maps the resonance frequency in his head. He says he's not worried about the blast doors.
He says Min-suk should be worried about what happens when the substitute keystone shatters,
And the gate has nothing to anchor to.
Min-suk's smile flickers.
Seo-jun reaches the spire and presses both hands against the black crystal. The cold is absolute, and it wants to keep him there forever. And it's exactly like the entity in the mountain, except this time, he's not pulling threads. He's cutting them. He finds the substitute keystone's resonance frequency and lets it fill his skull. He finds the connection point where the cultured fragment of his own neurological pattern is latched onto the origin point's core.
He pours 40 years of symbiosis knowledge into that connection point
And turns it back on itself. The spire screams.
The black crystal cracks along a dozen fault lines,
And the pulse of non-light stutters and dims.
Min-suk lunges forward,
And his face is no longer calm. He shouts that Seo-jun is destroying the only thing that can save this world.
Seo-jun doesn't answer. He keeps pouring the borrowed knowledge into the spire,
And the substitute keystone's resonance unravels like a knot pulled too tight.
The consoles around the chamber explode in showers of sparks.
The hunters manning them collapse with their glassy eyes rolling back into their heads.
The countdown on the containment tanks freezes.
Seo-jun's 60 seconds expire. The borrowed skill burns out of his skull and takes the future with it.
Somewhere in a timeline that no longer exists,
Han Seo-jun opens her eyes and smiles, and her mana channels are whole, and she lives.
Seo-jun won't ever see that timeline.
He won't ever know what her smile looked like after the cure. He lets go of the spire and staggers backward.
The black crystal cracks one final time,
and the non-light gutters and dies.
The origin point is dead,
And the substitute keystone is ash, and Min-suk is standing in the wreckage of his life's work with his hands shaking.
Min-suk says Seo-jun just doomed them all.
Seo-jun wipes blood from under his nose and looks at Min-suk. He says, "Doomed to what?"
Min-suk laughs,
and the sound is ragged and broken. He says the gate was never a weapon and never a bridge for conquest. The gate was a seal.
The entity in the mountain wasn't a distraction,
And the parasite signal wasn't a hive mind protocol. They were containment measures.
something is on the other side of the origin point.
And Min-suk spent 10 years building the only mechanism that could keep it sealed. Now the seal is broken, and the thing on the other side knows exactly where to find them.
The spire shatters behind Min-suk,
And the cables tear loose from the floor.
deep beneath the chamber.
Something that has been waiting for a very long time begins to wake up.
Seo-jun stands in the wreckage
With the knowledge of the cure erased from his timeline, and the taste of blood in his mouth,
He looks at the broken spire.
and the dead consoles,
and the 42 containment tanks frozen mid-countdown. He thinks about Suwa and the future she'll never have. He thinks about Minseok's words and the thing on the other side of the seal. He thinks about the borrowed skill he just used and the timeline it cost him. He straightens his spine and his cooldown hits 0 again. He asks Minseok what the thing on the other side is called. Minseok looks at him, and the calm mask is gone, and what's left underneath is fear.
He says it doesn't have a name.
It has hunger and intention, and 1,000 years of waiting. And it knows Seoul is here. Seo-jun draws his baton and walks toward the shattered spire and the darkness pooling at its base. Behind him, the blast doors shudder as something massive slams into them from the other side. Ha-jun's voice crackles through the comms and she's shouting. She says the creatures in the tanks are activating. All of them. Every corridor. And they're not following the countdown anymore. The origin point was controlling them, and now the control is gone. Jiwoo cuts in and her voice is tight. She says the association above them just went dark. Every light and every console and every mana shield generator in the building just shut off at the same time. Dae-ho asks if the building is dead. Tae-young says nothing is dead. Something just took control of the grid. Seo-jun reaches the edge of the shattered spire and looks down into the darkness pooling at its base. The darkness looks back. Minseok says the seal is broken, and the first wave comes now. The first wave comes now. Minseok's words hang in the air, and the first wave doesn't wait. The darkness at the base of the shattered spire ripples, and a shape pulls itself out of the non-light. It's tall and thin, and its limbs bend at angles that don't match human anatomy. Its face isn't a face, and its eyes aren't eyes. But Seo-jun feels it look at him anyway. The thing opens a mouth that goes sideways, and the sound it makes isn't a roar. It's a name. His name. Seo-jun's borrowed knowledge is gone, and his baton is in his hand, and his cooldown is 0. He steps forward and swings the baton into the thing's jaw, and the impact shudders up his arm. The creature's head snaps sideways, and it staggers one step, and Seo-jun swings again. Minseok shouts something about futility and inevitability, and the blindness of small men who cannot see the scale of what they've broken. Seo-jun isn't listening. The baton cracks against the creature's temple, and its leg buckles, and he hits it again and again until it stops moving. The darkness ripples a second time. 3 more shapes pull themselves out. Then 6. Then Seo-jun loses count. The blast doors behind him shudder, and the metal screams, and Tae-young's voice cuts through the comms. Tae-young says the main corridor is flooding with contacts, and Dae-ho is holding the left junction alone. And Jiwoo is out of bolts and using her knife. Ha-jun cuts in and her voice is steady but thin. She says the hunters upstairs are screaming, and the grid is completely dark, and something is walking through the lobby. Something big. Seo-jun looks at the 6 creatures pulling themselves out of the dark, and the 3 already standing, and Minseok standing in the wreckage with his arms at his sides. Minseok says there's still time. He says the origin point can be reignited if Seo-jun stops fighting and accepts his role as the true keystone. He says the seal can be rebuilt, and the thing on the other side can be pushed back, and the hunters upstairs can still be saved. He says all Seo-jun has to do is stop pretending he's a hero. Seo-jun looks at him. Seo-jun says he's not pretending anything. He says Minseok spent 10 years building cages and calling them salvation. He says the seal wasn't a solution. It was a delay. Minseok's face twists, and the calm mask is gone, and what's underneath is rage. He says Seo-jun has no idea what he's talking about. He says the thing on the other side isn't a monster, and isn't a god, and isn't anything Seo-jun's small mind can comprehend. It's extinction. It's the end of every timeline Seo-jun has ever borrowed from, and every future he's ever touched, and every person he's ever loved. And now extinction knows where to find them.
The creatures lunge. Seo-jun dodges the first one and brings the baton down on the second one's skull, and the impact jars his healing ribs and his vision whites for half. A second. He rolls under the third one's grasping arm and comes up swinging, and the baton connects with its knee, and the joint folds backward with a wet crack. The fourth one catches him across the back, and he goes sprawling, and the baton skitters away across the floor. He pushes himself up, and his ribs scream, and his shoulder throbs, and his cooldown is still 0. He gets his feet under him and faces the 4 remaining creatures, and Min-seok's voice cuts through the chamber again. Min-seok says Seo-jun can't win this with brute force. He says the gate is broken and the seal is gone, and the only thing standing between soul and annihilation right now is Seo-jun's willingness to do what needs to be done. Seo-jun's calm crackles. Ha-jun asks if he's still alive. Her voice is strained, and he can hear the healing light flickering in the background and the sound of something heavy hitting a wall. Ji-woo cuts in and she's breathing hard. She says the creatures are pushing toward the hospital wing, and the medical staff are trapped on the 7th floor. Sua's floor. The words hit Seo-jun harder than the creature did. He looks at the things closing in on him, and the darkness still rippling at the base of the shattered spire, and Min-seok standing there with his offer still hanging in the air. And then something inside him shifts. It's not a borrowed skill. It's not a voice from a future that doesn't exist. It's his own mind finally putting pieces together. The starlight bloom cured Sua's mana channels, but the cure came from a borrowed technique, and borrowed knowledge, and borrowed futures. Every scan says she's stable, and every monitor says she's healing, and every doctor says she's going to live. But the cure is made of borrowed timelines. Timelines that are erasing faster and faster every time he uses his power. If the timelines collapse completely and the borrowed knowledge unravels, if the cure doesn't hold because its foundation was a future that no longer exists, if Sua's life is tethered to a branch he already burned and she isn't safe, she'll never be safe. Not while his power still works. The realization hits him like a physical blow, and Seo-jun stands in the wreckage of the origin point with creatures closing in from every direction. And he understands what he has to do. He has to give it up. Not the borrowed skills, and not the futures he can reach, and not the power he's been hiding since the day he first stepped into a gate. All of it. The whole mechanism. He has to burn the bridge completely and permanently and without any hope of getting it back. Because as long as his power exists, and as long as he can borrow from futures that might not survive, Sua's cure is built on sand. And Seo-jun won't let that happen. Not for her. Not for the one person he started all of this for. The creatures lunge and Seo-jun doesn't dodge. He lets them come. He closes his eyes and reaches inside himself and finds the place where his power lives. It's a thread that stretches forward into infinite futures, and every version of himself that ever picked up a weapon or learned a technique, or trained for 40 years in a world that doesn't exist yet. He can feel all of them, every branch and every possibility, and every version of Han Seo-jun that ever became strong enough to save someone. And then he cuts it. He doesn't borrow a skill, and he doesn't pull from a future, and he doesn't reach across timelines. He takes the thread and he severs it completely. The sensation is like losing a limb, and losing a sense, and losing a piece of his own soul all at once. His borrowed knowledge vanishes, and his connection to every future he ever touched goes dark, and the timelines he was reaching toward crumble into static. 40 years of symbiosis understanding gone. The targeting algorithm gone. The Void Dancer movement art gone. The Resonance Striker gone. The Ring of White Fire gone. Every skill he ever pulled from a future that might have been happy or whole or at peace. All of it burns away in the space of a single heartbeat. And in the silence that follows, something new wakes up. It's not borrowed. It's not from a future. It's not a skill he pulled from a version of himself that trained harder
or suffered more, or found a path he can't walk. It's his own strength. And it's been there the whole time, buried under layers of borrowed power and borrowed futures and borrowed hope. Creatures reach him, and Seo-jun opens his eyes. He doesn't have a baton, and he doesn't have a borrowed skill. And his cooldown timer is gone because there's nothing left to cool down from. What he has is his own body and his own training. And every single lesson Baek Hyun-woo ever beat into his skull about footwork and positioning, and not relying on power that isn't yours. The first creature swings at his head. Seo-jun ducks under it and drives his fist into its ribs, and the impact is different now. It's not the borrowed precision of a future self who trained for decades. It's his own strength and his own timing and his own knuckles cracking against something that feels like stone. The creature folds. Seo-jun doesn't stop. He drops the second one with an elbow to the throat and kicks the third one's knee out, and his body is moving faster than it's ever moved without a borrowed skill. Not because he's stronger, because he's finally not fighting against himself. The fourth creature catches his arm and wrenches it backward, and Seo-jun feels his shoulder scream, but he doesn't stop. He turns into the hold and headbutts the thing in the face, and the creature's grip loosens, and Seo-jun puts it down with 3 punches to the sternum. It's not graceful, and it's not the fluid movement art of a 40-year veteran. It's the desperate, efficient violence of a man who has lost everything and found something new underneath. The remaining creatures hesitate. They can feel the shift, and they don't understand it, and neither does Min-seok. Min-seok stares at Seo-jun, and his face cycles through confusion and disbelief and something that looks almost like fear. He says Seo-jun's signature just vanished from every sensor in the facility. He says the substitute keystone's resonance pattern is gone, and the gate's seeking function just went dead. He says Seo-jun didn't just stop borrowing. He destroyed the mechanism entirely. Seo-jun pulls himself upright, and his body is screaming, and his knuckles are bleeding, and he has never felt more alive. He looks at Min-seok and he doesn't say anything. The creatures attack again, and Seo-jun meets them head-on. Ha-jun's voice crackles through the comms, and there's panic underneath the calm. She says something just changed in the hospital wing monitoring, and Soo-ah's readings are spiking. Not crashing, spiking. The mana channels that were regenerating are stabilizing, and the borrowed energy signature that was threaded through her cellular structure is dissolving. And underneath it is something new, something that isn't borrowed, and isn't from a future, and isn't going to unravel when the timelines collapse. Seo-jun hears the words, and his chest seizes, and he keeps fighting. He puts down another creature, and another, and his elbows are raw, and his vision is blurring, but he doesn't stop. Ji-woo cuts in, and her voice is sharp with relief. She says the creatures in the medical wing are pulling back, and the 7th floor is secure, and the doctors just came over the intercom. Soo-ah is awake. Seo-jun's legs almost give out. He catches himself on the shattered edge of the spire, and the darkness is still rippling, and the creatures are still coming. But Soo-ah is awake. She's awake, and her cure isn't borrowed anymore, and her life isn't tethered to a future that doesn't exist. He gave up everything to make that happen, and it worked. The creatures surge forward, and Seo-jun pushes himself off the spire, and his body is running on fumes and adrenaline and something deeper than either of those things. He fights without borrowing and without holding back, and without the constant calculator in the back of his mind measuring cooldowns and timeline, costs and future branches. Every punch is his own, and every dodge is his own, and every creature he puts down is a piece of proof that he wasn't nothing without his power. He was just hiding. Tae-yang's voice cuts through the comms, and it's ragged but steady. He says the left junction is holding, and Daeho found a second shield, and the creatures are slowing down. He asks what Seo-jun did because half the contacts just lost their coordination. Seo-jun puts down another creature and says he cut the signal. Tae-young doesn't ask what that means. He just laughs that sharp barking laugh and says, Seo-jun better not be dead when he gets there. Seo-jun says he'll do his best. The chamber is filling with creatures now, and the darkness at the base of the spire is billowing outward like smoke. And Min-seok is still standing there with his hands shaking. Min-seok says this isn't over. He says the seal is still broken, and the thing on the other side is still coming. And Seo-jun just destroyed the only mechanism that could have rebuilt the bridge. He says Seo-jun traded his sister's life for the world. Seo-jun looks at him with blood running down his knuckles, and his ribs screaming, and his borrowed futures erased. He says he didn't trade anything. He says he gave up his power to save his sister, and the world is going to have to save itself for a while. He says that's what normal people do every single day. Min-seok opens his mouth to respond, and the blast doors finally give way. Tae-young comes through the gap with Dae-ho right behind him, and Ji-woo is on the other side with a stolen mana rifle, and Ha-jun's healing light floods the chamber. The cavalry is here, and they are absolutely wrecked and absolutely beautiful. Ji-woo's wrists are still bleeding, and Dae-ho's arm is still in a sling, and Tae-young has blood in his hair that isn't his. Ha-jun looks at Seo-jun and sees the missing signature and the blood and the way he's standing like he just lost something irreplaceable. She opens her mouth to ask. Seo-jun shakes his head. He says he'll explain later. He says right now they need to clear this chamber and seal the darkness and make sure the thing on the other side doesn't get any further than this room. Dae-ho asks how they seal a broken dimensional gate without a keystone. Seo-jun looks at the shattered spire and the billowing darkness and the creatures still pulling themselves out of the rift. He says they don't seal it, they collapse it. Tae-young asks how. Seo-jun picks up his fallen baton from the floor, and his knuckles are bleeding around the grip. He says they bring the whole sub-basement down on top of it, and bury the rift under 10,000 tons of concrete, and hope that buys Seoul enough. Time to figure out a real solution. Ha-jun says that's insane. Seo-jun says that's the plan. Ji-woo racks a fresh magazine into the stolen rifle, and says she's in. Dae-ho hefts his new shield and says he's in. Tae-young cracks his neck and says he was in before Seo-jun finished the sentence. Ha-jun looks at Seo-jun for a long moment, and her healing light flickers and then steadies. She says she trusts him. She's always trusted him. She says, let's bring this place down. The team moves, and Seo-jun leads them toward the structural supports at the far end of the chamber, and the creatures are still coming, and the darkness is still spreading. Min-seok stands in the wreckage of his life's work and watches them go. He doesn't try to stop them, maybe because he's finally out of moves. Maybe because he knows something they don't. Seo-jun doesn't look back. He reaches the first support column and puts his hand against the concrete and feels the vibrations of the building above them. 800 hunters upstairs, and a city full of civilians and a sister who just woke up in a hospital bed with a cure that won't vanish. He doesn't have a borrowed demolition skill. He doesn't have anything but his team and his baton and his own strength. Seo-jun swings the baton into the support column and the concrete cracks. The baton slams into the concrete column again, and a web of cracks spiderwebs outward. Seo-jun's hands are raw and his shoulders are screaming, but he doesn't stop. Dae-ho plants his new shield and says the creatures from the medical wing are pulling back. He asks if Seo-jun wants him to smash the next pillar. Seo-jun says no and points at the far corner where two columns meet the ceiling beam. He tells Dae-ho to hit those with everything he's got the second Ha-jun gives the signal. Tae-young cuts down another creature and asks what signal that would be. Seo-jun says he'll know when he sees it. Ha-jun's healing light pulses, and Ji-woo's wrists stop bleeding, and she racks the mana rifle with fresh purpose. Min-seok stands in the wreckage and watches the team move toward the far end of the chamber. His hands have stopped shaking. He looks at the shattered spire and the billowing darkness and the creatures still clawing their way out of the rift. He says something under his breath that the comms don't pick up. Ji-woo glances back at him
and asks if anyone else thinks he's being too quiet.
Taeyang says he's out of moves.
Daeho says he's never out of moves. Ha-jun tells everyone to focus, and the ceiling groans above them. The building is settling into its own weight, and the vibrations are getting worse. Seo-jun reaches the second column, and his baton comes down, and the concrete splits along a vertical seam. Dust fills the air, and the emergency strips flicker. He counts the columns and does the math in his head, and he doesn't have a borrowed demolition skill to calculate the exact load distribution. He just knows buildings. He's carried enough rubble off enough raid sites to understand how structures fail. You take out the corners, and you take out the center, and you make sure nothing is left to hold the weight. He tells Daeho the column on the left is his. He tells Taeyang the cluster of 3 near the rift needs to go down before the creatures regroup. Jiwoo asks what she's supposed to do. Seo-jun says she's on Overwatch, and anything that crawls out of the darkness gets a bolt between the eyes. She says that's the best job he's given her all day. Ha-jun asks about the hunters upstairs. Her voice is steady, but her hands are shaking, and not from exhaustion. Seo-jun looks at the ceiling and says the association headquarters was built to withstand A-rank gate breaches. He says the sub-basement is reinforced, and the collapse should be contained to the lower levels. He says he hopes. Taeyang laughs that sharp, barking laugh and says he's always wanted to bring down a government building. Daeho says technically it's a quasi-governmental agency. Taeyang says he doesn't care about technicalities. The darkness at the base of the spire surges, and a new wave of creatures pulls itself out of the rift. These ones are bigger, and their limbs are wrong, and their chest lights glow with a sick green pulse. Jiwoo puts a bolt into the closest one, and it doesn't even slow down. She says the big ones aren't absorbing anymore. She says they're just not caring. Seo-jun swings the baton into his column a third time, and the crack widens, and rebar shows through the concrete. He tells Daeho to go now. Daeho charges the left column with his new shield, and puts his whole weight behind the hit. The impact shakes the floor, and the column shatters at the base, and the ceiling above it dips 6 inches. Debris rains down, and Daeho's shield holds, and the guy is grinning through the blood on his face. He says, "That felt good." Taeyang is already at the cluster of columns near the rift, and his blade is a blur, and the creatures are between him and his target. He doesn't care. He cuts through 2 of them on the way, and his footwork is the same footwork he drilled into Seo-jun at 5:58 in the morning. Left step and right pivot, and the blade comes down and the first column split. The creatures surge toward him, and Jiwoo drops 3 with headshots, and her aim is perfect. Ha-jun's healing light wraps around Taeyang, and the gash on his side seals shut before he even feels it. He hits the second column, and the third, and the ceiling groans like a dying thing. The darkness pulses, and one of the big creatures lunges at Seo-jun. He ducks under the swing, and the baton comes up into the thing's jaw, and it stumbles back. His ribs are a symphony of complaint, and his knuckles are raw meat, and there is no future version of himself waiting to bail him out. He swings again, and the creature's skull craters and it drops. Jiwoo shouts that Min-seok is moving. Seo-jun turns, and Min-seok is walking toward the shattered spire with his hands still at his sides. He doesn't look like a man watching his life's work collapse. He looks like a man who is already somewhere else. Seo-jun tells Jiwoo to put a warning bolt at his feet. She fires, and the bolt hits the stone an inch from Min-seok's shoe, and he doesn't even flinch. He stops walking and turns to face Seo-jun. Min-seok says the origin point is already open, and the thing on the other side is already awake, and collapsing the sub-basement won't stop it. He says it'll just bury the problem and let it fester, and in 10 years, or 20 years, or 100 years, the seal will crack, and the thing will crawl out and Seoul will die anyway. Seo-jun says then they'll deal with it in 100 years. Min-seok says he's being short-sighted. Seo-jun says he's being alive, and that's good enough for him. He turns his back on Min-seok,
and hits the column again, and the rebar bends, and the crack is a foot wide now. Tae-young finishes the third column, and the ceiling above the rift drops a full foot, and the darkness convulses. The creatures in the chamber are slowing down, and their movements are jerkier, and the half-second lag is becoming a full second. Something in the rift is screaming. It's not a sound that travels through air, and it's not a sound that ears can hear. It's a pressure and a coldness and a wrongness that presses against the inside of Seo-jun's skull. He doesn't have the threat anymore, and he can't see the timelines, and he can't borrow the skill that would let him understand what the scream means. He just knows it's angry. Jiwoo's nose is bleeding, and Daeho's good eye is twitching, and Tae-young's blade stops mid-swing. Ha-jun's healing light flickers, and she drops to one knee. She says something is trying to get into her head. Seo-jun tells everyone to focus on the columns and not to listen. He says the scream is a distraction, and the real threat is the creature pulling itself out of the rift right now. The darkness at the base of the spire parts, and a hand comes through. It's not a creature's claw, and it's not a human hand. It's something in between, and it's covered in a film of black liquid that drips upward instead of down. A second hand follows, and then a torso, and then a head that is too long and too smooth and has too many eyes. The eyes open, and every single one of them is looking at Seo-jun. The thing speaks, and its voice is the same pressure as the scream, but shaped into words. It says keystone. It says broken. It says, you will serve. Seo-jun looks at the thing, and his baton is in his hands, and his borrowed futures are gone. He doesn't have a skill that can kill a thing from beyond the gate. He doesn't have a future version of himself who survived fighting it. He has his team and a plan to collapse a building, and 5 minutes until the thing fully manifests. He tells Daeho to bring down the last support column on the left. He tells Tae-young to take the center pillar, and to hit it like he's trying to break the sparring ring barrier. He tells Jiwoo to keep the small creatures off them. He tells Ha-jun to get ready to run. Seo-jun looks at the thing clawing its way out of the rift, and he looks at Min Seok standing in the wreckage, and he looks at the cracked concrete, columns and the billowing darkness, and the emergency strips buzzing with dying current. He says he's going to buy them time. Ha-jun says absolutely not. Her voice cracks on the third syllable, and her healing light surges, and she is not leaving him in this chamber with a monster and a madman. Seo-jun says he's not asking her to leave. He's asking her to trust him. She says she trusts him to do something stupid and get himself killed. He says he's done that before, and he's still here. Tae-young says he's got the center pillar, and Daeho is already moving toward the far support column. Jiwoo racks another magazine and says she's got enough bolts for 3 minutes. She asks if that's enough time. Seo-jun says it's more than enough. The thing from the rift pulls another foot of its body into the world, and the stone around the spire is cracking, and the darkness is spreading like oil across the floor. Min Seok steps forward, and his voice is calm. He says the entity is here, and the gate is open, and the only thing that can close it is a keystone with a multi-timeline consciousness. He says Seo-jun severed his thread and destroyed his borrowed futures, and now the gate has no keystone, and the entity has no anchor. He says the entity will find a new anchor, and it will use anyone it can reach, and the 800 hunters upstairs are broadcasting mana signatures, like beacons. Seo-jun says, then they better collapse the building before that happened. He swings the baton into his column one more time, and the crack becomes a fissure, and the fissure becomes a rupture. The column shatters, and the ceiling screams, and the whole chamber tilts. Daeho brings down his column, and Tae-young's blade cleaves through the center pillar, and the ceiling is coming down. Tons of concrete and steel and glass, and the whole weight of the Hunter Association headquarters pressing down on a sub-basement that was never designed to hold it. The entity screams and the darkness recoils, and Min Seok finally moves. He doesn't run from the collapse. He steps toward the rift and toward the entity, and his hands come up,
and he is doing something with his fingers that looks like a sea.
Seo-jun shouts for the team to move. Taeyang grabs Ha-jun's arm, and Dae-ho is already running. And Ji-woo fires 3 bolts into the ceiling to clear a path through the falling debris. They run for the breach in the blast doors, and the ceiling is coming down behind them. And the entity is screaming, and the darkness is collapsing in on itself. Seo-jun is the last one out. He turns back at the threshold and sees Min-seok standing in front of the entity, with his hands forming the seal and his mouth moving. The entity reaches for him, and Min-seok doesn't flinch. He says something that Seo-jun can't hear over the roar of the collapse. The ceiling gives way, and the chamber fills with concrete and steel. And the last thing Seo-jun sees is Min-seok's silhouette swallowed by the entity's darkness. The chamber is gone, and the sub-basement is gone. And the team is in the service tunnel with the ceiling cracking above them and the whole building groaning. Ji-woo asks if Min-seok is dead. Seo-jun doesn't answer because he doesn't know. He doesn't think Min-seok was trying to escape. He thinks Min-seok was trying to do the same thing Seo-jun was trying to do. Buy time. The difference is, Min-seok didn't have a team. Ha-jun grabs Seo-jun's arm, and her healing light floods into him, and his ribs stop screaming, and his knuckles stop bleeding. She asks if it's over. Seo-jun looks at the collapsed tunnel behind them, and the dust settling, and the silence where the entity's scream used to be. He says the rift is buried under 10,000 tons of concrete, and the entity is trapped, and Min-seok is gone. He says the immediate threat is over. Ha-jun asks what the next threat is. Seo-jun says they need to get out of this tunnel before the whole building comes down. And they need to get the 800 hunters out of the lockdown, and they need to figure out what Min-seok meant about the entity finding a new anchor. Taeyang says that sounds like a tomorrow problem. Dae-ho says he's fine with tomorrow problems, as long as he gets a shower first. Ji-woo says she wants a steak and a week of sleep, and she never wants to see another underground bunker as long as she lives. Seo-jun smiles, and it's tired, and it's battered. And it's the first real smile he's had in weeks. He says, they earned it. The team moves through the service tunnel toward the surface, and the ceiling above them holds, and the collapse doesn't follow them. They climb out of the old subway line and into the pre-dawn light, and the city is waking up around them. The association headquarters is still standing, but the East Wing is listing, and smoke is pouring out of the lower levels. Hunters are streaming out of the building, and the lockdown order is in chaos, and nobody knows what happened. Seo-jun's phone buzzes. It's Baek Hyun-woo. He says he saw the smoke on the news, and he's been trying to raise Seo-jun for the last 20 minutes. He asks if the origin point is sealed. Seo-jun says it's buried, and Min-seok is dead, and the entity is trapped. Hyun-woo is quiet for a moment. He says that's not the whole story. He says something woke up during the collapse, and it wasn't the entity. He says his contacts in the association are reporting a surge of dimensional energy moving north toward the mountains. And it's not reading as the Parasite Protocol signature. It's reading as something older. Seo-jun looks at his team, and at the smoking building, and at the city spreading out around them. He asks what kind of something. Hyun-woo says the kind of something that was sleeping under the mountain and woke up when the origin point shattered. The empty containment tanks in the second lab. The things that were already gone before the team arrived. Seo-jun closes his eyes, and the exhaustion is a physical weight, and his borrowed power is gone. And his sister is alive, and the world keeps finding new ways to be on fire. He asks Hyun-woo where it's heading. Hyun-woo says north of Chuncheon, and if it keeps moving at its current speed, it'll reach the border in 3 days. He says whatever it is, it's not alone. There are more signatures emerging from the mountains, and they're all moving in the same direction. Seo-jun says they need to get to a secure location and regroup and figure out what the hell just woke up. Hyun-woo says there's something else. He says the dimensional energy surge has a second component
that the association scanners almost missed.
It's faint, and it's fragmented, and it's broadcasting on the exact same frequency as Seo-jun's borrowed power. He asks what that means.
Hyun-woo says it means Seo-jun's severed thread didn't disappear. It reformed somewhere else, and something is using it.
The call ends, and Seo-jun stands in the pre-dawn light with his team around him and his sister alive, and a new impossible thing waiting in the mountains. Taeyong asks what the call was about. Seo-jun tells them everything. Ha-jun's healing light steadies, and her jaw sets, and she says they need to move. Ji-woo checks her rifle, and Dae-ho hefts his shield, and Taeyong's blade is already in his hand. They're exhausted, and they're battered, and they just buried a dimensional gate under a building. They don't care. They're in. Seo-jun looks at his team, and the weight in his chest is still there, but it's different now. It's not the weight of borrowed futures and erased timelines. It's the weight of people who chose to stand beside him. He says they've got 3 days before whatever woke up reaches the border. He says they need intel, and they need Hyun-woo's contacts, and they need to find out what happened to the fragment of his power. He says they're going hunting. The team moves toward the van, and the sun is rising over Seoul, and the smoke from the association headquarters is a black column against the gold sky. Somewhere under the mountain, and somewhere north of Chuncheon, and somewhere in the space between timelines, a thread that should have been severed wakes up and opens its eyes. The team is back in the van before the sun fully clears the horizon. Seo-jun's knuckles are white on the steering wheel, and nobody is talking. The silence is the bad kind. The kind that sits in your chest and hums. Ha-jun finally breaks it and asks what a severed thread even means. Seo-jun says he doesn't know, and that's the problem. He says he gave up his borrowed power to save Suwa and to bury the entity, and that should have been the end of it. But Hyun-woo's scanners picked up a fragment of his signature moving north, and that means something survived the severing. Taeyong asks if it's a leftover echo or a ghost like Oga-ul was. Seo-jun says he won't know until they find it. Ji-woo is already on her tablet, pulling up satellite feeds and dimensional energy maps of the northern mountains. She says the energy surge is massive, and it's not hiding. Whatever woke up wants to be found. Dae-ho asks what the play is. Seo-jun says they need intel, and they need it fast. And Hyun-woo is their best source. He dials Hyun-woo and puts him on speaker. Hyun-woo says he's been running the numbers, and the situation is worse than he thought. The dimensional energy surge isn't just old, it's prehistoric. He says the signature matches records from the first gate ever recorded, the one that opened in Seoul 30 years ago and closed before anyone could map it. Seo-jun asks what that has to do with his severed thread. Hyun-woo says the thread didn't just reform. It latched onto something. Something that was already there, and sleeping, and waiting. He says the empty containment tanks in the second lab under the mountain weren't built by Min-suk. They were built around something that was already there. Min-suk found it and tried to harness it and failed. Now it's awake, and it's carrying a fragment of Seo-jun's power, and it's heading for the border. Seo-jun's jaw tightens. He asks if there's anything that can stop it. Hyun-woo is quiet for a long moment. He says there's a record in the old Hunter Association archives that predates the ranking system. A report buried so deep, even Min-suk's people didn't find it. It mentions an artifact hidden in a gate north of Chuncheon that was used to seal the first breach 30 years ago. The artifact is called the Keystone Resonator. Hyun-woo says the resonator doesn't just seal gates. It can amplify or nullify any dimensional energy signature, including Seo-jun's severed thread. Seo-jun asks if it could restore his borrowed power. Hyun-woo says theoretically it could reforge the connection to his future timelines. But he warns that the resonator was hidden for a reason, and the gate it's in was sealed by hunters who died to keep it buried. Taeyang says that sounds like exactly the kind of thing they need.
Hyun-woo says it's also exactly the kind of thing other people will be hunting.
Ha-jun asks, who else knows about it?
Hyun-woo says the energy surge woke up more than just the old thing in the mountains.
He says his contacts are reporting movement from at least 3 factions, including a rogue hunter group led by someone Seo-jun knows. He asks who. Hyun-woo says the name, and it hits like a punch to the sternum. Cha Eun-ji, the rival prodigy who Seo-jun barely beat in the sub-basement. The one who vanished after the depot raid and nobody could track. She's back and she's hunting the same artifact. Seo-jun asks how Eun-ji even knows about the resonator. Hyun-woo says her group has a former association archivist who defected after the lockdown fiasco. The archivist found the old records before the association buried them. Eun-ji wants the resonator to build a new hunter order, one that doesn't answer to the corrupt guild system. Ha-jun says that almost sounds noble. Hyun-woo says it would be if Eun-ji wasn't willing to kill anyone who gets in her way. He says her group has been tracking the same energy signatures, and they're already mobilizing toward the gate's last known location. Ji-woo pulls up a map and drops a pin on an abandoned mining complex in the mountains 50 kilometers north of Chuncheon. She says the gate's last recorded coordinates match the mine's deepest shaft. Daeho asks how long they have before Eun-ji's group reaches it. Hyun-woo says they've got maybe 8 hours before Eun-ji's people breach the outer seal. Seo-jun makes the call. They're going in. He says they need the resonator to stop whatever is moving toward the border. And if Eun-ji gets it first, she'll use it to tear down the association and replace it with her own army. Taeyang says he always wanted a rematch with Eun-ji anyway. Ji-woo says she'll pull up the mine schematics and find the fastest route to the shaft. Ha-jun asks what the plan is when they find the artifact. Seo-jun says they secure it, and they use it to track the fragment of his power, and they stop it before it reaches the border. He doesn't say what everyone is thinking, that using the resonator might restore his borrowed power, that the temptation is going to be there the whole time. He gave up his futures to save his sister, and reclaiming them would undo everything he sacrificed. Ha-jun watches him and doesn't say anything, and she doesn't have to. She knows. The van pushes north, and the city fades behind them, and the mountains rise ahead like teeth. The old mining complex is a skeleton of rusted steel and collapsed tunnels, and the main entrance is buried under a rock slide that happened decades ago. Ji-woo's scans show the gate access is in the deepest shaft, level 12, behind a reinforced blast door that's still showing active power reading. The original miners sealed it off, and someone since then has been maintaining the power supply. Daeho finds a ventilation shaft and says they can rappel down to level 8 and take the stairwell the rest of the way. Seo-jun says that's the play, but they need to move fast. Eun-ji's group is already on site. Ji-woo spots fresh tracks in the mud near the rock slide and drag marks where heavy equipment was pulled into a side entrance. Taeyang says the side entrance leads to the maintenance elevator, and Eun-ji's people are probably already at the lower levels. Seo-jun tells the team to go silent and stay sharp. They descend through the ventilation shaft, and the air gets cold and stale, and tastes like iron and old rock. The stairwell is lit by emergency strips that flicker every few seconds. At level 10, Daeho sees movement below. A team of 4 hunters in tactical gear moving up the stairwell toward them. They're not association hunters. They're wearing Eun-ji's insignia, a phoenix wreathed in black flame. Seo-jun signals the team to hold. He counts 6 more coming up from level 11, 12 total, and they're fanning out to cover the stairwell. Eun-ji knew someone would follow. Ji-woo whispers that she can take out the lights and give them 30 seconds of darkness. Seo-jun nods. She fires a mana disruption bolt into the emergency panel, and the stairwell plunges into black. Seo-jun moves first. He's down the stairs before the first hunter can activate a light rune, and his baton cracks against the man's temple, and he drops. Taeyang is right behind him, and his blade hums,
and 2 more hunters hit the railing and go over.
Dae-ho plants his shield
And blocks a hail of mana bolts, and the impact rings off the walls.
Ha-jun's healing light flares,
And the darkness turns silver for half a second.
Ji-woo fires 3 shots and 3 lights go out.
And the hunters are scrambling and shouting, and nobody knows where the attack is coming from.
Seo-jun is already on the next landing.
He takes out the squad leader with a palm strike to the jaw, and the woman crumples, and her weapon clatters down the stairs.
The fight lasts 40 seconds.
12 hunters down, and not a single one of them dead because Seo-jun gave the order no killing.
They're just people doing a job.
Tae-young says Eunji's going to know they're here now. Seo-jun says good. He wants her to know. They reach level 12, and the blast door is open, and the air on the other side is wrong.
It hums with dimensional energy,
and the walls are covered in old blood runes that predate the mining complex by centuries.
The gate is at the far end of a cavern that shouldn't exist.
A vast chamber carved out of the mountain by something that wasn't human. At the center of the chamber is a stone pedestal, and on the pedestal is a crystalline orb that pulses with a light that isn't light.
The keystone resonator.
And standing in front of it with her blade drawn is Cha Eun-ji. She doesn't look surprised to see them.
She says she figured Seo-jun would show up eventually.
She says the resonator is hers, and she's not asking.
Seo-jun steps forward, and his baton is at his side, and his heart is hammering, but his voice is steady.
He says they don't have time for a fight.
He says something woke up in the mountains,
and it's carrying a fragment of his power, and it's heading for the border. And if it reaches it, the whole
peninsula is going to burn.
Eunji says she knows about the energy surge, and she's counting on it.
She says the resonator can nullify the fragment,
but it can also amplify it, and she intends to use it to wipe the association off the map.
Seo-jun says that's insane,
and she'll kill millions of people.
Eunji says the association
has been killing people for years with their corruption and their lockdowns and their secret labs.
She says the hunters in this country deserve better,
and she's going to give it to them.
Ha-jun steps up beside Seo-jun
and asks Eunji if she really thinks destroying everything is the answer.
Eunji looks at her,
and for a second, something flickers behind her pale gray eyes. Something tired.
She says she doesn't have the luxury of better answers.
Then the cavern shakes. Nobody moves.
The rumbling grows,
and the blood runes on the walls start to glow, and the dimensional energy in the room spikes hard.
Ji-woo checks her scanner, and her face goes pale.
She says something is coming through the gate.
Something that isn't supposed to be able to enter this reality.
The crystalline orb on the pedestal flares, and the light turns from white to deep crimson. Eunji says the resonator is activating on its own.
Seo-jun says it's not on its own.
It's reacting to something. And then the voice comes. It doesn't come from the gate. It comes from everywhere and nowhere. And it sounds exactly like the entity that Seo-jun buried under the association headquarters.
It says keystone,
and it says found, and it says you will serve. And the cavern splits open beneath their feet. Oh, Gaul's trap.
It was never the resonator. The artifact is real,
but the pedestal is rigged, and the dimensional energy spike was a lure designed to attract anyone powerful enough to activate it.
The real resonator is somewhere else,
and this is a decoy wrapped in a containment field that's about to collapse.
Eunji's eyes go wide,
and she lunges away from the pedestal just as the floor beneath it crumbles into a rift that opens into nothing.
The crimson light surges,
and a hand reaches out of the rift. It's not the entity's hand.
It's smaller and faster,
and it's made of something that looks like obsidian and starlight.
It grabs the base of the pedestal,
and the orb shatters, and the containment field shrieks, and the whole chamber tilts.
Seo-jun grabs a support beam,
and Ha-jun grabs him, and Dae-ho plants his shield, and Tae-young cuts a creature that lunges out of the dark.
Ji-woo fires into the rift,
and the bolts vanish into the nothing.
Seo-jun shouts that they need to get out now. Eunji is on her feet, and her blade is in her hand, and she looks at Seo-jun with an expression that isn't quite hostile anymore. She says they can't outrun the collapse, and she's right. The rift is spreading, and the cavern is caving in, and the only way out is through a tunnel on the far side that's already filling with debris. Eunji says she has a way out, but it requires trust. Seo-jun asks what kind of trust. She says she has a teleportation anchor set up in a safe room 3 levels above them. It can take 6 people. She has 4 in her team, and Seo-jun has 5 in his. Someone has to stay behind. Seo-jun says no. He says they all go or nobody goes. Eunji says the anchor can't handle 9, and it'll burn out if they try. Ha-jun says she can stabilize the anchor with her healing light, but it'll cost her, and she won't be able to fight for a while. Eunji stares at her for a long second, and then she nods. She says if Ha-jun can boost the anchor, she can get all 9 of them out. Eunji says the catch is the safe room is in Eunji's territory, and once they're there, they're at her mercy. Daeho says he doesn't love those odds. Taeyang says he'll take his chances with the collapsing cavern. The creature in the rift screams, and the sound is like glass shattering inside Seo-jun's skull. He makes the call. He says they do it. He says they get out and they regroup, and they figure out where the real resonator is, and they stop the thing in the mountains before it reaches the border. Eunji says she wants the same thing, and maybe for different reasons. But right now, the reasons don't matter. She activates the anchor, and a circle of blue light blooms beneath them, and Ha-jun pours her healing light into it, and the circle expands. The rift lunges toward them, and the creature's hand reaches out, and Seo-jun is the last one in the circle. The hand closes around his ankle, and the cold is absolute, and for one terrible second, he feels the nothing on the other side trying to pull him through. Then Taeyang's blade comes down and severs the hand at the wrist, and the creature screams, and the teleport fires. They land in a concrete room lit by a single mana lamp, and the walls are lined with weapons and supplies. And Eunji's people are already moving too. Secure the perimeter. Seo-jun is on his knees, and his ankle is numb, and the cold from the creature's touch is still crawling up his leg. Ha-jun is pale, and her healing light is flickering, and she says the anchor almost burned her out. Jiwoo helps her to a cot, and Daeho stands at the door, and Taeyang cleans his blade. Eunji looks at Seo-jun, and her expression is unreadable. She says the resonator is still out there, and Oh-ga-ul played them both. She says they have 2 choices. They can fight each other and let the thing in the mountains win. Or they can work together and find the real artifact and stop it. Seo-jun asks why she'd trust him. Eunji says she doesn't. But she trusted Oh-ga-ul, and Oh-ga-ul tried to kill her. And that gives her a new perspective on who her enemies actually are. She says she's willing to call a temporary truce, shares intel and combines forces, and figures out where the real resonator is hidden. Seo-jun looks at his team, and Ha-jun nods, and Taeyang shrugs. And Daeho says it's better than fighting a 2-front war. Jiwoo says she can track the energy signature of the decoy and trace it back to whoever built it. Seo-jun says they do it. He says the truce holds until the artifact is secured, and the thing in the mountains is stopped. And after that, they can go back to trying to kill each other. Eunji almost smiles. She says she appreciates the honesty. Then she pulls up a holographic map, and the old mining complex is a ruin behind them, and the mountains ahead are marked with red dots that represent the energy signatures of the thing that woke up. There are dozens of them now. They're spreading. Eunji says they have maybe 2 days before the fragments reach the border and converge into something that can't be stopped. Seo-jun asks what she knows about the resonator's real location. Eunji says there's an old shrine deeper in the mountains that predates the gates, a place the original hunters used to worship the dimensional rifts as gods. She says the records her archivist found indicate the resonator was hidden there
after the first breach was sealed. Seo-jun asks how they get there. Eunji says there's a network of tunnels that run under the mountain range, and her people have been mapping them for weeks. She says they can be at the shrine in 12 hours if they move now. Seo-jun looks at his team and they're exhausted, and they're battered, and they just survived a collapsing dimension. They nod anyway.
Because that's who they are.
Seo-jun says they'll follow Eunji's lead, but he's not giving up his weapons, and he's not turning his back on her people. Eunji says she wouldn't trust him if he did. And just like that, the alliance is born in a concrete room under a mountain with a decoy artifact shattered, and a new enemy rising, and a severed thread somewhere in the dark. Seo-jun checks his ankle and the cold is receding, and his baton is still in his hand. He doesn't have borrowed power, and he doesn't have a cooldown timer, and he doesn't have any futures to erase. All he has is the people beside him, and the choice to trust them. And the faint nagging thought that the resonator is still out there, and if he finds it, he could get everything back. He pushes the thought down. He says they move out in 10, and the mountains wait, and the fragments spread. And somewhere north of Chuncheon, the thing that woke up opens its second eye. The Hunter Association drops the announcement 2 days later, and the internet catches fire. A global tournament, and the prize is a single use of the Tears of Yggdrasil. Nobody even knew the association possessed the tears. The item is the only known substance that can fully regenerate mana channels without scarring. It is literally the difference between a hunter recovering completely and spending the rest of their life on a cot. Seo-jun stares at the announcement on his phone, and Soo-ah is asleep in the bed next to him, and her monitors are steady. She is awake now, and her channels are stabilizing. But the doctors say it could take years for her to walk again. The tears would fix her in a day. He doesn't have borrowed power anymore, and his rank is still F, and every hunter on the planet is going to enter this thing. Seo-jun registers anyway. The form asks for his rank, and he types F, and the algorithm flags it for manual review. The review takes 3 hours, and then he gets approved, and the system doesn't even ask why an F rank thinks he belongs in a global tournament. He's famous now, and that changes things. The video of him inside the corrupted gate has 22 million views. Half the commenters say he's a fraud, and the other half say he's the future. And Seo-jun ignores both groups. Taeyang finds him in the training complex at 6 in the morning and asks if he's lost his mind. Seo-jun says the tears fix everything. Taeyang says there are S ranks from 12 countries registered, and they're going to eat him alive. Seo-jun says he's not planning to get eaten. Taeyang stares at him for a long moment, and then he grins and says fine. He says if Seo-jun is insane enough to enter, then he's insane enough to train him. The next 3 weeks are brutal. Taeyang drills footwork until Seo-jun's legs are numb, and he works hand positioning until his arms won't lift. He spars with Daeho, and the big man doesn't hold back, and Seo-jun gets thrown into the barrier wall so many times he loses count. Jiwoo brings him ice packs and protein bars and tells him he's an idiot. She also kisses him on the cheek. Ha-jun sees it, and her expression is perfectly neutral. And the next day, she brings him a heating pad and stays for 2 hours. She doesn't say anything about Jiwoo, but her hand rests on his arm for a full 3 seconds longer than necessary. The harem dynamic is alive and well, and Seo-jun has exactly 0 time to deal with it. The tournament is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 is a qualification gauntlet, and every registered hunter fights 3 matches in a single day. Winners advance and losers go home, and the association expects 70% of applicants to wash out. Seo-jun's first opponent is a B-rank striker from Thailand, who has lightning mana and a reputation for ending fights in under 10 seconds. The crowd laughs when Seo-jun walks into the arena. They've seen the video, but they don't believe it. And an F rank facing a B rank is a joke in this world. The striker launches a lightning bolt straight at Seo-jun's chest. Seo-jun steps sideways. Not fast and not dramatic, and not borrowed from any future. He just reads the angle and moves. The bolt hits the barrier, and the striker frowns and fires again, and Seo-jun steps the other way. 3 bolts and 3 steps, and the crowd stops laughing. Seo-jun moves in, and the striker panics and throws a wild punch wreathed in electricity. Seo-jun ducks under it and plants a palm strike on the man's sternum. No borrowed skill, and no future erased, and no cooldown timer ticking in his head. Just his own strength and his own timing, and the memory of 40 years of footwork that Tae-young drilled into his bones. The striker crumples. Referee calls the match. Seo-jun walks out of the arena, and the crowd is silent. Ji-woo is waiting in the tunnel, and she throws her arms around his neck. Ha-jun arrives 15 seconds later and gives Ji-woo a look that could freeze water. And then she touches Seo-jun's shoulder and asks if he's hurt. He says he's fine, and she says he's sweating, and he says that's normal after a fight. The harem tension could power a small city. Sua watches the second match from her hospital bed via livestream. She's propped up on pillows, and her face is still pale, but her eyes are bright. The nurses cluster around the screen and cheer every time Seo-jun lands a hit. He takes down a C rank from Japan and then an A rank from Germany. And each win is clean and methodical. No borrowed power and no desperate gambles. And no erasing futures he can't afford to lose. He's just better now. Qualification day ends and Seo-jun is 3-0 and the internet explodes again. The semifinals bracket is announced, and Seo-jun's opponent is Cha Eun-ji. Of course it's Eun-ji. The universe has a sense of humor. They face each other in the arena, and the crowd is electric. And Eun-ji looks at him across the sand. She's stronger than she was at Songdo Pier, and her movements are sharper, and her aura is denser. She says she didn't expect him to make it this far. Seo-jun says neither did she. She almost smiles and then she attacks. Her speed is incredible, and her blade is a blur. And Seo-jun dodges 3 strikes that would have gutted him 6 months ago. He doesn't block because blocking would break his arm. He flows through the gaps. She presses harder, and he gives ground, and the crowd thinks he's losing. But Seo-jun is watching. Eun-ji's style is aggressive and relentless, but she overextends on her 4th strike. She always overextends. He noticed it during their fight at the pier, and he's been waiting for it ever since. She lunges, and he sidesteps and his foot hooks her ankle. She stumbles. Not a lot, and not enough to fall, but enough to lose her rhythm. Seo-jun steps into her guard and stops his fist a centimeter from her throat. Eun-ji freezes. She stares at his fist and then at his face, and her expression is unreadable. She says this is the second time. Seo-jun lowers his hand and says it's habit. The referee calls the match, and Eun-ji nods once and walks out of the arena, and Seo-jun advances to the finals. The masked hunter is waiting for him. Nobody knows who they are, and nobody knows where they came from. They entered the tournament as an independent, and the announcer says their name is Zero. They wear a full face mask of black metal with no eye holes and no mouth slit. They move like something that was never human. The match begins and Zero doesn't attack. They just stand there. Seo-jun circles and Zero doesn't move, and the crowd is restless. Then Zero raises one hand. Dark energy pools around their fingers, and the temperature in the arena drops by 20 degrees. The energy isn't mana, and it isn't dimensional, and Seo-jun doesn't know what it is. Zero flicks their wrist, and a wave of shadow shoots across the sand. Seo-jun dodges, but the shadow curves and follows him. It's alive. He runs, and the shadow runs faster, and it clips his heel. The cold is instant and absolute, and his foot goes numb. He stumbles, and Zero is already behind him. A palm strike to his spine, and Seo-jun hits the sand hard. The crowd gasps. Seo-jun rolls, and Zero's follow-up punch cracks the floor where his head just was. He kicks out and catches Zero's knee.
Zero doesn't flinch. They grab his ankle and their grip is like iron, and the dark energy seeps into his skin. Seo-jun's leg goes cold up to the thigh. He punches Zero in the mask with his free hand. The metal doesn't dent, but Zero's grip loosens. Seo-jun rips free and scrambles backward. Think, he can't borrow power, and he can't outrun the shadows. And Zero is faster and stronger and more dangerous than anyone he's fought since the entity. But Zero telegraphs. Every attack starts with a tiny shift of their right shoulder. Seo-jun sees it. He backs toward the barrier, and Zero follows, and the shadow coils around their arm like a living snake. The attack comes, and Seo-jun is already moving. He drops at the last instant, and the shadow passes over his head, and he drives his shoulder into Zero's midsection. Zero staggers. Seo-jun hits them with everything he has. A 1-2 combo to the ribs, and an elbow to the collarbone, and a knee to the solar plexus. Zero's guard breaks. Seo-jun swings for the mask. His fist connects, and a crack runs through the black metal. Zero stops. A fragment of the mask falls away and reveals one eye. The eye is a pale void with no pupil and no iris. It's the exact same color as Ogaul's ghost. Seo-jun freezes. The referee signals the match over. Seo-jun wins the tournament. The crowd roars, and the announcer shouts his name, and the tears of Yggdrasil are his. But Seo-jun is staring at the eye behind the broken mask. Zero presses a hand to the crack, and the dark energy seals the gap. They turn and walk out of the arena. 10 seconds later, they disappear into the tunnel. Seo-jun gives chase, but the tunnel is empty. Not a footprint, and not a residue, and not a single trace of dimensional energy. The connection between Zero and Ogaul slams into his brain like a freight train. He stands in the empty tunnel, and the crowd noise is distant, and his foot is still numb. He won, and Sua will walk. And he did it without borrowed power, and without sacrificing a single future. But the thing with the void eyes is still out there, and it feels like a warning. The celebration gala is still 3 hours away. Seo-jun doesn't go. He hands the tears of Yggdrasil to a medical courier with armed escort, and watches the van pull out toward the hospital. Ha-jun finds him in the empty arena tunnel. She says he won, and he should be celebrating. Seo-jun says he can't stop thinking about the eye behind the mask. Ha-jun doesn't have an answer for that. Her hand finds his arm and she doesn't pull away. Ji-woo is already en route to a routine extraction mission in Gangseo District with a 4-man support squad. A C-rank gate that opened 6 hours ago and barely registers on the threat scale. Standard cleanup. Ji-woo jokes over comms that she'll be back in time for the gala. She doesn't come back. The extraction window closes at 7 p.m., and Ji-woo's team misses 2 check-ins in a row. Daeho calls the guild operations desk, and they say the gate collapsed 40 minutes ago with no exit signature registered, which means either her comms are dead or she's still inside a gate that no longer exists. Tae-young is already suiting up. Seo-jun pulls the gate data on his phone, and something is wrong. The energy signature spiked to A rank for exactly 3 seconds before the collapse. Not a natural closure. Someone triggered it. He calls Baek Hyun-woo. Hyun-woo runs a backtrace on the gate's registration and finds the paperwork was filed by a shell company that doesn't exist. The gate was planted. Ji-woo was targeted. Seo-jun's jaw tightens until his teeth ache. He tells the team they have 1 hour before the trail goes cold. Ha-jun pulls surveillance footage from a traffic camera 3 blocks from the gate site. A black van with no plates pulls out of an alley 7 minutes after the collapse and heads east towards Songdo. Songdo, the same pier where Eunji held Ji-woo captive 6 weeks ago. Somebody has a sense of dramatic irony. Seo-jun texts Eunji. She responds in under 30 seconds. She says her people didn't take the girl,
and whoever did is making a statement by using her old location.
She sends a set of coordinates for an abandoned fish processing plant 300 meters from the pier.
Her intel suggests a holding site.
She adds that if Seo-jun needs backup,
She owes him one for the tournament. Seo-jun tells her to stay out of it.
he doesn't want Ga-ul's allies anywhere near Jiwoo
Until he knows what he's dealing with. Tae-young drives the van.
Daeho checks gear in the back.
Ha-jun preps medical supplies for trauma and mana suppression.
Seo-jun stares at the map on his phone
And traces the route from the fake gate to the processing plant. The pattern is too clean and too deliberate and too exactly what he would set up if he wanted to lure someone into a kill box.
He walks into it anyway.
The plant is a rusted skeleton of corrugated steel and broken windows, and the smell of old salt rot.
Daeho takes point with his shield.
And Tae-young covers the left flank. Ha-jun stays 10 meters back with a containment field ready.
Seo-jun enters through a side door that has been left unlocked.
The interior is lit by a single fluorescent strip that buzzes like a dying insect.
Jiwoo's tactical vest is on the floor.
Her comms unit is still clipped to the collar, and the screen shows a single message. Come alone.
Seo-jun picks up the vest and his hand shakes once before he stops it.
He tells the team to pull back to the perimeter. Ha-jun says no.
He says this is what they want, and if they see a full squad,
They'll kill Jiwoo before anyone reaches her.
Daeho puts a hand on his shoulder
and says he'll be 30 seconds out if things go bad. Tae-young doesn't argue, but his gray eyes are cold.
Seo-jun walks deeper into the plant alone. The processing floor is a maze of gutted machinery
And conveyor belts frozen mid-rust, and the darkness pools in every corner.
He steps into the center of the floor and the lights snap on.
Jiwoo is strapped to a chair at the far end of the room.
Her wrists are bound with
Mana suppression cuffs, and her hair is matted with sweat, and a strip of black tape covers her mouth.
Her eyes are open,
And they track Seo-jun as he enters. She's alive. But something is wrong with her gaze. It's too still, too flat.
A figure steps out from behind a rusted boiler.
Tall and thin, and wearing a coat that looks like spun shadow.
No mask and no insignia and no visible weapon.
He smiles like someone who has already won.
He says his name doesn't matter,
But his employer sends regards. Seo-jun asks what he wants.
the man gestures at Jiwoo and says
She's already been processed. Seo-jun doesn't know what that means.
the man explains that the brainwashing protocol takes 6 hours to fully integrate.
They started at noon. It's nearly done.
The Jiwoo in that chair is still in there somewhere.
But she won't be for much longer. Seo-jun moves.
He closes the distance in 4 seconds.
And his fist is aimed at the man's throat. The man doesn't dodge. Seo-jun's punch stops an inch from his neck.
Not because he wants it to, but
Because he can't push through. A telekinetic barrier. The man's smile doesn't waver.
he says violence won't help.
And Seo-jun should listen to the offer. The offer is simple.
Seo-jun surrenders himself to Ga-ul's custody.
And Jiwoo walks free with the brainwashing reversed. If he refuses, Jiwoo becomes a sleeper agent.
Her first command will be to put a knife in Seo-jun's back.
She's crying without making a sound. Her lips are moving against the tape.
She's mouthing one word over and over.
Don't. Seo-jun tells the man he has a counteroffer.
He asks what happens if he kills everyone in this building
And walks out with Jiwoo and reverses the damage himself. The man laughs.
He says Seo-jun can't borrow futures anymore,
And he's just an F rank with a good right hook. And the outcome is already decided. The overhead lights flicker. Daeho's shield comes through the wall.
He takes out 3 steel support beams
And a rusted conveyor. And a man who was hiding behind a refrigeration unit.
Tae-young drops through a skylight.
And kicks the thin man in the chest. The telekinetic barrier shatters, and the man hits the floor hard.
Seo-jun is already running toward Jiwoo.
Behind him, Ha-jun crashes through the main door with a containment field flared to full brightness.
Her healing light floods the room.
She finds 3 more hostiles in the upper catwalks and pins them against the wall with a concussive burst.
Tae-young puts the thin man in a chokehold
And asks who he works for. The man laughs and bites down on something in his molar.
His eyes roll back,
And his body convulses, and he's dead before Tae-young can force his jaw open. Seo-jun reaches Ji-woo.
he tears the tape off her mouth,
And her first word is a warning. She tells him to run.
her eyes flicker from flat to desperate and back again,
And the brainwashing is fighting her.
Seo-jun works the mana suppression cuffs,
But they're keyed to a biometric lock, and they won't budge. Ji-woo screams. Her body snaps rigid, and her eyes go completely blank. She lunges. The cuffs are still locked, but the chair was never bolted to the floor.
Ji-woo swings the chair like a weapon,
And the metal leg catches Seo-jun across the ribs. He staggers.
Ji-woo stands up with the chair still attached to her wrists,
And her movements are wrong. Too fast and too precise, and not human.
The brainwashing isn't just controlling her,
It's enhancing her. Seo-jun tells the team not to hurt her. Daeho starts to move and Seo-jun says no.
this is his fight.
Ji-woo attacks. She swings the chair and Seo-jun ducks, and the metal leg punches a hole in a concrete pillar.
She kicks and the kick is a blur,
And Seo-jun takes it on his forearm. His arm goes numb to the elbow.
she's B rank on her own.
But whatever they did to her pushed her past that.
Seo-jun doesn't have borrowed power.
And he doesn't have a weapon. And he won't hit her full force. He dodges 3 more strikes, and each one is closer to his head than the last. Ji-woo's face is blank, but her eyes are leaking tears.
She's still in there.
He talks to her. He tells her he knows she can hear him, and he knows she's fighting, and he needs her to listen.
Ji-woo hesitates.
Her next swing slows by half a second. Seo-jun steps into her guard and wraps his arms around her and pins the chair between them.
He tells her to come back.
Her body trembles. Her forehead drops against his shoulder. She whispers his name.
The blankness in her eyes cracks like ice.
She says she can feel the command trying to kill him, and she can't stop it much longer.
Seo-jun says he'll handle the rest.
He supports her weight and carries her toward Ha-jun.
Ha-jun's healing light wraps around Ji-woo,
And she checks her vitals, and her mana channels are twisted into a foreign pattern.
The brainwashing is anchored to something external.
A signal source. Seo-jun picks up Ji-woo's comms unit from the vest on the floor.
The message on the screen is still glowing,
But now it shows a second line of text. A frequency. He gives it to Daeho and tells him to trace it. Daeho patches the frequency through a portable scanner, and the signal leads to a relay tower on the roof. Tae-young is already moving. He comes back 2 minutes later with a smoking device that looks like a collapsed tuning fork. He crushes it under his heel. Ji-woo gasps. Her mana channels unknot, and her eyes clear, and she starts sobbing against Seo-jun's chest. She tells him she tried to warn him, and she couldn't stop herself, and she almost killed him. Seo-jun holds her tighter and says it wasn't her.
She didn't fail.
She fought hard enough to slow down, and that was what mattered. 2 minutes later, Eunji's team arrives and secures the perimeter.
The thin man's body yields a data chip with a partial encryption.
Eunji says she can crack it, but it'll take time. She looks at Ji-woo, and her expression flickers. She says Ogaul is escalating faster than she predicted. Seo-jun asks if Ogaul ordered this.
Eunji says yes and no.
Ogaul doesn't give orders. She gives futures. The man in the coat was shown a timeline where he was powerful and respected and feared, and he sold his soul for a piece of it.
The brainwashing protocol was a test run.
Ogaul wants to know if she can turn Seo-jun's own people against him.
And if she can reach Ji-woo, she can reach anyone.
Seo-jun looks at Ji-woo asleep in the back of the van, with Ha-jun's hand on her forehead.
He thinks about the eye behind the cracked mask, and the pale void that matches Ga-ul's ghost. He thinks about the tournament and the chase through the tunnel and the warning he felt. He doesn't know what Ga-ul is or what she wants, but he knows she just declared war. The fish processing plant stinks of old brine and colder things. Eunji leads them through a maze of rusted conveyor belts and collapsed ceiling panels. The safe room is behind a false wall in the old freezer unit. Steel walls, a folding table, and a single lamp running off a portable battery. Taeyong props himself against the wall with his arms crossed and his gray eyes tracking every shadow. Daeho guards the door with his shield half raised and his jaw set tight. Ha-jun sits beside Ji-woo in the corner, with her fingers resting on the girl's wrist. Ji-woo is still asleep, and her breathing is shallow and her face is pale. Seo-jun stands at the table and stares at the data chip. Eunji tells him the encryption is old and military grade, and it'll take her tech guy 12 hours to crack. Seo-jun doesn't have 12 hours. He asks about the frequency from the relay tower. Eunji says it's a dead end, and the signal bounced through 6 repeaters across the city. Whoever set this up planned for exactly that kind of trace. Seo-jun asks what she knows about Ga-ul. Eunji's expression flickers. She says the name, and the guy who gave her the intel looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He said Ga-ul doesn't exist on any hunter registry, and her dimensional signature doesn't match anything in the association's database. But she's been active for at least 6 months. She's shown up at 3 gate sites, 2 black market auctions, and a meeting with a guildmaster who was found dead the next day. The guildmaster's cause of death was listed as mana channel collapse. But Eunji says the body showed signs of temporal degradation. Tissue aged 50 years in 6 hours. Seo-jun has seen that before. He thinks about the erased futures and the timelines collapsing, and the ghost who warned him about the cost. Ga-ul knew about his power before anyone else did. She knew the price before he understood it himself, and now she's using the same kind of knowledge to turn his own people against him. He asks Eunji if her contact said anything else. Eunji hesitates. She says the contact told her Ga-ul is looking for something. Not an artifact, and not a gate, and not territory. She's looking for a specific timeline, one where someone lives. Seo-jun's stomach goes cold. He asks who. Eunji doesn't know. The contact didn't either. Seo-jun looks at Ji-woo and thinks about the brainwashing and the command that almost killed him. Ga-ul didn't want Ji-woo dead. She wanted to see if Seo-jun could break the control. She was testing him. The realization hits like a kick to the chest. Everything Ga-ul has done has been a test. The Thin Man and the relay tower, and the trap at the processing plant, and the fake futures she showed the coat guy. All of it designed to push Seo-jun towards something. He doesn't know what, but he knows one thing for certain. She's a version of him. And if she's a version of him, then she thinks like him. She plans like him. She anticipates like him. And right now, she's waiting for him to make the next move. Seo-jun tells the team he needs to talk to her. Daeho says that's the worst idea he's ever heard, and he's heard some bad ones. Taeyong uncrosses his arms and says if Seo-jun walks into a meeting alone, he's dead. Ha-jun looks up from Ji-woo, and her expression is unreadable, but her hand tightens on the girl's wrist. She asks what he thinks he'll get from a conversation with someone who just tried to brainwash his friend. Seo-jun says he'll get answers. He doesn't know what Ga-ul wants, and he doesn't know why she's targeting him, and he doesn't know what timeline she's trying to save. But he knows she's desperate. Desperate people talk when they think they're winning. Taeyong asks how he plans to arrange a meeting with someone who doesn't exist. Seo-jun picks up Ji-woo's comms unit from the table. The message on the screen is still glowing. The frequency is gone, but the delivery vector is still live. Whoever sent the message knows Seo-jun has the comms, and if they know that, then they're probably still watching. Seo-jun types a single line of text into the comms. He writes that he wants to meet, and he's coming alone.
and he'll be at the Han River observation deck in 2 hours. He sends it.
Daeho asks if he's lost his mind.
Seo-jun says probably. He doesn't tell them the rest of the plan. The observation deck is a glass and steel platform cantilevered over the water on the north bank. It's 4 a.m. and the city is quiet, and the river is black glass under a moonless sky. Seo-jun stands at the railing with his hands in his pockets and his hood pulled up. His ribs still ache from the chair swing. His jaw is bruised where the baton clipped him. He hasn't slept in 30 hours, and the exhaustion is a low hum in his bones. But his mind is sharp.
Cold air helps.
He watches the river and waits. He doesn't have to wait long. The air 3 meters to his left shimmers. Not like a heat haze, and not like a gate opening, and not like any dimensional energy he's ever seen.
It folds inward, and then outward,
and then Ogaul is standing there. She's not translucent this time. She's solid and wearing a gray coat with the collar turned up. Her hair is short and dark, and her eyes are the same pale gray as Tae-young's, but older and sharper, and carrying something that looks like grief.
She's his height.
She's his build. She has his jawline. Seeing her fully materialized hits different than the ghost he met outside the guild center.
This isn't a fragment or an echo or a warning.
This is a person. A person who looks like his sister might have looked if things were different.
Seo-jun says her name.
Ogaul tilts her head and her expression flickers between amusement and something rawer.
She says he's braver than she expected.
Or stupider. Probably both. Seo-jun asks if she's the one who sent the message to Jiwoo's comms.
Ogaul says yes.
Seo-jun asks about the relay tower and the brainwashing, and the thin man in the coat. She says yes to all of it.
He asks why she's testing him.
Ogaul's expression changes. The amusement drops away, and underneath it is something tired and old and desperate.
She says everything she's done has been to see if he's strong enough.
Strong enough for what? Strong enough to survive what's coming.
Seo-jun asks what that means.
Ogaul looks at the river, and her jaw tightens.
She says in her timeline, Seo-jun doesn't survive the final confrontation with Ryu Min-suk.
He dies in the sub-basement under the Hunter Association headquarters, with the origin point collapsing around him. His borrowed power isn't enough, and his allies are too slow, and Suwa never wakes up. Everything he sacrificed, and everything he fought for comes to nothing. The future she comes from is a graveyard,
and she's spent the last 3 years of that timeline
figuring out how to prevent it. Seo-jun feels the words hit like a punt. He thinks about the sub-basement and Min-suk's calm expression and the ceiling groaning. He thinks about the entity's voice and the rift spreading and the thread he severed. In that moment, he came close.
Closer than he's ever admitted to anyone.
If the team had been 30 seconds slower, or Daeho's shield had cracked, or the ceiling had come down before they reached the tunnel,
he asks why she didn't just tell him sooner.
Ogaul laughs, but there's no humor in it. She says she's been trying, and every time she shows up, the timeline shifts. She warned him about the cost of borrowing skills. He kept borrowing.
She showed up as a ghost.
He dismissed her. She sent pieces of the future through the relay tower. He broke them.
She brainwashed his friend to see if he could reach someone through the control.
He succeeded. But every time he wins, the timeline splits again, and the future she's trying to save gets a little further away.
Seo-jun asks what future she's trying to save.
Ogaul looks at him, and her eyes are the color of a winter sky.
She says she's trying to save the one where Suwa lives.
Seo-jun's hands tighten on the railing. He asks what she means. Gaul says in her timeline, Suwa dies 3 months from now. Not from the mana deficiency illness, and not from a gate accident, and not from the origin point. She dies because Seo-jun's borrowed power leaves a signature. And that signature attracts something. Something that hunts people connected to unstable timelines. The entity under the association headquarters was just the beginning.
There are more of them, and they're waking up, and the fragment of Seo-jun's thread that latched onto something in the northern mountains is calling to them. He asks if she's telling him the truth. She says she's telling him the truth of her timeline. Whether it's his truth too depends on what he does next. Seo-jun thinks about the energy surge Hyunwoo found and the empty containment tanks under the mountain. He thinks about the creature that crawled through the portal on broken legs and the dark reflection he fought in the corrupted gate. He thinks about Sua awake and her mana channels stabilizing and the doctors saying it could take years. He asks what she wants him to do. Oh Ga-ul says she wants him to stop. Stop fighting and stop borrowing, and stop trying to save everyone himself. In her timeline, he tried to carry the whole world, and the weight crushed him. She tells him to let her help. She says she can take over, and she can fight the things that are coming, and she can carry the burden. Because she's already lost everything. He still has something to lose. Seo-jun looks at her and sees the exhaustion in her face and the grief in her posture. She's not lying. She believes every word she's saying, but there's something she's not telling him. He asks what the cost is. Oh Ga-ul is quiet for a long moment. The river slides past below them, and the wind cuts across the deck. She says if she takes over, the timeline shifts permanently. Her future becomes the true future. His timeline collapses, and he never existed. Not dead and not erased and not forgotten. He simply never was. Sua lives and grows up and never knows she had a brother. The team never meets him and never fights beside him and never trusts him. Ha-jun never holds his hand, and Jiwoo never falls asleep in the van beside him. Taeyang never finds a rival worth fighting, and Daeho never plants his shield beside someone he'd die for. The world goes on without him. Seo-jun is silent. Oh Ga-ul watches him, and her expression softens. She says she's not asking him to decide tonight, but the things that are waking up won't wait forever. She told him the truth because he earned it, and because he's strong enough to hear it. Now he has to decide if he's strong enough to accept it. She steps back, and the air around her shimmers again. Her form wavers at the edges. She says a car will be waiting outside the plant at noon tomorrow. If he gets in, she'll take him somewhere safe. If he doesn't, she'll assume he chose the other path. And she'll keep fighting whether he wants her to or not. She disappears. The observation deck is empty, and the river is silent, and Seo-jun is alone. He stands at the railing for a long time. He thinks about Sua and the hospital room, and the silver light of the starlight bloom. He thinks about a world where she grows up and never knows his name. He thinks about Ha-jun's hand on his arm and Jiwoo's tears against his chest. He thinks about Taeyang's gray eyes and Daeho's scarred face and the weight of the shield. He thinks about the creature in the mountains and the voices in the dark and the rift that's still spreading. He doesn't know what the right choice is, but he knows he can't make it alone. He turns away from the river and starts walking back toward the plant. His jaw is set, and his hands are in his pockets, and his footsteps are steady. He has a team to talk to, and he has a war to plan, whether he's in it or not. The elevator doors at the Hunter Association open at 4:17 a.m., and an alarm screams through the building. Seo-jun's comms crackle 5 seconds later, with Daeho's voice saying something is at the east gate. Taeyang is already on his feet, and his gray eyes are flat and cold. He asks how many, and Daeho says just one. The line goes quiet for a beat. Then Daeho says she walked through the barrier, and the barrier didn't slow her down. Seo-jun's blood turns to ice. He knows who it is before Daeho says the name. Oh Ga-ul steps through the east gate of the Hunter Association headquarters, and the night splits open around her. The guards fire mana rounds that curve around her body like light bending through water, and she doesn't even blink. Our boy watches the feed from the security room, and his jaw tightens. She's solid now, and her gray coat hangs still in wind that isn't there, and her eyes are the color of a winter sky.
She's not hiding anymore. She's not a ghost made of static and silence. She's here, and she's real, and every mana sensor in the building spikes into the red. The East Wing security team mobilizes in 40 seconds, and that's already too late. Ogaul raises one hand, and the air around her shimmers like heat haze, and the first wave of guards drops. Not dead, and not bleeding, and not even unconscious in the normal way. They just stop moving. They're frozen mid-stride with their mouths open, and their weapons half drawn, and their eyes staring at nothing. Seo-jun watches the screen, and his hands are shaking. He knows what she's doing. She's not killing them. She's pulling them out of time. Daeho suits up in the armory, and his scarred face is grim. He says he's seen a lot of things, but he's never seen an S-rank barrier fold like wet paper. Taeyang is already moving toward the east corridor, and his movements are sharp and precise. Ha-jun is still weak from the healing she did in the cavern, but she's on her feet with her jaw set. She asks what the plan is, and Seo-jun says there is no plan. He says Ogaul is him, and she has his power, and she's had 1,000 years of timelines to learn how to use it. And right now she's walking toward the central chamber like she owns the place. Ji-woo is still unconscious in the safe room, and that's the only mercy. If she were awake, she'd be grabbing her rifle and demanding to fight, and she's in no condition to stand. Eunji's team is deployed at the processing plant as a rear guard, and that's where they'll stay. This fight is Seo-jun's. Ogaul walks through the main lobby, and the marble floor cracks under her feet. Not from weight, and not from force, and not from anything physical. The timeline around her is bending, and the building can't take the strain. The Hunter Association deploys its elite guard, and they're all A rank, and they're all veterans, and they're all dead men walking. Ogaul flicks her wrist, and 3 of them freeze mid-lunge. She turns her head, and 2 more stop breathing with their hearts caught between beats. She's not fighting them. She's editing them out of the timeline, like they were never supposed to be there. Seo-jun reaches the central hall, and his baton is in his hand, and his ribs still ache from the tournament. His rank is F, and his power is borrowed, and he has nothing to borrow from anymore. But he's still walking toward her. Daeho plants his shield at the entrance to the east corridor, and his arm is still sore from the cavern collapse. He says he'll hold the door. Taeyang moves to flank, and his gray eyes are tracking Ogaul's movements with the cold precision of a predator. Ha-jun is behind them, with her hands glowing faint silver, and she's already pushing healing light into the frozen guards. She can't fight, and she knows it, and she's doing what she can anyway. Ogaul stops in the center of the hall and looks at Seo-jun. She says she gave him until noon and he didn't wait. Seo-jun says she didn't wait either. Ogaul's expression doesn't change, but something flickers in her pale gray eyes. She says the things in the mountains are waking faster than she expected. She says the fragment of his severed thread is calling to them, and they're answering. And by noon, there won't be a choice left to make. So she's making the choice for him. She's going to take the Hunter Association and every hunter in Seoul and use them as a shield, a wall of frozen time and borrowed futures, and stolen skill. She'll hold the entities back herself, even if it means burning through every timeline she has left. Seo-jun says that's not protecting anyone, and that's just killing them slower. Ogaul says it's better than letting them die. The first wave of her attack hits before Seo-jun can answer. She spreads her arms, and the air ripples. And suddenly there are versions of her standing in every corner of the hall. Not copies, and not illusions, and not echoes. They're all Ogaul, and they're all from different timelines, and they're all solid and real. One of them moves toward Daeho, and her hand is already shifting into a blade of crystallized time. Daeho raises his shield, and the impact sends him sliding backward across the marble floor, with his boots leaving grooves in the stone. He grunts, and his arm shakes, and he says, "That hit harder than the entity." Taeyang engages 2 of the Oyeon Woo at once,
and his strikes blur through the air like silver lightning. He's faster than he's ever been, and his gray eyes are burning with cold fire. He lands a kick to one Ga-ul's ribs, and she flickers like a corrupted video file and reforms 3 feet to the left. He curses and pivots and blocks the second one's strike with his forearm, and the impact numbs his whole arm. He says they don't stay solid, and they don't stay hit, and they don't follow any rules he knows. Seo-jun faces the original Ga-ul, and his baton is steady in his grip. He asks what she wants. She says she wants him to step aside and let her finish this. He says he can't do that. She says she knows, and that's the tragedy of it. She attacks, and her movements are identical to his own, and she's faster, and she's stronger, and she's had centuries to perfect every strike. Seo-jun blocks the first hit, and his baton shudders in his hands. He dodges the second, and the third clips his shoulder and spins him into a pillar. His ribs scream, and his vision swims, and he's back on his feet before she can follow up. He's not borrowing a skill. He's not reaching into a future. He's fighting with his own strength and his own training and his own determination. And it's not enough. Ga-ul says she can feel him holding back, and she asks why. Seo-jun says he's not holding back, and she says he's lying. She says the borrowed power is still there, and it's buried deep, and it's waiting, and he could reach for it if he wanted to. She says he's choosing not to because he's afraid of the cost. Seo-jun says he's not afraid, and she says he should be. Another version of Ga-ul breaks past Daeho's shield and heads for Ha-jun. Daeho lunges and grabs her ankle, and she kicks him in the chest and his ribs crack audibly. He doesn't let go. Ha-jun's healing light flares, and Daeho's ribs knit together. And she's pale and swaying, and she says she can keep this up for maybe 3 more minutes. Tae-young drops one of his opponents with a spinning kick that catches her in the temple, and she flickers and vanishes. 2 more step forward to replace her. He says, this is a war of attrition and they're losing. Seo-jun realizes what he has to do. He can't fight Ga-ul with his own strength, and he can't borrow a skill without erasing another future. But he's not the only one on this battlefield. He shouts to Daeho to hold the center, and he tells Tae-young to keep the flanks busy. And he tells Ha-jun to conserve her strength. Then he does something Ga-ul doesn't expect. He stops fighting her. He turns his back on the original Ga-ul, and he runs toward the frozen guards. Ga-ul hesitates, and that hesitation costs her. Seo-jun reaches the first frozen guard, and he places his hand on the man's chest, and he closes his eyes. He can feel the timeline wrapped around the guard, and it's cold, and it's tight, and it's a knot he's seen before. He's not borrowing a skill, and he's not reaching into a future. He's doing what he did to the entity in the sub-basement. He's pulling the thread. The first guard gasps and stumbles, and his heart restarts, and his eyes refocus. He looks at Seo-jun, and Seo-jun says to get up and fight. Then he moves to the next guard. Ga-ul's expression shifts, and for the first time, there's something that looks like fear in her pale gray eyes. She says he shouldn't be able to do that, and not without the borrowed power. Seo-jun doesn't answer. He's already pulling the third guard free, and his hands are steady, and his breathing is even. And something is happening inside him. Something that isn't borrowed and isn't stolen, and isn't from any future. It's just his. The frozen guards start waking up, and they're disoriented, and they're scared. And some of them are crying, but they're alive. And they're hunters. They grab their weapons, and they form up around Daeho's shield, and they add their strength to the defense. Ga-ul's copies hesitate. They're still faster, and they're still stronger, and they're still drawn from timelines where Ga-ul was unstoppable. But now they're outnumbered. Daeho slams his shield into one of the copies, and she flickers, and a hunter puts a mana bolt through her chest before she can reform. She vanishes. Tae-young and 2 A-rank hunters pin another copy in the corner, and Tae-young's gray eyes are blazing. He says she's solid when she's attacking,
and vulnerable when she's reforming, and they need to hit her between heartbeats. They do. Another copy drops. The original Oga-ul watches her copies fall, and her expression is unreadable. She says this doesn't change anything. She says the entities are still coming, and the fragment in the mountains is still calling. And her timeline is still the only one where Sua lives. Seo-jun pulls the last guard free, and his hands are bleeding, and his vision is gray at the edges. He turns to face her, and he says her timeline isn't the truth. He says it's one version, and it's a version where she gave up on everyone else. He says he's not giving up. Oga-ul's copies are all gone now, and the hall is filled with hunters, and the east wing is still standing. She's alone in the center of the marble floor, and the cracks under her feet are spreading. She looks at Seo-jun, and for a moment she looks tired, and she looks old, and she looks like someone who has been fighting for 1,000 years. She says she'll be at the northern mountains by dawn. She says, if he wants to stop the entities, he'll have to beat her there. Then she steps backward into a fold of shimmering air, and she's gone. The hall is silent, except for the groans of injured hunters and the crackle of broken mana sensors. Taeho leans on his shield, and his chest is still healing, and he says that was a stalemate at best. Tae-young says it was a warning. Ha-jun slumps against a pillar, and her hands are completely dark, and she says she's out of healing light for at least 12 hours. The Hunter Association headquarters is standing, but the East Wing is listing worse than before, and several columns are cracked, and the central hall is a war zone. Half the elite guard is still on their feet, and the other half is being carried to the medical wing. The building isn't destroyed, but it's battered and it's bleeding. And everyone inside knows how close they came to losing everything. Seo-jun stands in the center of the wreckage, and his hands are still bleeding, and his ribs are on fire. He looks at his team and he looks at the hunters. Oga-ul froze, and then he looks toward the north. She's heading for the mountains, and the Keystone Resonator is buried in a gate north of Chuncheon. She's going to claim it, and use it to build her wall of frozen time. And if she succeeds, every hunter in Seoul is going to be a brick in that wall, whether they want to be or not. Seo-jun wipes the blood off his hands and picks up his baton. He tells his team they're leaving for the northern mountains before dawn. There's still a war to fight. And for the first time since he severed his borrowed power, he knows exactly what he has to do. The van tears through the pre-dawn darkness toward the northern mountains, and nobody speaks for the first hour. Seo-jun's hands are wrapped in bandages, and his ribs still ache. But he's not thinking about the pain. He's thinking about what Baek Hyun-woo told him on the call that came through 10 minutes after Oga-ul vanished. Hyun-woo's voice was tight, and he said he'd been running analysis on the fragment signature since it first appeared. He said the energy pattern isn't a copy, and it isn't a reflection, and it isn't a future version in the way Seo-jun assumed. It's a soul fragment. Seo-jun stares out the window at the dark trees blurring past, and he asks Hyun-woo to say that again. Hyun-woo says when Seo-jun severed his connection to all futures in the sub-basement, he didn't just destroy borrowed skills. He tore off a piece of his own soul and threw it into the timeline. That piece was supposed to dissolve, and it was supposed to scatter, and it was supposed to fade into nothing. But it didn't. It held together and it grew, and it became self-aware, and it spent 1,000 subjective years in the space between timelines. And now it's walking around in a gray coat with Seo-jun's jawline and Seo-jun's power, and 1,000 years of rage. Taeho glances at Seo-jun from the driver's seat and asks if he's okay. Seo-jun doesn't answer. He's thinking about every time Oga-ul appeared, and every time she warned him, and every time she tested him. She wasn't testing whether he was strong enough to survive. She was testing whether the original version of herself was worth merging with. Tae-young leans forward from the back seat and says they're 15 minutes from the gate entrance. Ha-jun is still pale, and her hands are still dark, and she hasn't spoken since they left the association headquarters. She's sitting next to Ji-woo, who's still unconscious,
and whose breathing is shallow but steady. Seo-jun looks at his team, and he looks at his wrapped hands, and he thinks about what it means to face your own soul. Not a reflection, and not a copy, and not a dark version. A piece of yourself that you threw away, and that spent 1,000 years learning to hate you. The van pulls off the highway onto a dirt road that winds up into the mountain. The gate north of Chuncheon is buried in an old mining complex that was abandoned 30 years ago after the first breach. Taeho parks the van behind a ridge, and everyone climbs out into the cold mountain air. The sky is still dark, but the eastern horizon is starting to turn gray, and Seo-jun knows dawn is coming fast. He tells his team to stay with the van and rest. Taeyang says that's a terrible idea. Ha-jun says she's not letting him walk into a gate alone. Daeho says he can still hold a shield with one good arm. Seo-jun looks at them and he loves them, and he knows they would follow him into the dark. But this isn't a fight they can win for him. He says the gate is a dimensional rift, and inside it, the laws of physics are flexible and time moves strangely. He says Gaul is a fragment of his own soul, and she has 1,000 years of experience with his borrowed power. He says if he walks in there with his team, she'll use them against him, and she'll freeze them in time, and she'll make him choose. And he won't be able to do what needs to be done if he's choosing. Ha-jun's eyes are wet, but her voice is steady. She asks what needs to be done. Seo-jun says he has to accept her. Not fight her, and not defeat her, and not destroy her. Accept her. She's a piece of him that he threw away, and she's been carrying all the pain and all the rage and all the futures he erased. He has to take that back. The team is silent. The wind moves through the pine trees, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls. Daeho puts his good hand on Seo-jun's shoulder and says they'll be here when he comes out. Taeyang crosses his arms and says he'd better come out. Ha-jun doesn't say anything, but she touches Seo-jun's arm, and her fingers are cold, and her hand is trembling. Seo-jun nods and turns and walks toward the mine entrance. The gate is a shimmering oval of gray light set into the rock face, and it pulses with an energy that isn't mana. It's older than mana and deeper than dimensional energy, and it feels like looking into a mirror that shows you everything you don't want to see. Seo-jun steps through. The other side is a cavern that isn't a cavern. The walls are made of light that flows like water, and the floor is something solid that reflects Seo-jun's face back at him from 1,000 angles. The air tastes like ozone and old grief. Gaul is standing in the center of the cavern with her back to him. Her gray coat is still, and the air around her is frozen in mid-ripple. She says she knew he'd come alone. Seo-jun says he knows what she is. She turns, and her pale gray eyes meet his, and for a moment, Seo-jun is looking at himself. Not a copy and not a reflection. Himself. The same height and the same build, and the same jawline, and the same circles under the eyes. She says she's been waiting 1,000 years for him to say that. Seo-jun says he's sorry. She says sorry doesn't bring back the futures he erased, and sorry doesn't bring back the version of him who died in the sub-basement. And sorry doesn't bring back the Sua who died 3 months later because he was too weak to save her. Seo-jun says he knows. He says he's still sorry. She saved his team at the association headquarters, and she could have killed all of them. But she didn't. She stopped. Gaul says she stopped because she wanted to see if he'd figured it out. She says she's been dropping hints since the day she first appeared to him as a ghost. The warning about the cost, and the warning about the erased futures, and the warning about losing pieces of himself. Every time she appeared, she was giving him a piece of the truth. Seo-jun says he understands now. He says she's not his enemy, and she's not his future self, and she's not a monster. She's the part of him that he threw away, and she's been carrying everything he couldn't face. Fear and the guilt, and the futures he destroyed, and the sister he couldn't save. She carried it all so he could keep fighting. Gaul's voice is quiet, and she says she didn't carry it. She is it. She's the sum of every erased future, and every broken timeline, and every version of Sua who died because he wasn't strong enough. She's the part of him that remembers every face and every name and every moment that he erased when he borrowed a skill. And she remembers them all, and she's been living them for 1,000 years. Seo-jun steps closer, and the reflected light on the floor shifts, and the 1,000 versions of his face ripple. He says he's here to take it back. Gaul says he can't handle it. She says he's still weak and he's still hiding, and he's still pretending he can save everyone without paying the cost. She says he gave up his borrowed power because he was afraid of what it was doing to him. He didn't sacrifice it, and he didn't master it. He ran from it. Seo-jun stops walking. He looks at her and he thinks about the sub-basement, and he thinks about the entity, and he thinks about the moment he severed his connection to all futures. She's right. He was afraid. He was afraid of becoming something that couldn't love his sister. And he was afraid of becoming something that couldn't protect his friends. He was afraid that every borrowed skill was taking him further away from the person he wanted to be. But running from it didn't fix anything. It just left a piece of him behind to suffer. Seo-jun says he's not running anymore. He raises his hands, and they're still wrapped in bandages, and they're still bleeding, and they're still his. He didn't borrow any power to pull the frozen guards free. He did that with something that belongs to him and only him. Gaul watches his hands, and something shifts in her expression. She says that isn't supposed to be possible. Seo-jun says he knows. He says when he severed his power, he thought he was cutting himself off from everything. But he wasn't. He was cutting away the parts of himself he was afraid to face. The power wasn't the problem. The problem was that he was using it like a crutch instead of a tool. And now he's learned to stand on his own. And now he's learned to fight with his own strength. And now he's ready to accept the parts of himself he threw away. Gaul is silent for a long moment. The frozen air around her ripples, and the light on the walls dims. She says if they merge, he'll remember everything. Every erased future, and every lost timeline, and every version of Sua who died. 1,000 years of grief, and 1,000 years of rage, and 1,000 years of watching everything he loves crumble. She says it might break him. Seo-jun says he's already broken, and he's already lost, and he's already faced the worst version of himself. He's still standing. Gaul looks at him, and for the first time her expression isn't cold, and isn't distant, and isn't calculating. She looks tired, and she looks hopeful, and she looks like someone who has been carrying a weight for 1,000 years. She says she's been waiting for him to be ready. She steps forward, and the frozen air around her shatters, and the cavern fills with light. Seo-jun doesn't move. Gaul reaches out and touches his chest with her palm, and her hand is cold, and her hand is solid. She says this is going to hurt. The merge hits him like a tidal wave of memory. 1,000 years of erased futures crash into his mind, and he sees every timeline he ever borrowed from. He sees the version of himself who trained for 40 years in a void. And he sees the version who accepted the parasite protocol. And he sees the version who died in the sub-basement. And he sees the version who watched Sua die 3 months later. He sees every face and every name and every moment that he erased when he borrowed a skill. And he feels their grief, and he feels their rage, and he feels their despair. It's too much, and it's not enough. And it's everything he's been running from since the day his power first activated. He screams, and the cavern shakes, and the light on the walls fractures into 1,000,000 pieces. But he doesn't fall. He stays standing, and he lets the memories wash over him, and he doesn't fight them. He accepts them. These are the futures he erased, and these are the versions of himself he abandoned. They're part of him now. They've always been part of him. He was just too afraid to look. The flood of memory slows, and the pain fades, and Seo-jun opens his eyes. Gaul is gone. But she's not gone. She's inside him now, and she's part of him, and he can feel her presence like a thread of cold light in his chest. The cavern is dark, and the gate behind him is flickering. His hands are still bleeding, and his ribs are still aching, but something has changed. He raises one hand, and he doesn't borrow a skill, and he doesn't reach into a future. He just thinks about what he wants to do, and the power answers. Not borrowed power, and not self-earned power. Both of them together and woven into something new. A thread of blue light appears between his fingers, and it's warm, and it's steady, and it's his. He understands now what Hyunwoo meant when he said true strength comes from accepting every part of yourself, including the parts you threw away. Seo-jun clenches his fist, and the thread vanishes, and he turns toward the gate. His borrowed power is back, but it's different now, and it's controlled, and it's integrated. He doesn't have to reach into the future anymore, and he doesn't have to steal from versions of himself who don't exist yet. The power is part of him, and he can feel it sitting in his chest like a second heartbeat. And he knows that when he uses it now, he won't be erasing futures. He'll be creating them. He steps through the gate, and the cold mountain air hits his face. The sun is rising over the mountains, and the sky is pale gold. Taeho is standing by the van with his shield propped against his leg. Taeyong is sitting on a rock with his arms crossed, and his pale gray eyes fixed on the mine entrance. Ha-jun is leaning against the van with her dark hands folded in her lap. She sees Seo-jun first, and she stands up fast and her eyes go wide. She says something, but Seo-jun can't hear her over the wind. Ji-woo is awake, and she's sitting in the open van door with a blanket around her shoulders. Her face is pale, and her wrists are bandaged, but her eyes are clear. She looks at Seo-jun and she asks if it's done. Seo-jun says it's done. He says Oh-gyeol is gone, but she's not gone, and she's part of him now. He says he remembers everything, and he knows what they have to do. Taeyong stands up and asks if he's still F-rank. Seo-jun almost smiles, and he says he doesn't know what rank he is anymore. But he knows one thing. The fragment in the northern mountains isn't just a fragment. It's the thing Oh-gyeol was trying to stop with her wall of frozen time. And it's waking up. Ha-jun asks what it is. Seo-jun looks toward the mountains and the rising sun. He says it's the first entity that ever crossed into this world 30 years ago. The one that created the gates, and the one that started everything. And now that the fragment of his severed thread has been calling to it for months, it's finally answering. The keystone resonator is still buried somewhere in the gate behind him. He knows exactly where it is now, because Oh-gyeol's memories are his memories. He tells his team they're not going to use the resonator to build a wall. They're going to use it to amplify the one thing that can seal the entity permanently. His power. Both halves of it and merged and whole. Taeyong says that sounds insane. Seo-jun says it probably is. But it's the only option they have left. Taeho picks up his shield and asks when they're leaving. Seo-jun says now. They've got a war to fight and a world to save and no time left to waste. The sun clears the mountains and the light falls across the team. Ha-jun reaches out and takes Seo-jun's bandaged hand, and her fingers are still cold. But she's smiling and her eyes are bright. Ji-woo pushes herself off the van and wobbles, and Taeyong catches her elbow. She says she's not sitting this one out. Seo-jun looks at his team, and he feels the power in his chest. It's warm, and it's steady, and it's his, and it's hers, and it's everything he's ever been, and everything he's ever lost. For the first time since he severed his connection to all futures, he knows exactly who he is. He's Han Seo-jun, and he's an F-rank hunter, and he's the man who accepted his own soul, and he's ready to end this. The dimensional rift tears open around them like a wound in the sky that never healed right. Seo-jun feels the ground drop away, and suddenly there is no ground at all. They are falling through a space made of fractured light, and the sound of 1,000 clocks ticking out of sync. Oh-gyeol hangs in the void across from him, and her gray coat billows in a wind that does not exist. Her pale gray eyes are fixed on him, and they are not angry, and they are not sad, and they are something worse.
They are resigned. The rift stabilizes around them into something that looks almost like a cathedral made of shattered mirrors. Every surface reflects a different version of Seo-jun and a different version of Oh-ga-ul, and every reflection is fighting. Some of the reflections are winning, and some are dying, and some are already dead. Oh-ga-ul speaks, and her voice comes from everywhere at once. She says this is the space between timelines where every borrowed skill was erased. She says every future he threw away is still here and still screaming. And she is going to show him exactly what that feels like. She raises one hand, and she does not borrow a skill from one future. She borrows from 50 futures at once. The air shatters, and a wave of techniques slams towards Seo-jun from every angle and every era. There is a sword strike from a version of himself who trained in the mountains for 80 years. There is a fire spell from a future where he became an S-rank mage and burned a continent to ash. There is a movement art from a timeline where he was raised by the entity itself and learned to walk between seconds. Seo-jun reaches for his own power, and he feels the thread in his chest. But it is different now, and it is steady, and it answers before he even finishes the thought. His borrowed power ignites, but it is not borrowed anymore, and it is not desperate, and it is his. He pulls a defensive technique from a future where he stood against an army and held the line for 3 days. A shield of blue light erupts around him, and the 50 strikes hit it, and the shield holds. Barely. The impact sends him skidding backward across a floor made of frozen time, and his bandaged hands leave streaks of red on the glass. Oh, Gaul tilts her head, and her expression does not change. She says he is still thinking like a thief, stealing moments from futures he does not deserve. She says true mastery is not taking one skill at a time. It is becoming the sum of every version of himself who ever existed and wielding all of them at once. She spreads her arms, and the cathedral of mirrors erupts with light. And from every mirror steps a version of Oh-ga-ul, and every version of Oh-ga-ul is a version of Seo-jun from a different erased future. Some of them are young, and some are old, and some are missing limbs, and some have eyes that burn with mana so dense it looks like liquid gold. One of them is a Seo-jun who never met Oh-ga-ul and never learned to borrow power. And he is wearing a hunter's coat with the association insignia on the chest. One of them is a Seo-jun who surrendered to Min-suk in the sub-basement and became the keystone willingly, and his eyes are empty sockets leaking. Gray smoke. One of them is a Seo-jun who let Sua die and spent the next 60 years hunting entities alone, and his face is a mask of scar tissue and rage. They all move at once. Seo-jun does not have time to think, and he does not have time to plan, and he does not have time to count how many of them there are. He just moves. His power sings in his chest, and he does not borrow a skill from one future, and he does not borrow a skill from 50 futures. He becomes a conduit for every version of himself who is still fighting in a timeline that still exists. The blue light around him explodes outward, and it is not a shield, and it is not a weapon, and it is something else entirely. It is a door. For 3 seconds, he is everywhere at once, and he is fighting every mirror version simultaneously, and he is holding. The young hunter version swings a blade of compressed mana, and Seo-jun flows around it using a movement art from a future where he trained for 40 years in a desert with no name. The keystone version opens his empty eye sockets, and a wave of gray energy pours out, and Seo-jun counters with a barrier technique from a timeline where he learned to seal dimensional rifts with nothing but his own will. The scarred version lunges with hands that crackle with borrowed power stolen from 1,000 dead futures, and Seo-jun meets him fist to fist. And the impact shatters 3 mirrors behind them. Seo-jun is bleeding from a cut above his eye, and his ribs are screaming, and his left hand is shaking so badly he can barely close it into a fist. But he is winning. The mirror versions are faltering,
and their techniques are slowing, and some of them are already dissolving back into the light. Because they are erased futures, and erased futures cannot exist in a present where the person who erased them is still standing. Ogaul watches him from the center of the cathedral, and her expression finally changes. She looks impressed. She says he has grown, and she says he has accepted what he is, and she says she was wrong about him. And then she says it is not enough. She closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, they are not gray anymore. They are the color of the void between timelines, and they are bottomless, and they are hungry. She says she has held back the entities for 1,000 years in 1,000 timelines, and she learned something in every single one of them. She says the first entity that crossed 30 years ago is not just a monster, and it is not just a gate, and it is not just a dimensional anomaly. It is a hunter of timelines who feeds on the erased futures he has been leaving behind him every time he borrows a skill. And it has been feeding for a very long time. Ogaul raises both hands, and the Cathedral of Mirrors begins to fold in on itself. The reflections stop fighting, and they start screaming. And the screaming is a sound that bypasses Seo-jun's ears and goes straight into his skull. He drops to one knee, and his nose is bleeding, and his vision is doubling. Ogaul is not borrowing 50 skills anymore, and she is not borrowing 100 skills. She is borrowing every skill from every erased future that ever existed in every timeline she has lived through for 1,000 years. And she is condensing all of them into a single point of light the size of a marble that hangs between her palms. Seo-jun looks at that marble, and he knows what it is. It is the sum of every future he threw away, and every timeline he erased, and every version of himself who died so he could survive. And if it hits him, there will be nothing left to erase because there will be no timeline left for him to exist in. His power is screaming in his chest, and the thread is pulling him toward every future that is still possible. But Ogaul is right, and he knows she is right. Borrowing one skill at a time is not enough, and becoming a conduit for every existing future is not enough. The only way to match what she is about to do is to do the same thing she did 1,000 years ago. He has to sacrifice everything. He has to give up his borrowed power entirely, and erase every future branch that is still connected to him, not just for one fight and not just for one moment. Permanently. The marble of light between Ogaul's palms is growing larger, and the cathedral is collapsing, and the screaming is getting louder. Seo-jun looks at Ogaul, and she looks at him, and for 1 second, they are not enemies. They are two versions of the same person standing in a graveyard of futures they both helped create. He makes the choice. He reaches inside himself, and he finds the thread of blue light that connects him to every future version of himself who is ever going to exist. It is warm, and it is steady, and it has been part of him for so long that he cannot remember what it felt like to be without it. He closes his fist around it, and he pulls. The thread snaps, and the sound is not a sound, and the pain is not pain, and the world goes white. The white flash fades, and the cathedral is gone. He is on his knees in a field of gray grass, under a sky the color of old bone. Ogaul stands 10 feet away, and the marble of light between her palms is still there, but it is smaller now. It flickers like a candle in a wind he cannot feel. She is looking at him with those void-colored eyes, and her hands are shaking. The marble of light dims once, and then twice, and then it goes out. She drops her hands to her sides, and she says nothing. He hears her voice anyway. Not in his ears, but in the space where the thread used to be. And she says she felt him let go. She says she felt every future branch snap at once. And she says she felt the silence afterward. And she says she did not know it would hurt this much. Seo-jun tries to stand, but his legs won't cooperate. His left hand is still shaking, and the cut above his eye is dripping blood into his vision, and his ribs are screaming every time he breathes. But he is still here. He says her name and she flinches. He says he is sorry it took him this long to understand. She looks at him, and the void in her eyes is starting to crack around the edges. And underneath the cracks, he sees gray. Just gray. The color of a winter sky. The color she used to be. She asks what he understands now. He tells her he understands that she was right about borrowing one skill at a time. It was never enough to stop what is coming. And she was right about becoming a conduit. That was closer, but it was still not the answer. He tells her the only way to match what she was about to do was to do the same thing she did 1,000 years ago. He had to sacrifice everything, not just for one fight, and not just for one moment, and not just the borrowed power. He had to erase every future branch that was still connected to him. Permanently. She stares at him, and the cracks in her eyes are spreading, and now the gray is showing through in veins that look like lightning frozen in time. She asks if he knows what he just did. He says he knows. He says he just killed every future version of himself that was ever going to exist. And he says it is the only thing he has ever done that feels like the right choice. Oh-ga-ul closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, the void is gone. They are gray and they are tired, and they are the eyes of someone who has been fighting for 1,000 years and has finally stopped. She says she spent 1,000 years trying to find a version of him from his own timeline who would make that choice. She says she never found one. She says every version of him she ever met tried to hold on to the power, and tried to hold on to the futures, and tried to hold on to the thread until it killed them. Every single one. Until him. He is the first version of Han Seo-jun who ever let go. She takes a step toward him, and then another step, and then she is standing right in front of him, and she reaches down with one hand. Her fingers are cold, and they are solid, and they are real. He takes her hand, and she pulls him to his feet, and his legs are shaking, and his ribs are screaming, and he is bleeding from 6 different places. But he is standing, and she is standing next to him. She says the first entity that crossed 30 years ago is still out there. She says snapping the thread did not kill it, and becoming a conduit did not kill it, and nothing she has ever tried has killed it. But she says something just changed. She says when he snapped the thread, she felt the entity pause. Like it heard a sound it has never heard before, like it is confused. He asks if that is good. She says she does not know. And then the gray field around them starts to crack. Not like the mirrors cracked, and not like her eyes cracked. It cracks like someone is pulling reality apart from the other side, and the seams are starting to show. A seam opens in the sky above them, and it is a line of white light that pulses once, and then splits open. Taeyong's voice comes through the seam, and it is tinny, and it is distant, and he is yelling. He wants to know if Seo-jun is in there, and he wants to know if Seo-jun is alive, and he wants to know if they should blow the whole mountain to get him out. Seo-jun laughs, and it hurts. He calls back through the seam, and he tells Taeyong to stand down, and he tells him they are coming out, and he tells him not to blow up anything. Aeho's voice joins in, and he says the whole gate is destabilizing, and the energy readings are off the charts, and whatever Seo-jun just did in there made every sensor they have scream at once. Ha-jun's voice cuts through both of them, and she just says his name. That is all she says. Just his name. And it sounds like she has been holding her breath for hours and just remembered how to breathe. He tells her he is okay, and he tells her she is with him, and he tells her they are coming out now. Oh-ga-ul looks at him and she raises one eyebrow. She mutters that she has a name. He grins and his split lip pulls open and blood runs down his chin. He tells her to come meet the team properly this time. The seam widens and the gray field dissolves around them and they step back into the world. They step out of the gate and into the abandoned mining complex. And the team is there waiting for them. Taeyong is standing at the front with his fists clenched, and his knuckles are white, and his gray eyes are wide. Daeho is right behind him with his shield planted and his good arm raised like he was about to start swinging at the gate itself. Ha-jun is pale, and her hands are still glowing faint silver, even though she was supposed to be out of healing light for 12 more hours. She has been pushing herself again, and he can see it in the way she is swaying on her feet. Ji-woo is sitting on a crate near the entrance, and she is pale, and she is bandaged, and she is awake. She sees him, and her eyes go wide, and she says his name, and then she says another name. She says it with a question mark at the end, like she cannot believe what she is seeing. Oh Ga-ul is standing next to Seo-jun. She is solid, and she is real, and she is not translucent, and she is not a ghost, and she is not trying to kill anyone. She is just standing there with her gray coat and her gray eyes and her short dark hair. And she is holding Seo-jun's arm because he is about to fall over. Tae-young asks if that is who he thinks it is. Seo-jun says it is, and he says it is a long story, and he says he will tell them all of it. But first, he needs to sit down before he falls down. Daeho catches him before he hits the ground. They find a flat spot near the entrance, and Daeho lowers him onto an old mining cart, and Seo-jun leans back against the cold metal. His ribs are still screaming, and his left hand is still shaking, and he is still bleeding from the cut above his eye. But he is alive, and he is not alone. He looks at his team, and he looks at Oh Ga-ul, and he tells them everything. He tells them what happened in the cathedral, and he tells them about the mirror versions, and he tells them about the marble of light. He tells them he snapped the thread. He tells them he killed every future version of himself that was ever going to exist. He tells them his borrowed power is gone, and it is never coming back. And then he tells them what Oh Ga-ul told him at the end. The first entity is still out there. The thing that came through 30 years ago and started all of this is still waking up in the mountains to the north. And snapping the thread did something to it. He does not know what. And Oh Ga-ul does not know what. But it paused. Ha-jun kneels down in front of him, and she puts one hand on his knee, and she asks if he is okay. He looks at her, and he looks at his team, and he looks at Oh Ga-ul, and he says, no. He says he is not okay, and he says he has not been okay for a very long time, and he says he does not think he will ever be the kind of okay that normal people get to be, but he says he is still here, and he says that is enough for now. She nods, and she does not take her hand off his knee. Tae-young crosses his arms, and his jaw is tight, and he says they need to regroup. He says the gate is destabilizing, and the energy readings are still off the charts, and whatever Seo-jun did in there sent a signal that every sensor in Korea probably picked up. The Hunter Association is going to have questions. Daeho grumbles that they always have questions, and he is getting real tired of answering them. Ji-woo is still staring at Oh Ga-ul. She asks if Oh Ga-ul is staying. Oh Ga-ul looks at her, and her gray eyes are unreadable. She says she does not know how to stay, and she says she has been fighting for 1,000 years, and she does not know how to stop. She says she wants to try. She looks at Seo-jun, and she says he is the first version of himself who ever let go. She says that has to mean something. She says she thinks it means the fight is not over, but it is different now. The entity paused. And if it can pause, it can be hurt. And if it can be hurt, it can be killed. She says that is what she has been trying to do for 1,000 timelines. And she says this is the first time she has ever believed it might be possible. Seo-jun nods, and he lets his head fall back against the mining cart, and he closes his eyes. He is exhausted, and he is in pain, and his borrowed power is gone. But his team is standing around him, and Oh Ga-ul is standing with them. And for the first time since this whole nightmare started, he does not feel like he is fighting alone. He opens his eyes and he looks at Oh Ga-ul. He asks if she remembers what the Keystone Resonator does. She says it amplifies or nullifies dimensional energy. And she says it is the only artifact in existence
that can affect the first entity directly.
He asks if she knows where it is buried in the gate.
She says she knows.
She says she has known for 200 timelines,
but she never had anyone who could help her dig it out. He looks at his team.
Daeho cracks his neck
and says he has been carrying a shield for 10 years, and he is pretty sure it can move some rocks.
Taeyong says he can cut through anything that gets in the way.
Ha-jun says she will be ready with healing light as soon as she recharges.
Jiwoo says she is not sitting this one out,
even if she has to crawl. Seo-jun grins and his split lip pulls open again and blood runs down his chin.
He says they have a plan.
Find the keystone resonator and dig it out and use it against the first entity before it fully wakes up.
It is not a complicated plan,
and it is probably going to get them all killed. But it is a plan, and that is more than they had 5 minutes ago.
Ga-ul looks at him,
and she almost smiles. She says she has waited 1,000 years for a version of him who would make the right choice.
She says she can wait a few more hours for the fight. She turns and starts walking back toward the gate,
and the gray light is pulsing around the edges of the shimmering oval.
She says to follow her,
and she says to stay close. And she says the gate is unstable, and the path to the resonator is going to be ugly.
Taeyong falls into step behind her without hesitation,
and Daeho follows him. And Jiwoo pushes herself off the crate and limps after them. Ha-jun stays kneeling in front of Seo-jun for 1 more second. She looks at him, and her gray eyes are searching his face. She says she was scared.
She says when the gate sealed
and they lost contact, she thought she had lost him.
He reaches up and he puts his hand over hers,
and he says he is not going anywhere.
He says he made a choice in there,
and the choice was not just about the power. It was about staying. Staying here and staying alive and staying with the people who matter. She nods, and her eyes are wet, and she does not say anything else.
She helps him stand up,
and she keeps one arm around his waist as they follow the others back toward the gate.
The shimmering oval of gray light is pulsing faster now,
and the energy is crackling along the edges.
Ga-ul is already standing at the threshold,
and she is waiting.
She looks at Seo-jun,
and she says the resonator is buried in the deepest part of the gate, and the path is going to test all of them.
She says the gate was built by the first entity 30 years ago,
and it is not just a door. It is a trap.
It was designed to keep anyone from ever finding the resonator.
She says she has tried to reach it in 50 timelines, and she has never made it past the 3rd trial. Seo-jun asks what the trials are.
She says the gate will show them their worst fears
and their deepest regrets, and the versions of themselves they are most afraid of becoming.
She says it will not be like the mirror versions in the cathedral.
Those were copies and those were extensions of her power. These will be real, and these will be personal, and these will know exactly where to cut. Daeho asks if they can just punch their way through.
Ga-ul says they can try,
and she steps through the gate. Taeyong follows her, and Daeho follows him, and Jiwoo limps through after them.
Ha-jun tightens her arm around Seo-jun's waist.
She asks if he is ready. He says he is not ready, and he says he is never ready.
But he says he is going anyway.
They step through the gate together.
And the world on the other side is nothing like the gray field
or the Cathedral of Mirrors. It is a city.
A city made of black glass and twisted steel,
and the sky above it is the color of a bruise.
And standing in the middle of the city square
is someone Seo-jun has not seen in 10 years. His father. Alive and whole and looking right at him.
Their boy knows this is the first trial,
and it is already worse than anything he faced in the cathedral.
Seo-jun's father takes one step forward,
and the black glass under his feet doesn't crack.
He looks exactly like Seo-jun remembers him on the morning of the gate accident,
and his eyes are the same shade of gray.
He stops 10 feet away,
and he doesn't say anything at first. And the silence is heavier than the twisted steel around them.
Seo-jun's hands are shaking,
and his ribs are screaming. And the cut above his eye is still bleeding, but he doesn't move.
His father tilts his head,
and his expression isn't angry, and it isn't sad. And it isn't anything Seo-jun expected.
He asks if Seo-jun knows why he's here. Seo-jun says he knows it's a trial, and he knows it isn't real. And he knows the gate is using his worst fear against him. His father smiles, and it's the same smile Seo-jun remembers from the morning before everything went wrong. He says that isn't what he asked. He asks if Seo-jun knows why he is here, and why this fear, and why this moment, and why the gate chose this instead of something else. Seo-jun doesn't have an answer. The black glass buildings around them are reflecting the fight, and every reflection shows a different version of his father walking toward him. Ha-jun tightens her arm around his waist, and she's still there, and she's real, and her hand is warm against his side. She asks if he wants her to stay, or if he needs to do this alone. Seo-jun looks at his father, and he looks at the reflections, and he looks at the bruise-colored sky. He says he has to do this alone, but he asks her not to go far. She nods, and she steps back, and she doesn't take her eyes off him. Dae-ho is standing 10 feet to the left, and his shield is up and his jaw is set, and he doesn't look happy about any of this. Tae-young has his hand on his sword, and his pale gray eyes are fixed on the reflections moving in the glass. Ji-woo is leaning on a twisted steel pillar, and her bandaged wrists are trembling, but she's holding a mana pistol in her good hand. Oh-ga-ul stands at the back, and her gray coat is still, and her eyes are the color of winter sky, and she doesn't say anything. Seo-jun's father watches the team, and something flickers in his expression, and it might be pride, or it might be sorrow. He says he spent 10 years wondering what kind of man his son would become. He says he saw 1,000 futures and 1,000 versions, and in most of them, Seo-jun died alone and afraid, and holding on to power that wasn't his. He says this version is different. He says this version has people who love him, and this version learned to let go. And this version is standing in the middle of a trap built by a monster, and he isn't running. Seo-jun's throat is tight, and his vision is blurring, and he isn't sure if it's the blood or the tears. He asks if his father is real, or if he's just another reflection. His father doesn't answer that question. Instead, he reaches up, and he touches the air in front of Seo-jun's chest, and a thread of blue light flickers between them. It's the same color as the thread Seo-jun snapped in the cathedral, and the same color as the shield he used against Oh-ga-ul, and the same color as every borrowed skill he ever reached for. His father says the thread was never just a connection to the future. He says it was a connection to everyone Seo-jun ever loved, and everyone who ever loved him back. He says love is a kind of timeline, and it doesn't break just because you stop borrowing, and it doesn't fade just because you let go. The blue light pulses once, and it's warm, and it doesn't burn, and it doesn't cost anything. Seo-jun reaches up and he touches the thread, and he feels it, and it's real, and it's his. But it isn't borrowed. It's earned, and it's given. And it's the first thing he's ever held that didn't come with a price. His father smiles, and his gray eyes are the same color as Seo-jun's, and the same color as the sky before dawn. He says this is the real trial, and it isn't about fear, and it isn't about regret, and it isn't about becoming the version of yourself you're most afraid of. It's about remembering who you were before the power, and before the fear, and before the world told you that you weren't enough. Seo-jun's father fades, and the city of black glass fades with him, and the bruise-colored sky cracks like old paint. Oh-ga-ul steps forward, and her gray coat ripples in a wind that still isn't there. She says he passed the first trial, but there are 2 more, and they won't be this She says the gate is still a trap, and the resonator is still buried, and the entity is still waiting. Tae-young asks what the second trial is, and he sounds like he's ready to cut through it. Oh-ga-ul says the second trial is regret, and she says it's worse than fear, because regret isn't a person, and it isn't a memory. It's every choice you didn't make, and every path you didn't take, and every version of yourself that died because you were afraid. The black glass city shatters, and the shards hang in the air like a million frozen tears. And then the world reforms into a long white corridor with doors on both sides, and every door is open a crack. Through one door, Seo-jun sees a version of himself who never became a hunter, and Soo-ah is healthy, and their parents are alive. Through another door, he sees a version who took Min-seok's deal, and the parasite is spreading through his veins, and his eyes are void-colored. Through a third door, he sees a version who never met Tae-young, and never trained with him, and died alone in a C-rank gate with no one to mourn him. The doors keep going, and there are hundreds of them, and every single one shows a life he could have lived. Oh Ga-ul says they have to walk through the corridor, and they can't open any of the doors, and they can't stop moving. She says if they stop for more than 3 seconds, the corridor collapses, and they're trapped in someone else's regret forever. Jae-ho asks what happens if they look too long, and he doesn't sound scared, but his knuckles are white on his shield. Oh, Ga-ul says looking is fine, but wanting is what kills you. She starts walking, and Tae-young follows her, and Dae-ho follows him. And Ji-woo pushes off the pillar and limps after them. Ha-jun reaches for Seo-jun's hand, and she doesn't say anything. But her fingers are cold, and they're trembling. He takes her hand and he squeezes once, and then they follow the others into the corridor. The doors stretch ahead of them, and Seo-jun keeps his eyes forward, but he can feel the warmth spilling through the cracks. A door on his left shows a version of him marrying Ha-jun, and Ji-woo is laughing, and Dae-ho is making a toast. A door on his right shows a version of him sitting beside Soo-ah's hospital bed, and her eyes are open, and she's smiling. He doesn't stop, and he doesn't reach for either door. But something in his chest twists hard. Ha-jun's hand tightens around his, and he knows she saw the same door and the same version, and the same life that will never happen. She says they can't want it, and she says it's not real, and she says the versions in the doors are just possibilities, and possibilities don't breathe. Seo-jun says he knows, but his voice is rough, and he doesn't sound like himself. Ji-woo stumbles, and her bad leg gives out, and she falls to one knee. The corridor shudders, and the doors on both sides begin to slide open, and the white light inside them is getting brighter. Oh Ga-ul shouts that they have 1 second, and she grabs Ji-woo by the collar, and she hauls her up and they keep moving. The doors slam shut, and the corridor steadies, and Ji-woo is gasping and her face is pale. Tae-young asks how much farther, and Oh Ga-ul says they're almost at the end. The corridor opens into a circular chamber with a stone pedestal in the center. And on the pedestal is the keystone resonator. It's smaller than Seo-jun expected, and it looks like a tuning fork made of black crystal, and the air around it hums with dimensional energy. But between the team and the pedestal stands the third trial. And it isn't a person, and it isn't a memory, and it isn't a door. It's a version of Seo-jun who made every wrong choice, and it's looking right at him with void-colored eyes. The dark Seo-jun doesn't speak, and he doesn't smile, and he doesn't wait. He flickers forward, and his fist is already mid-swing, and the blow catches Seo-jun in the ribs exactly where the break is. Seo-jun folds, and the pain whites out half his vision, but he rolls with it, and the borrowed speed from a future version he hasn't become yet kicks in, just in time to dodge the follow-up knee. The dark version knows the dodge, and he's already pivoting, and the elbow comes down like a hammer. And Seo-jun has to borrow again, and again, and every future move is perfectly answered before he even thinks it. The wind screams, and the black crystal resonator hums louder, and Dae-ho tries to push forward, but the dark version kicks him back without looking, and his shield dents. Tae-young's sword clears the sheath, and the dark version flicks a hand, and a thread of void-colored light snatches the blade and snaps it in the air. Oh Ga-ul says they can't interfere, and her voice is taut, and it cracks on the last word. And Seo-jun has never heard her voice crack before. Ha-jun is bleeding from a cut on her forehead, and she's aiming her mana pistol. But Ji-woo pulls her back and says
Hitting the wrong one means they
lose everything. Dark version stops flickering, and he stands over Seo-jun with one boot on his chest, and the void-colored eyes are empty and infinite, and show Seo-jun everything he ever feared he'd become. The dark version says the power was always the problem, and the power was always the poison. And every version of himself that held on to it ended up here. Seo-jun tastes blood, and his borrowed cooldown is ticking. And he can feel the 30 seconds stretching like a year, and the blue thread inside his chest is still warm, and it hasn't wavered once. He thinks about his father, and he thinks about the thread, and he thinks about the choice. Ogaul said she never made it past. He thinks about letting go. The dark version's void eyes flicker, and probably it reads the thought, and probably it knows what he's about to do, but it can't stop him, because this isn't a move borrowed from the future. It's the opposite of borrowing. Seo-jun reaches inside his chest, and he doesn't reach forward, and he doesn't reach into a future version of himself. He reaches into the thread, and he pulls. The thread unravels, and the borrowed time that is still running shatters, and the dark version above him freezes, and the void-colored light in his eyes gutters. The dark Seo-jun opens his mouth to say something, but the sound never comes, because a future that doesn't exist can't borrow from a future that doesn't exist. And the paradox loops in on itself, and the version shrieks once and collapses into a smear of gray ash. Seo-jun lies on the floor, and his chest is empty, and his power is gone, and the 30-second cooldown will never tick again. He stands up and his legs hold, and he walks to the pedestal, and he picks up the keystone resonator. The black crystal is cold, and it sings against his palm, and the whole chamber shakes, and the wall in front of them cracks from floor to ceiling, and the crack widens into a door, and beyond the door is the first entity. Ryu Min-suk is not a man anymore, and he hasn't been a man for 30 years. He's a pulsing core of void and gray light, and the parasite that was supposed to serve him has eaten most of what he used to be. And what's left is a thing that wants only to wake fully and spread and consume every timeline connected to this gate. His many eyes find Seo-jun, and his many mouths grin. And the voice that comes out is 12 voices layered over each other. And it says, he knew Seo-jun would come, and he knew he would bring the resonator, and he knew this was always going to be the ending. Seo-jun steps forward, and the resonator is humming. And the blue thread that isn't a power anymore is still glowing in his chest. And he isn't borrowing from anyone. He's walking as himself. He says Min-seok is wrong, and he says the ending was never about the resonator, and it was never about the power. It was about the people who were willing to walk through a trap built by a monster because they refused to leave him behind. Ogaul steps up beside him, and her gray coat ripples, and she says she has been waiting 1,000 years for a version of him who understood that. She touches the resonator, and her hand passes through his, and the dimensional energy spikes, and the black crystal shatters into 1,000 fragments. And each fragment embeds itself in the air around Min-seok's form. She says the resonator doesn't destroy the entity, and it doesn't seal the entity. It resonates with the one thing that does. And she looks at Seo-jun, and her winter sky eyes are the same shade of gray as his, and she says, it resonates with sacrifice. Seo-jun reaches into his chest one last time, and the thread is the only thing left, and he pulls it out, and he doesn't break it. He gives it. Blue light floods the chamber, and the void around Min-seok shrieks, and the thread wraps around the entity's core, and it doesn't burn in it, doesn't cut, and it doesn't fight. It loves him into silence. The entity's mouths stop moving, and its eyes close one by one, and the gray light fades, and the dimensional energy collapses inward, and the gate begins to dissolve. Ogaul steps back, and her coat is fading at the edges, and she looks at Seo-jun,
and she is smiling.
She says the thread was always bigger than the power, and the power was always just a shadow of the thread. She says his father was the only version of him who ever figured it out, and the only reason the thread survived across 1,000 timelines was because his father loved him enough to pass it on before the gate collapsed 30 years ago. Seo-jun's throat is raw, and his tears are cutting tracks through the blood on his face. And he doesn't have a power anymore, and he doesn't need one. Ogaul turns to Ha-jun, and she says to take care of him. And then the gate folds inward one last time, and Ogaul is gone. The chamber shatters, and the city of black glass shatters, and the corridor of regret shatters, and they're standing in the gray field under a sky that is finally breaking apart into real sunlight. Daeho drops his dented shield, and he sits down hard, and he doesn't say anything, because there isn't anything to say. Taeyang kneels and picks up the broken halves of his sword, and his pale eyes are wet, and he doesn't try to hide it. Jiwoo leans against Ha-jun, and her bandages are soaked through, and her face is gray. But she's still breathing, and she's still there. Ha-jun walks to Seo-jun, and she doesn't ask if he's okay because she knows he isn't, and she knows he will be. She puts her hand on his chest, and the blue thread is still there, and it's dimmer than it was, but it isn't gone. And it will never be gone. He covers her hand with his, and he says he doesn't have the power anymore. And he says he doesn't know what he is without it. She says he's the man who walked into a trap and faced his worst fear and his deepest regret, and the version of himself he was most afraid of becoming. She says he's the man who gave up everything. She says he's the invincible thread that holds them all together. And Seo-jun looks at his team, and he looks at the sky, and he looks at the empty place where the gate used to be, and he understands for the first time what his father was trying to tell him. Invincibility was never about winning every fight. It was about being the one thing the darkness could never break. Not a power and not a borrowed future, and not a version of himself that hadn't happened yet. Just himself, and just the people he loved, and just the thread that ran between them all. He pulls Ha-jun close, and he holds her, and the gray field is quiet, and the sun is warm. And somewhere in the distance, a crow calls once. And he knows the fight is over, and he knows there will be other fights, and other gates, and other monsters. But he also knows now that he was always enough.